When Carl's morning shift came, he found that the patrols were still circling past the large tree, and that they were more numerous than the patrols the first night that they had been here had been. They also had a church guard with some of the patrols, and Carl could see the sour looks on the soldiers' faces at the fact. The guards were higher ranking than their team leaders, so they had taken over and had eliminated any chance of slacking on the night shift. "Ray, did we see anything good tonight?" Carl asked, as Hawk wasn't awake yet. "Nothing much. There were a few wandering goblins, but the scouts got them." Tessa started cooking an hour into their shift, earlier than she usually would, and then set up the partition for the shower. The church hearings always start entirely too early in the morning, so we should be cleaned up and fed before they show up to tell us to head into camp to give our version of events. She explained quietly, not wanting to forcibly wake the others early. There was no shower bag today, just a bowl of water with a washcloth and a bar of unscented soap. It would do the job, but the hot water was always comforting on the muscles. Once he was ready, they switched positions, and Carl stirred the morning stew. It didn't take long for the scent to wake everyone else up, and Ray switched shifts with Hawk. She had a theory that she wanted to test. Offensive adaptation was a versatile skill, and it even enhanced Carl's rend and shred attacks, so it should start enhancing her golems soon, she assumed. That meant extra stabby tree spiders, but also the chance that she could teach them other skills. She didn't actually know any other skills to teach them. But in her mind, that was a Carl problem. Once she knew that they could learn the basics, she would convince him to teach the golems more skills. That vine whip that the big tree golems knew would be nice. It wasn't part of the basic golem spell, it was an additional spell that Donnie knew, but cast on the golems. The whole point of having a human around was to make them make you stronger, Ray was certain, and that meant she would have to convince him to find more good skills for her. Hawk agreed with Ray on that last point. They needed to find new skills, or good things. They were all reaching maximum growth, and even with his new fire skills, Hawk was convinced that he could do better. What they really needed was a shiny thing. Carl got shiny things, and now he had the strength to fistfight an ogre. Some of that had even spilled over to the team, and Hawk's wings were stronger than ever when Carl was wearing the bestial strength gloves. Having skill master active all the time without a defined target was helping, but they weren't seeing new skills. Everyone they met all knew the same basic set of academy skills. They needed to find cooler monsters and people that knew other stuff. "We can go look for cooler monsters after we finish with the ones here. There might still be some shiny gems or other things on them, and you haven't fully mastered teaching offensive adaptation to the golems yet. Don't worry, once we get a chance I will find a way to teach everyone more skills, or even try to find a way to help them evolve. Like Hawk did when he got that potion," Carl assured her. "Oh, that would be good too. Maybe I could become invisible, or like super durable," Ray agreed. Thor laughed silently at the thought of an armored Ray. But the thought of new skills was fun, he just hadn't found any that he liked yet. He didn't even know what sort of skill he would like. Better lightning wasn't really a new skill, was it? That was all he really wanted. But Ray said that ideas to make you stronger were what humans were for, so Thor decided that he could just wait for Carl to come up with something. Their discussion of the best ways to get stronger, and how they should just sneak away to go look for really good things, was interrupted by the food being served, and then by the church guard coming to call all of them to make their official report on the conditions in the field. As far as Carl could tell, it was exactly what he had been facing since he arrived at his second deployment, but according to whoever did the deployments, it was not supposed to be that way. They took a minute to wash all the dishes and pack their gear to head out after the hearing, then followed the church guard back into the camp, where a large church tent had been set up in the middle of what would normally be the assembly ground. "The high priest will see you right away. He wants to get the outside reports filed before he starts with the involved parties," the guard announced. Carl looked around and noticed that there were more command tents here than he remembered. There should have been one for the base commander, and perhaps one for the transient units, but most of those were camped outside the base as it was being renovated and upgraded. But there were at least 4 of them marked with senior officers' emblems, plus the one for the high priest. They must have arrived yesterday while the group was out on patrol, but Carl hadn't noticed them. That meant that this was likely going to be more annoying for their captain than just a simple church inquiry into a dispute between ascended rank officers, who were both captains in the army. "Carl, come with us first. You're the unit's scout, so you have the most details of the situation," the guard insisted. "Hawk, I hope your memory is good because I haven't been taking any notes," Carl informed his partner. Talk to Thor, he remembers everything in order. Carl was definitely using his notepad, starting today. He should have borrowed Tessa's notes before coming inside. But now he was in the tent, facing a group of 4 colonels and a high priest, who were sat behind a table with an emblem that said JAG, the acronym for the Judge Advocate General's Department, the military's legal authority. It was too late to turn back. Ascended Elite Carl, class designation is Beast Master, a new designation for a previously unseen mark. It says here that you are serving the role of attached scout for the military unit. Is that correct? The aging colonel on Carl's far left asked as Carl walked up to the speaker's booth. That is correct. And can you give us an overview of the situation in this region, in your professional opinion as an elite? The man asked. I would say that the common rank monsters are somewhat less frequent, though we have come across large packs of goblins. More frequent are the awakened rank ogres and hobgoblins, with about a third of our encounters consisting solely of the ascended rank varieties. That is what my team is along with the patrol for, the stronger groups, but we have also come across a total of 12 commander rank monsters in the last 2 days. The heads collected yesterday were brought back to the camp as evidence, at the request of the church. The situation appears to be under control, as the number of stronger monsters is not increasing on a daily basis, but neither is it noticeably decreasing in the limited time since I arrived from a deployment between here and the regional command location. The colonel nodded. Are you privy to the official threat assessment for the region? Carl shook his head. No, sir. But I am privy to the official scouting reports, though they are somewhat limited in their scope, as they do not extend to the edges of the zone. The officers flipped pages while the high priest made notes, and then the man second from the right pointed at a page and asked Carl a question. It says here in the official report that there are no threats above low awakened rank found by the forward observation post scouts. Would you say that this is accurate? Carl frowned. In a way. That scouting report only covers a 1-kilometer distance from the camp. In that distance, the monster density is indeed made up of only common rank and low awakened rank goblins and hobgoblins. But once you move past the distance that is within the hourly patrol route, the smarter monsters become more common. They all made more notes, and then the high priest asked his question. From your elevated position last night, what did your team identify as potential threats to be dealt with today? There are 2 groups of ascended ogres camped respectively 5 and 7 kilometers from the camp. There are 4 groups of roving hobgoblins of unknown strength, with numbers in the single digits and low teens, and 1 pair of giants, possibly a mated pair. Oh, plus a warbear den, but that isn't on the list to eliminate, as they naturally control monster populations. Carl replied. A clerk brought him a map of the zone and Carl filled in everything that they had located and hadn't had time to eliminate, plus what they had found last night during the daily spawn. With the help of Thor, who really did remember where all of them were seen last, Carl managed to put over 20 spots on the map before turning it back over to the clerk. Thank you, Elite. Your information has been recorded. The high priest announced, dismissing Carl, and sending the clerks to bring in another witness. By the time that the tribunal was finished with everyone they wanted to call for witnesses, it was nearly lunch, so they postponed the final 2 interviews with the base commander and the captain for after the meal. That cut out almost all chance of getting a proper patrol completed on that day, and that meant double the numbers of dangerous monsters the day after, as Carl's team wouldn't be out there to deal with them. But more importantly, with nobody challenging them, there was a chance that the larger monsters would team up and start coming after the base. But very few in the camp were actually concerned about the implications of stopping their clearance duties for a day. They all wanted to know how this drama was going to play out, and if there was going to be a new base commander at the end of the day. If there was, then they would expect a whole new set of orders to be coming, and they couldn't rely on routine to get them through tomorrow. Even if the base commander was just censured by the high priest, the tribunal officers would be breathing down his neck for the foreseeable future, and that meant even more chaos than a new commander. They had all realized yesterday when the pile of monster heads was brought into the base that something was horribly wrong outside their patrol ranges, but most of them didn't know the details. They did, however, know about the altercation between the captain and the base commander. Lunch at the military chow hall was a dismal meal, with everything from cans and no clerics assigned to kitchen duties to bring fresh food to the mix. Carl wasn't certain, but the ever-present rice and beans might actually be better than what they were serving here. Lotus must have felt the same way because Carl saw her sneaking spices into everything that she ate, including the tea. For such a tiny creature, the cleric ate a surprising amount, but she was still finished before the meal was over and waiting for the circus to begin. The final decisions would be made within the next hour, and they would find out if they were going to have to patrol in the afternoon, or reorganize their team after it lost its captain. There was a very slim chance that they would be sent out without their officer, but Carl's group might well be reassigned to another unit while the one they were with was put on base duty until they could receive a new officer. The Golden Dragon Nation's army was quite flexible with officer ranks, as they were mostly based on accomplishments, so you could end up with situations like this, where a captain led a platoon of men, instead of a lieutenant, but without an officer, nobody would be going anywhere. Someone had soundproofed the tent, so everyone waiting outside could only guess at what happened after the base commander and the captain were called inside, but it was an entire hour before they came back out. The captain, whose uniform insignia had already been changed to red to signify his punishment status, was now wearing the silver bar of a second lieutenant, along with the red stripes of an officer under punishment, while the base commander was no longer wearing any military rank at all. His coat and hat had been removed, and he was accompanying the JAG officers to the helicopter they had arrived in the day before. The former captain, now lieutenant, waited beside the high priest while he prepared to make an official announcement, waiting for the crowd to quiet before he spoke. Attention! Our decision has been made. The base will receive a new commander within the next 7 days. Until that time, I will remain here, and the church guard will take over administration of this forward post. For the crime of instigating violence against a fellow officer, a demotion from captain to second lieutenant has been issued, and this matter is now considered to be resolved. May the dragons favor all your lives. That was a much shorter speech than had been expected, but they still only had about 5 hours before it would be dark again, and there would be a spawn sometime tonight that would increase the monster numbers once more. The lieutenant motioned for his team to gather, then for Carl's group to join him. They were going to escape the base before the flood of questions began, and get some work done before they could be accused of slacking by those who were friends with the base commander. There was no official word on what had happened to him, but leaving without his uniform, there was a good chance that he had either been stripped of his commission, or he was going to jail. Neither one would make the freshly demoted lieutenant particularly popular with those who had supported the base commander's actions. They were out of the base before anyone else had really grasped their intentions, and Carl sent Hawk up to verify the location of the biggest threats. I don't see any commanders today, but we have a number of ascended threats, as well as some nasty groups of hobgoblins. We will have to work fast to get things done, but we should be able to clear at least the west side toward the lake before nightfall. Carl relayed once Hawk was far enough up to give a proper report. A nice dip in the lake tomorrow morning wouldn't upset anyone. Lead the way, Scout Carl. The lieutenant laughed. That would be perfect for them. Gone overnight, still doing their jobs, and a nice warm swim before coming back to the base. Hawk led them through a gauntlet of small but intense fights for the remainder of the afternoon, working his way toward the lake, while the group pointedly ignored the constant chatter on the radio as the patrol teams struggled to adapt to the orders that the high priest was giving. They should have known that he would have no mercy on them. He was an old man, and he had been leading battles against the monsters for decades before the serum injections created the elites. Back when all they had was a cleric like Tessa to enchant their weapons and armor, during battles when they would send otherwise perfectly human soldiers up against the supernatural, he was already a high priest, doing the will of the gods and ensuring that the Golden Dragon Nation prospered. Their complaints that they couldn't defeat these monsters fell on deaf ears. The kid and they would. They just needed someone to show them how, and the church guard was happy to be the ones to show them. They were all from military deities, mostly the main branch of the church, and they knew the skills to enhance weapons the same as the clerics always had. Tessa could do the same, but other than the basic blessings of increased strength and movement speed, she mostly just enhanced Thor, as he was the only one who would be fighting up close and personal. She could do Ray as well, but the effects were limited, and the duration was short, so she had to return to the group to get it refreshed, and that was just too annoying for the spider, who preferred to hide until it was time to fight. The lake is right ahead, no big groups of monsters, and no monsterfish in the waters. Tell them the best spot to set up camp is 30 meters from the shore and 100 meters north of the path that leads you to the lake. There is a good spot there that isn't wet. Hawk updated just before the sun went down. Good news. We found our camping spot. Hawk says it's dry, flat and free of monsters. Carl informed the group, who all smiled wearily. They had pushed hard today to get the kills in, and tomorrow they knew they were in for a lot of walking. Carl tested the waters of the lake when he first arrived, and found that the water was fresh and cool, though not uncomfortably cold, as well as reasonably clear, which would be great for swimming in the morning. The clearing was a bit cramped, but he wanted to set up along the tree line anyhow so that he could have Ray construct hammocks instead of sleeping on the ground again. Their one big tent wasn't terrible, but given the option, not being on the ground would be better. The next morning, Tessa and Lotus, along with the military team's healer, made a big breakfast for everyone, while the rest of the unit took a swim in the lake. Undershirts and military-issued boxer briefs were the fashion of the day, getting the essentials clean while they frolicked in the water. The mages had promised to use air magic to dry everyone when they got out, so for now, it was just time to relax. Once the cooking was done, the healers traded spots with them, and ate while floating in the water. At first, the unit thought that they'd gotten the better end of that deal, until they realized that it took longer to break camp than it did to cook breakfast. Carl ended up having to use his sword to disassemble their portion of the camp, as Ray had made triple bunk hammocks for them to sleep in, but the web was too strong for a normal knife to cut through. If he pushed that hard, he would cut through the tree instead. "You look lost in thought," Sergeant Rita noted as Carl rolled the hammocks around sticks and strapped them to his pack. "Lots to think about today. Everyone is about full grown, and it's time to find a new skill or a way for them to break through. The mental spaces for them are close to complete, and that will push Ray well into the ascended rank without too much trouble, but after that, I might flatline unless I pick up another pet, or help these three stooges skip the slow part of their growth," Carl explained. Rita nodded. "Yeah, I foresaw that same issue before we came out here, but I didn't expect them to make it quite this far before becoming stuck. What you really need are the accolades right now. All these assists on commander rank kills really add up, and with the accumulated points, we can go to the government university's genetic research lab. They are always working on something, and they might have a clue as to how to help the beasts grow. Other than that, it's pure luck, or in-depth research on your own to try to find something that will work for them. We found a way for Hawk, and that brought him up a full rank, so there is a chance that we can find something for the others as well. Perhaps a lightning-based resource for Thor would help his power grow? As for Ray, I'm not certain now that she's showing signs of becoming a mage-type support fighter. I would have thought that warrior resources to increase her attack power and durability would be best, but the first additional skill she learned was tree golems. That doesn't match with anything that I know about the species, so there is a chance that we don't really understand them at all." Ray rolled her eyes in her resting spot. Of course, she was misunderstood. Who could comprehend the ways of darkness, or the pure beauty that was a bloodbath spider? The humans simply lacked a sufficient sense of majesty to truly appreciate her nature. Carl let her rant about her own majesty for a while as he packed up the camp gear, and then the unit prepared to head out to the first targets that Hawk had spotted that morning. "We should go see the other unit first. They will want to fight the ogres with us," Hawk suggested. Carl relayed the information to the lieutenant, and he got the unit moving. The other group had camped in a hollow between two hills, not realizing that there were ogres living in caves in both hills. Neither of the entrances pointed toward the hollow, but it wouldn't take the ogres long to realize that there was someone right next to their den. "I don't think that they're going to fight the ogres with us unless we hurry," Hawk updated just after the group started moving. "And why is that?" Carl asked. "The ogres are awake now. That patrol is totally going to get eaten if we're not there in like 5 minutes. We've got about 5 minutes before the ogres find and eat the patrol," Carl updated. That got everyone up to a run, with Tessa and Alice on Thor's back, while Lotus was riding Ray through the trees, using a short length of silk as a harness. The military unit was staying together, and Sergeant Rita had joined Dana in keeping pace with them, but just having the other elites in place for a fight would be enough. The patrol needed at least one of the ascended rank elites with them, and that was Sergeant Rita, while Dana missed her chance to get on Thor before the Cerro took off through the trees. The young mage shook her head in dismay as she jogged along next to the military patrol, and Rita patted her on the shoulder in consolation. "You've got to move fast if you want a lift. We were both too far away this time, but there's always next time," she offered. Dana smiled and shook her head. "If you can't move fast enough to catch up, I have no chance." Even Alice only got on because they nearly ran over her. The lieutenant chuckled at the two bickering elites. From Carl's description, they had over a kilometer left to go, and the unit shouldn't take too much more than 5 minutes to get there, but if the ogres were about to attack a unit that was still half asleep and slacking on the guard duties, they were likely to still be too late. Carl and the others got to the site just in time, as Hawk began to bombard the ogres with fireballs to wake up the camp and cause enough noise that they would know that they were in trouble. The problem was that this was a group of ascended ogres, and there was only one ascended member in their team. With half the group asleep or drowsy, they weren't putting on much of a showing of proper defensive formation. Their group could, logically, defeat these ogres, but it would require teamwork and strategy. That was not the plan that Carl and the others had come up with, as a lightning arrow charged through the edge of the camp, and Alice leapt from his back into Carl's arms for a gentle landing. Ray had called out the spider golems, and the situation in the ambushed camp was utter chaos, unable to understand why they were caught in the middle of a fight between beasts, ogres and mercenary elites. In their minds, they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But they had been here all night, and with the ogres so close, they were slowly realizing that good timing just saved their day. Alice's voice echoed through the area as her golem stomped into battle. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, your camp was approached to within 30 meters without a single alarm being sounded this morning. In fact, you didn't even notice a rampaging lightning arrow charging through the forest in your direction. This is not acceptable practice for night watch. If you will kindly bring me your team leader, I would like to have a word with them while my team finishes with the ogre threat." The team leader wiped sleep from his eyes as he tried to get his armor straightened when Alice started yelling. This group was a mess, and they were very nearly literally a mess, if Alice and the others hadn't shown up to block the ogres. But there were more ogres coming now that the first group was down, drawn by the sound of combat and the smell of blood. The rest of the unit was almost on site already, and the appearance of another military unit had this camp shaping up much more quickly than one irate commander rank elite. Everyone had heard the new orders over the last day, even Carl's group, though they had kept the radios turned low so the news of other troop movements and combat orders didn't distract them. Everyone who had left the base since yesterday had a church guard with them, so this team had been in the field for at least 2 days, which was unusual, as the camp was much more comfortable, and the patrol zone was limited. The captain leading this patrol actually looked relieved when he saw that the officer for the incoming group was a lieutenant who was under censure, with the red stripes, but after a few seconds, he realized just who that lieutenant was, and all the casual demeanor that he had been trying to put on vanished. "Lieutenant, thank you for the timely interception of the ogre threat. My men owe your team a debt," he began. "You can save it. The team is still finishing the second group of ogres that yours didn't see coming this morning. I'm not going to yell at you, but I will warn you that there is a church guard either waiting for you to return to camp, or already on his way out to meet you. It would be wise to have all your protocols in order before they arrive because the high priest is an old-school battle priest, and his team doesn't believe in coddling elites," the lieutenant replied. "Surely, they won't usurp leadership from the military officers?" the captain asked, looking to Alice for confirmation, as she was the strongest one present. Alice shook her head. "They already have. The church has been asked by the Judge Advocate General's office to get this zone back in top form, and the high priest they chose intends to do exactly that." The captain looked devastated at the news. Under the old system, before the elites, soldiers were honored as potential martyrs because the life expectancy was terrible, and over half wouldn't make it back from a 5-year term of service. But now, elites like him had gotten comfortable doing the bare minimum and reaping glory and promotions along the way. Carl finished the second group of ogres, and Tessa pulled a glowing magical gem out from under one of the bodies. "I found something interesting. Give me a moment to translate, it's in that ogre or orc gobbledygook nonsense," she explained. Carl hadn't even realized there was something written on the crystal in her hand, but when she cast a light spell through it, the gem created a set of red letters against the green of Thor's scales, and the cleric slowly began to decipher the writing. "It is a gem of wisdom. It helps mages refresh their mana more quickly, but it's worthless to the ogres. They must have kept it because it's shiny," Tessa explained. That actually made sense for the ogres, but the gem should be good for clerics as well. "You might as well hold on to that. At some point, we're going to need all the buffs and healing that you can give us. But speaking of buffs and healing, where are Ray and Lotus? I know I saw them both fighting earlier, but they're gone again," Carl remarked casually, in case she was just standing in his blind spot. "Who knows? They likely wandered off to find something fun in the forest. I swear that girl is half feral," Tessa sighed. Carl checked on Ray in his mind, and found that she was about 50 meters from the group in a tree, where she and Lotus had found a particularly interesting flower that the cleric didn't find in any of her training materials. As a nature cleric, she knew a lot about botany. More than most doctorate students in the subject. It was a gift from her goddess. But she still couldn't identify this flower, and it was bothering her. So she had brought Ray to go examine it and make notes while the others did people things, as Ray described them. While the group leaders had a tense discussion, and Lotus spent her time engrossed in the details of a flower that Ray had every intention of snatching to put in her space later, the slacker team's worst fears came true. The church guard assigned to them arrived with another group of soldiers on patrol. Not only that, but they had brought along a church guard supervisor for the soldiers accompanying Carl's group as well, which proved to be an amusing sight, as he already knew them all from the walk-in. "Elite Carl, where did you put the nature cleric? The others said that she ran away with your spider," the guardsman asked curiously as he approached. His smile said it wasn't an accusation, and he was an ascended rank cleric as well, so there was a good chance that he knew her personally. "Lotus is checking out flowers they found in the woods. There's something rare about it. They will come back eventually, or I will call them if there is a fight. They're always up for a fight," Carl replied with a smile. "As long as you know where they are, and that there is someone covering for them, in case a monster tries to sneak up on them. It's policy not to let the nature clerics roam unattended," he replied. Tessa snickered at the way he phrased it. The guidelines recommended that you did not have any group member alone and out of sight of the group, but the nature clerics had a bad habit of wandering away. "Ray, the church guard says to keep the spider golems with you and Lotus, in case anything tries to sneak up on you," Carl informed the wayward spider. "Got it." The two golems vanished as Ray summoned another pair, and the other groups of soldiers looked to see who had dismissed them. The number of unique golems was still equal to the number of mages who might be using the spell, so none of them could understand where the last pair had come from. "Hawk, what is our situation? Where are the nearest groups, and what is their strength? We've got plenty of patrols in this area, so we should get them organized," Carl requested. Hawk gave them a quick rundown, which Carl relayed to the unit leaders, and then Hawk added one more that he wanted for himself. There was a group of mole men that Hawk thought might taste like giant mice. They weren't strong, but they were a priority target in Hawk's mind, and they were along the route that led to one of the commander-rank giants. Once Ray and Lotus returned from their flower hunting trip, with the flower safely stowed in Ray's space along with the branch it was growing on, Alice got the group moving in the direction that Hawk had recommended for them to follow past the mole monsters. Hawk had already succumbed to temptation and caught one for a taste test, which he found pleasantly mousy, with a hint of feral monster. That meant bringing Carl to him so he could stow the bodies in his space before he continued his scouting flights. Alice didn't say anything when she saw the rapidly vanishing bodies of the moles, but the church guard with them did give Carl a strange look, wondering what he was doing, and if this was some sort of food stocking ritual that he did for his beasts every day. They didn't actually eat that much, and other than Thor, who was pleading for a fresh update of ascended rank feed every day, even though he had so much it was actually growing in his space now, they were in no need of refreshed supplies. Their spaces were nearly reaching their power and size limits, and soon Carl would be able to begin working on a fourth space, in preparation for adding a new friend. Thor's space looked like an idyllic pasture, filled with the best feeds, a few trees and smashing posts, while Hawk's was neatly organized piles of meat, cut and stripped to unrecognizable chunks based on flavor and energy content. Ray's, on the other hand, had a very horror graveyard vibe going for it, as she had strung all of her reserves up in her webs, and in the dim light, it almost looked like they were still alive. "If you're going to add something, I want a cool friend," Ray commented when she sensed Carl checking on the state of the spaces. "Oh, what sort of cool friend?" Carl asked. "Maybe like a shadow demon, or a leaper," she suggested, referring to two species of ethereal humanoid monsters who preferred to hunt in the dark and had incredible magical power. In the wild, they were natural allies of the bloodbath spiders, whose webs would catch and detain prey for all of them. The other two would herd hapless monsters and humans into the webs, which the targets would be unable to break free from, and then take the choice bits and leave the rest for the bloodbath spiders as a form of payment for their assistance. As Carl recalled, they were both born at the royal rank, and would grow up to become overlord-level threats that kept the majority of humanity out of the tunnels in the mountains. "I will have to see what we can manage. I don't think that anything above our rank is going to end well, though," Carl laughed. Hawk led them to the pair of commander-rank giants that he had found, with the church guard following closely beside Carl as he moved through the trees. How can you be so certain that we're going the right way? The guard asked as Carl made a turn to follow a riverbank. Because Hawk is still overhead, and he will tell me if we're going the wrong way, or if something is blocking us. The giants should be just around this bend in the river. Carl explained, as he slowed to make certain everyone was ready for the fight. Don't you think something is off about this forest? The woods here shouldn't be so lush, they should be more barren with the poor soil. And then there was that magical flower that Lotus found earlier. I think that we're coming into an area with higher than usual mana density. That means a chance at some unique rewards, but also stronger monsters. The guard whispered as the others joined them. Dana's eyes lit up in recognition. Like the woods around the holy relic. They were loaded with good stuff, but this time we haven't been looking for it. We were just looking for monsters. Alice smiled. All right, if there are commander rank monsters, there is a chance of commander rank resources. We can't turn that down, and it's permitted in our group charter to search for them. I don't know about the army unit, but for certain the 6 of us are allowed to search. The lieutenant sighed. Anything that we gather is to be turned over to military supplies for processing, and a reward will be issued as a portion of its value. That line was straight out of the operator's handbook, and Sergeant Rita nodded in agreement. I will look for magical plants for Ray and the tiny human to collect, Hawk agreed. The last time they went for magical plants worked out very well for him. If they could find another good thing, he might really become a commander rank Hawk. He was so excited about searching for magical resources that he almost forgot to join the fight when everyone moved to surround the giants. Everyone move up to surround them, but leave a way out. We don't need them smashing through the ranks if they try to run. The lieutenant quietly ordered his troops. They were going to try to help, but they all knew that at 2 ranks higher, the giants could easily kill them with a single hit. If they got into the line of fire, it was over for them, and their attacks would do little more than distract the enormous humanoids. When Carl reached the spot where the giants were waiting, he saw that there was a good reason they hadn't moved, even though they had to have heard the soldiers approaching. There was an intensely magical cluster of grass between them, and the giants had taken defensive positions around it. Do we know what that is? Carl whispered to Lotus as she moved forward in preparation for the charge. No idea. I haven't seen it before, either. That's really strange, 2 unknown plants in one day, she replied quietly. Alice nodded in agreement. Then make certain that we do not destroy it during the battle. It must not be ready yet, or they would have picked it. The giants held their position as Carl and Thor stepped out into the open, with Alice, Rita and the church guard behind them. The lieutenant had gone to the left, while Ray went to the right, so they could attack from the sides, while the rest of the unit got in position. The giants made a motion to shoo Carl and the others away, which Carl returned by pointing at the plant, as if they would let the giants leave if they gave up the treasure. The one closest to him roared in anger at Carl's arrogance, daring to demand the precious resource from literally between his feet. The giant charged at the arrogant young human, and Carl produced the large vampiric sword from its ready state. If he was going to get gains for his team, this was the perfect opportunity for it. There were plant resources right there, and the blade would suck some of the life force from the giants when they died, giving them all an extra bump of growth. Carl stepped forward, using Rend to reduce the power of the giant's attack so he could block, while Alice's golem charged at the other giant before it could get in position to assist. The giant facing Carl lifted its blade to hack down at Carl just as Thor charged into the battle, crashing into the side of its knee, while Carl attacked its forearms with Rend, toppling the creature over backward. That was Ray's cue to get in on the action, and the spider golems were on the giant instantly, attacking the arms so it couldn't pick up its weapon, while Hawk dropped fireballs into the middle of its exposed stomach. Ray herself was hanging back from the battle and waiting for an opening to attack the other giant. The rest of the force were all focusing on it now, as Thor and the golems blocked their line of sight to the fallen monster. But then Ray had a brilliant idea. They didn't have to wait for the end of the battle to get the loot. She just had to dart over to the plant and use her forelegs to scoop it out of the ground and into her space for later. Nobody even noticed when the plants disappeared. The closest to knowing what happened was the standing giant, who only noticed Ray's approach after the plants were gone, when she went for the vulnerable spot between the shoulders, where the giants weren't flexible enough to reach her. That only lasted a few seconds, until the giant managed to take a swing with its sword, sweeping over its back, and the bloodbath spider was forced to retreat while the golem and the 2 ascended warriors attacked from the front. Once the resources were safely stowed away, There was no more need to hold back on the combat, and Carl pushed as much energy as he could into the oversized blade, allowing it to slice deeply into the wounded giant. It wasn't going to be that easy to take it out, and despite the heavy bleeding and awkward angle from a prone position, the giant still managed to punch Thor so hard that both barriers on the Cerro shattered, and he was sent staggering back. The giant began to get up as its wounds healed at an incredibly accelerated rate, already knitting back together. It reached for the plants, but found them gone, and began frantically searching for them or whoever might have them. The magical signature of the plants would normally give away their hiding spot, and make it obvious who was trying to loot the battlefield in advance, but with them safely in Ray's space, it was as if they had never existed. She had even taken the roots with them, just in case that was the valuable part. The distraction turned out to be its downfall, as Carl's blade slid through a partially healed wound and deep into the creature's torso, aimed upward for the vital organs. With a gurgling gasp, the giant turned and swung a backhanded strike at Carl, who dropped to the ground and rolled out of the path of the enormous blade. That effort twisted the blade still lodged through the giant's back, and it collapsed to the ground, already dead. The second giant fell seconds later, and while the warriors caught their breath, the clerics collected evidence and updated their notes. Once he saw the cleric's routine, Carl also made a note of the day's kills, recalling how he had been questioned about them by the lawyers. Hawk flew back up to scouting height and looked for other resources and monsters. Mostly resources, and he was finding a lot of them. Carl took notes as Hawk updated the map with resource points, including their likely strength, and the monsters that had been drawn to them. In Hawk's mind, that was likely the important part. He might not know what the plants did, but if they attracted monsters that were similar to him, Thor or Ray, then they were likely going to be useful. Most monsters worked on instinct and confirmation bias. If others like you thought it was true, it probably was. Sometimes it was genetic memory, sometimes just a guess, but everyone would fight over the resources all the same. Carl dismissed his blade, which was trapped under the giant's body, and the church guard came over with a leather pouch from the hip of the other giant. It's a healing salve of some sort. It looks like it works fairly well, going by the magic in it, he explained. The giants were regenerating abnormally rapidly as well. I've never seen a shred wound heal that fast before. Normally, the jagged edges make it nearly impossible for monsters to deal with, but these ones were even able to stop the blood flow from lacerate without applying the ointment. Carl agreed. The church guard took a portion of the ointment into a trio of jars, and then passed the leather bag to the cleric attached to the military unit. You can turn that in at the end of the mission if you like, but you might need it, the experienced guard cautioned him. The extra jars were passed to the other clerics, who would be doing the group's healing duties, and Thor began to eye the plants in Ray's space with renewed interest. If they could make him regenerate that fast, wouldn't he be nearly immortal? He was already tougher than some silly giant, who had barely cracked his scales, and they were mostly healed on their own. Of course, Thor was overlooking the fact that the giant did that with a single solid hit through 2 layers of barriers, and if he had been hit any more, he would have taken serious injuries. That sort of thing didn't matter to the Cerro. There was strength in numbers, and if he got hit, someone else could go forward until he healed. It only took a few minutes. Tessa gave Thor a pat on the side, and healed the last of his damaged scales, along with the slight bruising underneath, which left him in an even better mood while the Red Dragon cleric went to check on the second giant's body. There are some good things here, and more of the same ointment that we found on the other giant. We've got an assortment of dried magical herbs in the bag, and there are magical bracers, which will have to be altered, but are potent enough to survive a reforging, she explained. That was the sort of thing that Carl's group had always left behind before. They were huge and heavy, difficult to carry and not immediately useful. But sometimes, they would make themselves functional for the right person. Do we know what they do? High Priest Doug taught me a trick, and sometimes you can get them to activate and adjust themselves to you, Carl suggested. The church guard did a double take. Did you say High Priest Doug, as in Doug Mackenzie? Carl nodded. He took and passed the test to the commander rank at the same time that I made it to ascended rank. The guard shook his head. We will never hear the end of it. Doug Mackenzie made it to commander rank before I did. Carl smiled. The clergy is a lot like a small town, isn't it? Everyone knows each other. The guard shrugged. It is at the higher levels, but there are hundreds of thousands of staff, lay priests who aren't blessed with magic, and devoted nuns cloistered around the nation whose names most of us will never even hear, much less learn. But at the same rank and close to the same age, it's hard not to know each other even if we're in different branches, and on different details. Tessa laughed. Plus, everyone knows Doug. He's the only nature cleric I know that's less reliable outside of combat than Lotus. Speaking of which, where did she go this time? Can you send Ray to go find her and bring her back? Ray, can you take your golems and make sure we don't lose our tiny cleric? Give me updates if she finds good things, Carl instructed. Already on it. She found tasty mushrooms. They eat blood from dead monsters, Ray replied. They were only a few meters into the trees, and if they weren't crouched down looking for mushrooms, everyone would be able to see them. Once he knew where they were, Carl found them with thermal imaging. She's right over there. They haven't gone far this time, Carl explained. Lotus' voice carried through the clearing. Hey, everyone, come this way. There is a whole bunch of good stuff in the woods. The soldiers spread out, only vaguely aware of what they were looking for, but everyone could at least pick out some of the major magical plants, and things that didn't look like they belonged in a normal forest. Sister Lotus, I think I found something. One of the soldiers called, holding up a bright red mushroom with black spots that looked oddly like skulls. Carl looked at Tessa. That's poison, isn't it? She smirked and nodded. Yup. But it's a paralytic, not a lethal toxin. He's going to collapse in. Oh, there he goes. Lotus pranced over and tucked the mushroom in a specimen jar that she threw to Ray before she cast a cleansing spell on the warrior and helped him to his feet. What is the first rule of unknown magical plants? She asked him. Sister, you see. He began. What is the first rule of unknown magical plants? She repeated, with her hands on her hips, looking fierce, despite her diminutive size. Look with your eyes, not your hands, the young man replied sheepishly. Exactly. Look with your eyes, not your hands. That means, no grabbing the death's head mushrooms. Now, are there more of those? They're quite useful for a number of potions. Lotus asked. Sister, there is some sort of glowing grass over here, and a plant with leaves that look like golden dragon scales. One of the others reported. That drew the church guard over to assist, and the unit went into full gathering mode, hunting in the area for more magical resources, the original target plant long forgotten. There were a suspicious number of magical plants in the area, that much was clear to everyone, but they were doing their best to collect what they could, not leaving much to regrow, unlike an area that could be safely farmed later. The magical plants would attract more powerful monsters, and that was the last thing that the region needed when it was already short on elites who were over the awakened rank. Most of the patrols only had 1 or 2 ascended members, and Alice was the only commander rank elite in the area before the church guard showed up. Carl wasn't certain of the strength that they brought with them, but there were at least a few commander-ranked guard captains in the mix, if he had checked the uniforms right. We should start searching the area for freshly appeared relics and hidden places of power, given the amount of change that the area has undergone. There are far too many resources here for it to be nothing but a mana surge. Alice informed the church guard, who was technically in charge of the soldiers now. He nodded in agreement and began to issue orders to his troops to spread out and start keeping notes on the frequency of the plants, as well as the potency, if they could determine it. The numbers would go up as they got closer to the center of the disturbance, and the disturbance would be responsible for most of the increase in the number of powerful monsters, perhaps even for the whole extended combat region. They never did find the source of the daily monster appearances, so it was possible that it simply hadn't made itself known yet, and their group might be the first to stumble across it. Fortunately, it wasn't spawning anything above commander rank anywhere yet, since there were so few royal and monarch rank elites to send out, and the handful of available overlords had better things to do than stomp out a monster infestation 2 or more ranks beneath them. The unit spread out in a wide line, while Hawk scouted overhead, leading them in a wide arc that would cover everywhere that he was finding magical plants, with the hope of finding whatever hidden good thing might help him advance again. But he made certain that Ray and Lotus, who were scouting ahead, found the very best things before the army line got there, extracting them to be split between the mercenary elites later. There was no good reason to let military command waste the best stuff on elites who never saw the field outside mandatory missions. Lotus was in heaven, surrounded by high-grade magical plants all afternoon as the group moved in a winding spiral, trying to find the center of the disturbance. She was staying away from the group, but almost all the loot was going into Ray's space for storage, and Carl could see that it was really starting to pile up, and that there was quite the variety in there. They had even found more of the moss that was used to make tea, and harvested another whole log to go with the one that was in Thor's space right now. "You need to come here. There is a thing," Ray insisted. "I'm almost at the other end of the formation. Give me a minute," Carl replied, then turned to Tessa, who was beside him. "I'll be right back. Ray needs me for a thing," he explained, then used all of his superhuman strength to launch himself through the trees at a run, headed for the spot where Ray and Lotus were waiting. "What is the emergency?" Carl asked as he caught a tree not far from where Lotus was crouched on the ground, using the solid trunk to slow his momentum and drop gently to the ground. Lotus looked up with a smile and pointed at a golden disc, formerly buried under the ground, and now exposed thanks to her efforts. "What is it?" Carl whispered, confused, but feeling a familiar feeling of power. "We're standing in the ruins of a city. That, right there, is a system stone," Lotus whispered. "You have to be shitting me." The system stones were the holy relic whose magic was used to develop the divine serum. They were the source of the entire nation's hopes and power. As far as anyone knew, there weren't any more of them. The original relic should have been unique and lost to history. But this one, other than the fact that it was covered in dirt, looked like it had been made only days before. "Are there more?" Carl added. Lotus shrugged. "There should be. I saw the diagram of the original formation as it was when it was first discovered. If we don't move anything, and it is intact, the shape indicates that there should be another one right here." She began to dig again, and another golden stone appeared from the ground, an arch brick, curved on the inner and outer edges, with tapered sides indicating that it was part of a circular formation. So Carl moved to where he thought that the center should be, based on where the other stones had been found. The moment that he reached the point, golden light erupted from the ground in 100 points all around him, and dirt was thrown away from the formation. Words appeared in front of Carl's eyes as the formation activated. "Would you like to select randomly?" Randomly select what? If there was an option to randomize, there should be an option to select deliberately. No, he thought, wondering if that would be enough for the magic. Gender, species and class remain unchanged, generating class reward. That was too close, far too close. He had to warn Lotus. Don't select the random option. Whatever you do, do not select the random option, Carl warned her. Lotus pouted, but she didn't change, and Carl's attention was pulled away by the magic of the system stones. Class skills unlocked. Skillbook allows the Beast Master to record skills and teach them to others. Identification allows the Beast Master to discern the effects that magical materials will have on his partners. Mental fortitude. You know you need it. Carl blinked slowly. Were the system stones throwing shade at him? That last ability's description was almost certainly an open insult. But what Carl hated the most was that it wasn't wrong. He did need mental fortitude because he needed to improve the spaces enough to allow the beasts to advance to commander rank. Carl returned to the present as the magic faded, and found Lotus pouting in front of him. What if I could have been a dragon, or a griffin, or like an angel or something, she complained. What if you turned into a fat male half-orc, Carl countered. Lotus considered that for a second. With a big dick or a little one? I always kind of wanted to know what it was like to have a penis. Carl flicked the little nature priest on the forehead. It might have even changed your class from nature priest to something entirely different. For all you know, you could have had to start all over from nothing. The lights had drawn the rest of the unit to them, starting with the rest of their team, as the lieutenant and the church guard were keeping the soldiers on task until they reached their destination. Everyone stared at the system stones, now clearly visible on a stone platform in the forest, untouched by time and intact. Are they functional? Alice asked. Lotus nodded. Yes. They activated for both of us, but not for Ray. Carl says, don't pick the random option, but if you're lucky, it might turn you into a dragon. And if I'm unlucky? Alice replied. Who knows? Should we ask someone to try? Lotus seemed far too eager to see what happened when you randomized, but Alice was with Carl in her thinking. Magic this powerful could cause completely unexpected results if you allowed it to run amok. Lotus dragged Dana, the only one in the party she could physically drag, to the center of the platform, and the stone glowed again, while Dana stared at something only she could see. Then she slowly began to smile. I learned a new class skill. Destruction. It increases the damage of all my spells. Tessa picked the mage up to give her a spinning hug, then conveniently placed her down away from the center of the formation and took her place. The golden light flared and seconds later the red dragon priestess erupted with fire, which coalesced into battle armor, with a shield and spiked flail. The weapon looked vicious, with 5 small spiked balls on chains, all engulfed in flames, but the armor was gorgeous. It was a skin-tight bodysuit made of red leather and dragon scales, showing off every toned muscle of the dragon priestess as she flexed, even though it covered her entire body, even encasing her head behind a dragon mask. Alice was the next one in, and after she stepped away, she activated a bit of magic and a tornado began to whip through the area for a moment before being dismissed. I think that it is giving us all class skills. Perhaps our classes aren't fully active, or maybe we were intended to return to the system stones on a regular schedule to learn new skills as we got more powerful. Has anyone stood on the central stone twice? Alice asked. Lotus nodded. I did. I left after I chose, and then walked back to yell at Carl once I realized I could have been a dragon. Possibly, with an unknown but tiny chance, been a dragon, Carl corrected. Sergeant Rita stepped onto the platform with more hesitancy, and Carl saw Lotus crossing her fingers, hoping that she might pick the random choice. It didn't look like she did, as only a few seconds later, the light had flared, and she stepped away still looking like herself. It gave me warrior's tenacity, an increase to my constitution. Rita explained as she checked the group to see who hadn't gone yet. She was the last of the 6, so the next ones up would be the lieutenant and the church guard. They all gathered around the platform in reverent silence, awed by the aura of holy magic that the area was giving off. Alright, guard. You're up next, pick random, Lotus encouraged. It will randomize your species, gender and class, Carl warned him. You're no fun, you know that. He's already ugly. How could it be worse? The nature priestess complained. The guard laughed and ruffled her hair as he made his way to the top of the platform. He glowed with golden light for a moment, and then smiled as he stepped off the platform. It gave me the Sacred Zone spell. It slows hostile targets that enter the area, and weakens them. It's an excellent large battle defensive spell, suitable for buffing an entire battle, he explained. Then he seemed distracted and nodded his head. Golden light enveloped all the soldiers at once, presumably as a result of the magic recognizing them as his subordinates who he could activate the system stones for. For most of them, it was a short and blissful blessing, which granted them a new skill, but one soldier apparently hadn't been paying attention to Carl's warning, and where a young woman in a military uniform once stood, now stood a female worgen in battle armor. A combination of leather and steel that left the midriff and lower legs exposed. A very furry midriff and lower legs with an extra joint, which flexed opposite the existing knee. I'm a worgen rogue? She stammered as she realized what she had done by choosing to randomize. Lotus ran over to examine her. Interesting, she didn't have to start over, she's still awakened rank. What skills did you get? The tiny cleric demanded. I gained backstab, lacerate, impale, claw, pounce, dash and silent steps, she replied. The warriors next to her looked impressed. That was a more powerful suite of skills than she had before, a much more powerful one if she had the physical strength and speed of a worgen. They weren't technically monsters, as they were considered a civilized sentient species, but they weren't native to the Golden Dragon Nation, so if you saw one, they were normally only passing through between the Beast Men nations, and wanted nothing to do with social interactions. Occasionally, they might stop somewhere that seemed friendly for a meal, but mostly they just skirted along the edge of the nation and kept moving. With a fully furred body, and a wolf's head, they couldn't pretend to be human like many beastkin could, even if they somehow managed to hide the extra leg joint. So, persecution among humans was a real concern, even though they weren't at war or from officially hostile nations. But now, she had accidentally changed her species, and that was going to cause at least a few questions and concerns among the military leadership. Ray approved. The new version of the warrior was much more stabby than the old one. She even had proper claws, and not just one but 2 swords. Her words were slightly garbled by her new muzzle, and she almost bit her tongue once, but she was rapidly adapting to her new form, and looking around at the other soldiers, then at her outfit, which was a harsh contrast to the unit. The uniform she had been wearing had vanished, but she had others in her bag, and she was still roughly the same size, though she was a bit longer in the leg now, and her boots wouldn't fit even if she still had them. The church guard cleared his throat. Did anyone else undergo a large change in status? Change of rank, class, or appearance? One more hand went up, and the unit realized that there was a child in their midst, even shorter than Lotus. Crap. Did it revert you to childhood? He asked. I think so, sir. I also randomized, and now I'm tiny. I'm still a warrior class, but my sword changed appearance, and my skills changed a little. I gained bow mastery, target lock, enhanced vision, night vision and forest sense. The child replied. Tessa looked at them for a few seconds and then went to pat him on the head. I have good news and bad news. You didn't change your age, you're still roughly 20. But you're an elf. A 20-year-old elf is still literally a child. And they won't hit puberty for like 5 more years, after which they will be full-grown in 2 to 3 years. Your new skills are all elven racial skills, so you're now an elven warrior, not a ranger or any specialty class, unless the system stones told you otherwise. He shook his head. No, it specifically said that my class was warrior. Tessa nodded. Then on to the good news. Elves live for about 500 years, so you have a really long time to get used to being short. The others laughed at his pain, but elves were incredible warriors, or so they had heard. They were supposed to be superhumanly agile, with incredible aim. Which meant that they needed to get their newly adjusted warrior a bow. Alice grimaced at the churchguard. Do you think that we can bury this and pretend that we didn't know about it until after the paperwork is done? The guard smirked back. I have a better plan. I'm going to blame Carl and Lotus. Lotus gave Carl a pitiful look, as if he should take the entire fall for this discovery. Not that it was going to be a negative mark on their record, very much the opposite, actually. But the discovery of a holy relic of any caliber came with an intensive interrogation, dozens of reports to be filed, hours of descriptions, and much more. Carl had been spared much of that last time thanks to Colonel Valerie's interference, but this time it was system stones. Actual, functional, system stones. If they brought compatible candidates directly here, they could test them without the dangers of the serum. At least in theory. For all Carl knew, it only worked if you already had the system activated to some degree. Alice sighed and took out her phone, then smirked and handed it to Carl. If we're going to do this, we will do it all the way, she decided. Carl smiled and shook his head, declining the phone, then took out his own emergency phone and dialed the fateful numbers. Number 777 on the first ring, the same receptionist as last time answered. Speak. Ascended Elite Carl. 95,988, please wait. Then an older woman came on the phone. Elite, what is your report? I have found a functional and complete set of system stones on patrol. I can confirm they are active, he replied, then waited for the woman to gather her wits enough to answer. 7 minutes. Do not move. Then the line went dead, but Carl could see that there was a blinking light on it, and a status update that said, tracking. He tucked the phone in the pocket of his jacket and coaxed Thor to lay down, so he could use him as a backrest. You might as well get comfortable, everyone. We have 7 minutes until reinforcements arrive, Carl explained. Are we not on guard against monsters? The now Worgen rogue team member asked. We are, but Hawk is up in the sky for that, and he says nothing dares to come close to this place, Carl explained. While he waited, Carl began to focus on the items that were stored in the spaces. There should be a new ability to identify what was useful, and Lotus had dumped a huge number of resources into Ray's space. The Death's Head mushroom was listed as a common grade resource, toxic, useful for enhancing paralysis skills used by the Warlock class. It didn't say how, but that was still more information than Carl had to start with. After a few herbs and flowers that all had basic enhancing abilities, Carl came to the strange mushroom that Ray said drank monster blood. Usable by partner. Ray, combined with Blood Lotus, Shadow Grass and Commander rank or higher vital fluids to create a sympathetic reaction. That was somewhat less detailed than he had hoped, but after a short search, he found both the Blood Lotus and the Shadow Grass. Both were awakened grade ingredients, and both were in Thor's food piles. Carl put the 3 plants together, and mentally created a bowl to mix the blood in with them. Then he paused. He didn't actually know any alchemy, and there might be more to this than creating a stew. Ray didn't think so, and once she saw what Carl had assembled, she dipped into her space and quickly munched her way through the mixed group of ingredients. What, there's more, if it doesn't work. Eating is the best way to mix magical plants. She informed him as a powerful surge of energy began to brew in her stomach. For a moment, the magical energy just kept building, far exceeding anything that the individual ingredients should have provided, and then that energy began to seep through Ray's body, strengthening her and enhancing her carapace. She was still a bloodbath spider, but an incredibly impressive one, and offensive adaptation felt like it was learning a new trick. Carl could feel the skill changing in his mind, where he shared it with her, but he couldn't quite tell what it was trying to learn from the combination of toxic plants and giant blood. The sound of approaching helicopters, 3 of them according to Hawk, distracted Carl from contemplating what sort of changes the plants had allowed offensive adaptation to master, and he began to mentally prepare himself for what came next. The helicopters didn't land, they just hovered and the Inquisition team slid down ropes to get to them, before carefully lowering down what looked like a throne in a box. Carl had no idea what that might be about. It was a bit ridiculous to be setting up a throne out here in the woods, even if it was the site of a set of system stones. But as it lowered, Carl realized that it wasn't just a throne, there was a whole set of furniture there for interviews and press releases, including the gold-on-blue backdrop that the official government news alerts were broadcast in front of. That likely meant that not all these people on the ground were inquisitors, though most of them were young enough to be among the first batch of elites, and the rest were wearing the robes of high-ranking members of the clergy. Tessa was looking grim as she noticed who all was here, and Carl finally stood up from his resting spot against Thor, before instructing the 3 beasts to return to their spaces to rest until the boring part was over. The disappearing lightning Sero caught the attention of the clergy, and alerted them to which one was Carl without having to search for the phone that they were still tracking. Ascended Elite Carl. We have come in response to your call. Where are the system stones? An inquisitor in a fancy pointed hat asked. You're standing in between them. In fact, if the man with the knife strapped to his left leg moves another meter backward, he will activate them, Carl replied. The man took a rapid step to the left and turned, really looking at the ground for the first time and seeing the central circle of the system stones, with the World Dragon logo on it, and the surrounding rune-inscribed blocks. Is this how you found it? The Inquisitor asked. No, sir. When we arrived, it was overgrown. Once I stepped on the central location and activated it, the system stones cleared the overgrowth from themselves, Carl explained. The team moved to the side of the stones and started to set up their gear, along with the official broadcast screen, and Carl wondered who might be actually giving the speech. The Inquisition wouldn't give a public announcement, but he didn't recognize anyone in the group as a public figure. Then, once the stage was set up, magic flooded the area, and a portal opened, disgorging a middle-aged mage whose very presence made Carl's instincts recoil at the threat that this person posed. Overlord Drake was dangerous, but somehow, this man felt even more deadly than that. If it was possible, he might have advanced a step beyond the Overlord rank, but there should only be one person in the Golden Dragon Nation that was more powerful than the Overlords. That would be the Great Leader himself. Technically, it could be the World Dragon's Archbishop, the head of the Golden Dragon Church, but that would be like seeing a mythical creature walk out in front of you and revealing that it was mortal. The World Dragon Archbishop was supposed to be more dragon than human, and though this person radiated power like a mythical creature, he looked quite human. He settled himself into the throne that had been dropped on location for him, and more people began to come through the portal. First, there were scientists and clergy, then a handful of famous reporters, and the government's press secretary. Then the man in the throne turned his gaze toward Carl, and his eyes turned bright gold, with slotted black pupils that seemed to see right through a person. As impossible as it had seemed 2 seconds earlier, it really was the Archbishop. The head of the church was here in person to secure the system stones. We should have left and called in the location from a distance, Ray suggested helpfully. It's a bit late for that, but making a run for it does seem like a better idea every minute, Carl agreed. The Inquisitor in the best hat gestured toward Carl and the soldiers. You all need to gather in front of the backdrop. Stand as still as you can and don't say anything, he instructed. Everyone did as they were told, and after a minute or so of waiting patiently without moving, they were ushered off to the side. Excellent, that is all they need you for here. The footage of your interviews will be filmed at a later date. Now, come with us, we have questions for you all and the helicopters are waiting, the Inquisitor instructed. The whole group was whisked away from the dignitaries now that they had the footage of them in the background that they would need to dub into the official press releases, and everyone began to relax as they got further away from the site of the system stones. It was some distance until we could get clearance to land. They will be setting up magical barriers all over the area, and establishing a no-fly zone. Tell me, who is the regional commander here? They will likely be getting a commendation, the Chief Inquisitor asked Carl directly. This area is under the supervision of a high priest on orders of the Judge Advocate General's office, after the base commander was found negligent in his duties. My apologies, but I do not recall his name at the moment, Carl replied. The Inquisitor nodded. That is fine, I will look it up once we are at the cathedral. You are in for a treat. Have you ever been to the capital before? Carl chuckled and shook his head. I was born in Lithium Mine City. I've only ever been there, the academies, or on missions. Dana looked like she was in the same situation, awestruck by the chance to go to the capital, though they likely wouldn't see much of it other than the inside of the cathedral while they answered endless questions about the situation that led to them finding the ruins. Fortunately, there wasn't going to be a lot to tell, and he had some notes to help him along. So perhaps their trip to the capital wouldn't be so bad. Some of the soldiers didn't look too convinced, though. Their level of nervousness was only increasing as they approached the pristine white spires of the city, with its millions of people working, living and visiting the shops all through the city. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, a magical bastion that had stood since time immemorial, but the capital's spires were actually quite new. They had been started after the serum was first made public, a revitalization of the Golden Dragon Nation's image after the progress of the experimental elites was made public. Before that, the capital city was a grim place, with barracks along all the walls and a rough mercenary culture that bled through to everyone from the sheer number of fighters that it took to defend such a large population center. But for their reborn rogue, this was a much better place to be than some rural deployment. It was much more common to see other species here than anywhere else in the Golden Dragon Nation. Worgen might be looked down upon in the almost entirely human nation, but here in the capital, a mercenary was a mercenary. They would recognize her for her strength even before finding out she was an elite. Down below you is the Cathedral of the World Dragon. That is the site of the nation's most holy relics, and the seat of the Archbishop. Normally, we would sell you on the opportunity to catch a glimpse of him when you're here. But we all know where he is right now, and you've already gotten closer to him than anyone outside the church has in decades. Once we land, your group will be split, with the military unit headed to the church guard barracks, including Sergeant Rita, who is being called to an official meeting with the senior administrators, separately from this matter. Those not under military contract will be guests of the church, and we have prepared rooms for you, the head inquisitor informed them as the helicopter prepared to land. Carl looked down below him and saw not just the majesty of the cathedral, but the dichotomy of a city that had advanced faster than its people could adapt. Modern cars and ox carts full of goods both traversed cobblestone streets. Many walked on the sidewalks, while those with superhuman strength used an elevated walkway and jumped across streets they wanted to cross. The central areas of the city had traffic lights, but the areas further out had no such niceties, and traffic navigated intersections at its own whimsy. Carl didn't see many people who were visibly non-human, but there was an elf in the window of a tower full of what looked like mages training, and a group of beastkin walking into one of the taverns near the gates. Then, in the most rundown section of town, he spotted many more people who didn't quite pass as human. Their features were just a bit off, not quite right, or sometimes just openly other, like the beastkin. One of the inquisitors patted Carl on the shoulder when he noticed the direction of his gaze. Many species of monsters can breed with humanity, to varying degrees of success. If they're civilized, we welcome the offspring of such unions into the city, but the lineage comes with a stigma that's far worse than being a foreigner like an elf or a beastkin. Carl nodded. I've never seen anything like it before. Do you know what the schedule is when we get to the cathedral? Nothing too serious today. First up, you all get to do written reports, then an interview after you unwind. You're still a young one, so you might not have noticed yet that after a bit in the field, elites get a hard edge to them, and it scares the average citizen. We can't have you all wandering around the cathedral ready to fight at a moment's notice. You would terrify the nuns and the visitors, the Inquisitor chuckled. Carl looked around a little and noticed that he had a point. There wasn't anything different about their actual appearance, they had been eating well, so they didn't have that slightly emaciated image of war survivors from the films about the integration wars. But everyone had a twitch to them, and a sharp gaze, on alert for threats at all times. It was essential in the wilderness, and Carl thought that it probably was in the city as well, but you had to hide it better when you were around so many people. Nobody owned anything worth taking in the mines, but here in the capital, Carl had heard horror stories of all sorts of crimes that would be unthinkable at home. The helicopter landed on a large concrete circle in the courtyard of the cathedral, and the inquisitors led everyone out. They passed by the doors where the visitors to the cathedral came to pay their respects or pray, and Carl couldn't help but notice the way that people were looking at him. Not so much the mages, but any of the higher-rank warriors as well. Their superhuman strength gave them a particularly effortless walking stride that he had first noticed with Overlord Drake. Combined with their mission packs on their backs and the weapons on their hips, they must be quite the sight, taking in the cathedral with trained eyes and joking with each other. It was a bit different to be observing the strangeness of the elites from the inside. Carl hadn't really noticed the changes as they happened, but now that he had people who weren't elites to compare himself to again, he could feel the differences that came from the power and confidence that had overcome all of them. Even the mages had a confidence in their attitudes that the average person did not. The head of the church guard clicked his heel on the cobblestones to get everyone's attention, a subtle gesture, but a distinct noise. "Soldiers, you're with me. The rest of the elites are with the lead inquisitor." Carl found himself leading the group toward the inside of the cathedral after Sergeant Rita left with the others, subconsciously taking his position on point as they traveled through the bright stone of the building. The cathedral was beautiful, and had a sense of ancient power to it, born of centuries of constant holy magic use in the same spot. He had to restrain his hand as inquisitors stepped out of the shadows, joining the column as they walked down the halls and deeper into the building. That's a pretty good trick. They didn't even use a real skill, they just control their breathing and movement as they stand in an alcove out of sight, so you don't notice them until they move, Ray noted. There were 2 for each group member now, plus the lead inquisitor, and Carl sighed at the familiar situation. It seemed that the questioning part was going to come first, then the unwinding and adapting back to civilization. 2 of the inquisitors led Carl to a luxurious sitting room with comfortable-looking leather chairs, and an older cleric woman in deep blue robes waiting for them. "Greetings, Carl. I am Lilith, a high priestess of the Blue Dragon, the dragon god of knowledge. Do you mind if we use a bit of magic during our discussion today? It helps reveal details that you might have forgotten." The gentle-looking woman greeted him, with her eyes glinting in the soft light of the lamps. They were dragon's eyes, not human, but Carl took the seat beside her with a casual grace. The answer to that question didn't matter. The outcome had already been decided, and if he was right, the spell was already in effect. "Of course. I only just started taking notes, so there might be many things I have forgotten," Carl agreed. Before he could say anything else, the world seemed to fade, and his mind was racing through everything that had happened to him since he had received the serum injection. The only stutter in the smooth progression was when they got to the trial instances, both in the woods and the one for the ascended rank, where he could feel something take notice of them, and the spell seemed to falter for a moment before continuing. The spell raced through his memories right up to the present moment, and then abruptly ended as the 2 timelines converged, leaving Carl dizzy and disoriented. "What an intriguing time you have had in the few months since you awakened. The last reports were correct, you do have the world dragon's own luck, always finding yourself in the right place at the right time," the old woman announced as Carl tried to get his bearings. Carl chuckled. "I suspect that the world dragon didn't find himself seated in rooms full of holy inquisitors quite so frequently as I have." The high priestess laughed at his assessment and shook her head. "Oh, dear. You have misunderstood. I am not part of the Inquisition. I am the head of the historians here within the church. But now that I have recorded your personal history for our archives, there are a few things that I would like to request, as I don't have a clear understanding from your memories. When you stepped onto the system stones, it granted you more of your class skills. One of them is identification, but limited to what helps your beasts. One is mental fortitude, of which you didn't seem to be lacking to begin with. But the third is known as skill book, and if my guess is right, it is every bit as good as what the inscriptionists can use." The 2 inquisitors were immediately on guard, not against Carl, but double-checking the room to make certain that nothing else was here or eavesdropping on them. One would almost think that the high priestess had announced that they were under attack from the way that they responded, but her demeanor never changed, still intently focused on Carl. "Sure, I don't actually know how it works, I have never tried it. Give me a moment and I will let you know what I need for the process." Carl spent a moment deciding what skill would be best to try with first. Probably not rend or shred, as those were already common enough skill books. The historian would be looking for new knowledge to add to her collection, or more correctly, the church's collection, and if he wanted to get on her good side, that meant showing her something good right from the start. Refreshing lightning seemed like a good start. When Carl focused on it, a list of items appeared in his mind. "I will need a lightning element gem, powdered and immersed in commander rank blood to use as ink, and then 15 pages of paper. Ash from an awakened rank or higher beast vaporized by lightning and a pen made of stone, with a golden tip, Carl recited. What sort of requirements are those? The inquisitor behind Carl asked, confused. They're what the skill needs to create the book I wanted to make her. Do we have those things? Or can we get them? Carl informed him. If they couldn't get them, his day would become immeasurably easier. Having to write a 15-page book did not sound like fun, and his handwriting was atrocious. However, the man nodded and sent a text message. They only had to wait a minute before a scribe came tapping at the door with an armload of goods. There was far more than Carl had requested, as if they had expected him to fail multiple times before he got it right, as would be quite normal for a beginner scribe. It was possible that was true, but Carl got the feeling that the challenge was not in making the book, but in using it. Refreshing lightning wasn't a human skill, but the innate skill of the lightning Sparrow. Thank you. Carl greeted them as the child set his burden down on the table, then bowed and ran back out of the room. The Blue Dragon High Priestess just stared at Carl, waiting for the magic to begin, literally. The moment that he arranged the ingredients and filled the pen, then dusted the paper with the ash as the spell instructed and shifted his pen to the writing position and activated the skill, everything seemed to happen at once. The ink flowed from the pen to the sheets without him moving his hand, the pages arranged themselves, and then a green-scaled binding that looked exactly like Thor's back, but with much smaller scales, formed over it and a buckled latch shut the book tight. On the cover was a simple description, refreshing lightning. Well, it looks like it worked. The dragon priestess noted, then gestured for the inquisitor to pick it up. Can you make another? She asked. Carl focused, and there didn't seem to be a cooldown, and there were still some supplies left. I should have the supplies for at least one more, and I don't see a cooldown on the skill, he agreed. The high priestess gestured for the inquisitor to use the book, and he struggled with the clasp, unable to open it at all. Then he shrugged and passed it to the other inquisitor. He also couldn't work the buckle, so they called in a mage. She didn't have any more luck than the others, the book was firmly locked, unusable by any of them. Well, I guess it's one of those picky skills. The high priestess sighed as she took the book back and gently rubbed the scales in appreciation. The latch popped open, and the book vanished, making Carl laugh. Of course, the skill book made from Thor's skill wouldn't open unless you petted it gently. Or perhaps it opened because she was a blue dragon priestess, and she would have some affinity for scales and lightning. But there was no denying that she knew the skill when a barrier of lightning formed around her body a few seconds later. It's a cleric class skill? The inquisitor asked, clearly confused. Or it just wanted you to pet it gently before it would open, Carl suggested, making the inquisitor smile. If you would kindly make us another, we will test that theory, the historian agreed. Again Carl activated the skill, creating a second book, but giving himself a blinding headache that made the dim lamp feel like spears of holy light digging into his brain. Here, drink this. That feeling is mana exhaustion. Give it a moment and the feeling will pass after you finish the potion. It looks like one is the limit, though the second one did successfully form, the high priestess noted. The mage picked up the book, eager to see what that barrier was like for herself, but nothing happened, though she seemed enthralled with petting the scales. The same was true for the warriors that they called in next, so the high priestess reluctantly called in another cleric. A young cleric with a snobbish look on his face walked in and turned to the high priestess. This had better be good, I am on my day off, the cleric complained. Don't take that tone with me, young man. Try to use this book. Just do what feels right, she instructed. The new cleric gently picked up the book, and then took a cloth from his pocket to clean the fingerprints off before sniffing at it and then tapping the latch, causing it to fall open. He flipped the cover open and read the first pages. What an intriguing tome. A lightning barrier skill. Is this new for the archives? He asked with real excitement in his tone. So it's not all clerics. Yes, that is a skill tome of refreshing lightning. I had thought that it was a cleric class skill that the beast master had gained from his pet, but it appears that it is not. Thor was laughing in Carl's mind that they thought just any human cleric would be compatible with his skill. Blue dragons had lightning breath. Of course their high priestess would be compatible with refreshing lightning. Nature priests might as well, since they were more attuned to animals than humans. But the average, run-of-the-mill cleric, guard or any other class, highly unlikely. Maybe a druid might be able to use it, but Thor didn't know any druids, he had only heard of them and seen a few. You seem to know something that the rest of us don't. The high priestess informed Carl with a serious look. Blue dragons have lightning breath, Carl replied simply. The high priestess facepalmed, and then sighed. Of course they do. So, it's not a matter of just the class category, you have to have an affinity for lightning. Alright. I will have to make copies later, and then teach them to some other blue dragon clerics. We don't usually go out and get in fights, but not all knowledge is conveniently indoors and in books. Plus, when you're teaching the more rambunctious students, the skill might come in useful. Carl wondered what sort of classes she had been teaching that might require defensive magic on the part of the teachers. Certainly, no class that he had been in, but maybe they were instructing new clerics who hadn't mastered their abilities yet. The younger cleric that they had called in flipped to the first page of the book again. Why is this book credited to Thor the Lightning Sarrow? Thor cheered in Carl's mind, making him smile at the room full of clergy. That's the beast that I learned the skill from. Naturally, the book would credit him and not me. It's his skill. Are there any other skills that you might be able to teach? The high priestess asked. The passive physical enhancements weren't anything he could focus on, nor was offensive optimization, which left just two. At the moment, just shred and rend, Carl replied. But then he realized that there was one other skill. The beast space skill. He focused on it for a moment and on the skill, before receiving a message. Skill locked. Insufficient skill level. But as he examined the spaces, Carl realized that they were almost at their maximum, and the efficiency of forcing more energy into them was slowing. They were ready for a qualitative change, but he wasn't quite certain what needed to happen. First, it was to create an environment, then to make it more realistic. Something needed to change to allow more growth, but Carl wasn't certain what he had missed. If that was the ability he had gotten from the system stones, he would have been overjoyed. Skill books just seemed like a recipe for having other people make him work. Even if only a few people could use them, it would still be a good chunk of his time at one a day. At least the ones who could use them were blue dragon priests, who seemed to have inscription among their repertoire of skills. What do you think of the church? The high priestess asked, sending Carl's thoughts for a hard left. He hesitated to come up with an answer as thoughts flashed through his mind. The church was helpful, sure. But what came to mind first was the assortment of cute cleric girls. Even Tessa was sweet in her own way as she encouraged and buffed Thor as they rode into battle. The high priestess gave a very undignified giggle. Well, I wasn't expecting that answer. Cute cleric girls with a fondness for monsters and the knowledge of how to scratch a Sarrow's head just right is definitely not at the top of most people's minds when they are asked about the church. She laughed, reminding Carl that she could read his thoughts. Even the inquisitors were smiling in Carl's peripheral vision, while the young cleric that had been called in to see if he could work the skill book looked scandalized. The blue dragon priestess turned her attention to her subordinate with a gentle smile. Don't get so offended, Nathan. It's not like you had a chance with those two anyhow. Tessa would hurt you, and Lotus would really hurt you. Nathan made a gesture of protection at the mention of Lotus' name, and the pair of inquisitors straightened their faces so he didn't see the mockery in their smiles. What the boy had done to earn himself Lotus' enmity must have been bad if everyone knew about it. She wasn't even from the capital. You may leave now. Send in Brother Choi as well. He should be outside by now. The high priestess instructed, sparing him from any further embarrassment. Then she turned to Carl with a smile that said that she was definitely breaking some sort of rule he didn't understand. You see, everyone wants to get their hands on the best talents, and you, young elite, are the best talents. So, we have arranged a little extra help for you, in hopes that you will become more amenable to working with our forces in the future. The inquisitors pretended that they didn't hear the high priestess saying the inside part out loud as Nathan darted out the door like he was late to the toilet, and a second later, a muscular church guard in polished steel armor stepped inside. What did you do to the boy this time? He's never going to heal from the trauma if everyone keeps making fun of him, he announced. Brother Carl came in with sisters Tessa and Lotus. The inquisitor whispered, too low for most to hear, but clear to Carl's ears. Choi laughed and shook his head. Poor bugger. Just when he thought that he escaped. Carl gave him an intrigued look, and the guard known as Brother Choi smiled. Nathan grew up with Tessa, and he had an extreme crush on Lotus at the seminary academy. He even went as far as proposing marriage and begging her to join him in renouncing their vows so they could get married and run away with each other. Of course, nobody told Lotus that he was in love with her, and she beat him nearly to death for playing pranks on her. He's suffered from gynophobia ever since. Carl could see that. Lotus was tiny, and in his experience, anyone who was too far from average in any aspect tended to be sensitive to mockery after a lifetime of overexposure. Plus, she was far too close to being on Ray's wavelength for anyone's safety. Then Brother Choi turned to the High Priestess, who nodded at Carl. This one needs mental ability training. Something about the nature of mental spaces or the void or something. You're a monk. You should know some things about that, she explained. Brother Choi looked over Carl's toned physique, still lithe and muscular without being too bulky for martial arts, with approval and nodded. I suppose I could teach him a thing or two about a monk's mental discipline. How might it help him, though? Impulse control issues or pure curiosity? Carl shook his head. I have 3 beasts bonded to me for my primary class skill. They live in a mental space that helps feed their growth, but I'm reaching a plateau in the development of the space. I don't know how to change and improve it next, and if I can't, it will limit their growth. Brother Choi smiled. So it is a matter similar to the void of the monk classes. Alright, we can work on that. Just let me set up the training dates after you finish with whatever you're doing, and we will be all good. The High Priestess shook her head. No, you will start now and continue until he breaks through. It has been ordained by our superiors. They wish to see the youngest commander in history. Carl raised his hand. I would like to point out that I just made it to ascended rank. The priestess shrugged. Not my concern. They want what they want, and Brother Choi is going to help you with your mental state. Oh, that gives me an idea. He can accompany your group when you leave. The Inquisitor cleared his throat. High Priestess, there are already 2 clerics in that group. A third would be against regulation unless we added more members of other specializations. The old woman tapped her fingers on the arm of her chair, and Carl realized that she had just embarked on a self-appointed mission. She wanted to know the answer to how long it would take him to make commander, and she just needed to find a way to make it happen. Most likely, her goddess demanded it. It was new knowledge that nobody else had recorded before. I will have the group enhanced before they are sent out again. What else did we need them here for? She asked. They discovered the new set of system stones. They are here for publicity and for safekeeping until we are certain that these system stones really do belong to the World Dragon. The Inquisitor reminded her. Who else would they belong to? Carl asked. There was another system recorded in the Dragon God's holy books, from a time before the World Dragon was born, run by a chaos god who cared for nothing as much as his personal amusement. Because these system stones suddenly appeared in the monster zone, there is a suspicion that they might have come from the same place as the monsters, so they might not belong to this world. The Inquisitor informed him. Carl honestly hadn't expected to get an answer to that question, and now that he had, he was beginning to wish that he hadn't asked. Brother Choi led Carl out of the questioning room and out toward the central courtyard of the cathedral complex. The rooms for guests face the central courtyard, where all the tourists visit. It's become our way of keeping everyone in easy sight, and keeping them from getting lost. As an ascended elite, you will be on the 4th floor, with a courtyard view, instead of an interior room with no windows on the lower floors that we use for the general population. The rest of your team will be here with you, and as you notice, there are no others in this section except for the church guards. If you want to go somewhere, it will be with an escort. Your movement within the church isn't limited, at least not beyond what the other secular elites are limited to, but they don't want anyone running off or getting lost if they should need them for an interview or want questions answered. Carl chuckled at the cleric's honesty, and sighed as he saw the simple stone room that he had been assigned. It was just like the ones at the seminary school, and though the bedding was high quality, it was the same simple 1 bed and a desk setup with the showers and toilets down the hall. But at least his group would all be together, so it shouldn't be too bad, and they could get some quality rest while they were here. Carl dropped his bag at the foot of the bed, as he didn't want to put a dirty backpack onto the furniture, then realized he didn't have anything proper to change into. I really need to start keeping one uniform for formal occasions. He sighed as Brother Choi waited for him by the door. I'm sure you look fine in the visitor's hassock. Everyone wears them here anyhow. We don't let the tourists into anything but the public areas without changing. This is the capital Grand Cathedral, after all. Carl realized that there was a robe and fresh slippers waiting for him on the back of the door, along with a clean towel. I will give you time to get washed and ready, then we can work on your advancement technique. I might not seem like the best option, but I probably am. The monk class is trained at the Golden Divine Academy, but most of us end up at the church after, for the meditation and mental conditioning that is needed to build our focus. Once you understand a bit better, it will make perfect sense, Brother Choi explained. Carl grabbed the fresh clothes and headed for the showers. So, what god do you follow, as a monk of the church and not a cleric class whose goddess is decided for them? He asked as he turned the water on. The human god of battle and wisdom. Also known as the human god of magic. Did you know that in the ancient mystic language, both of you have the same name? Carl nodded, though the monk couldn't see it. My mother always said that my name meant wisdom and power. I learned in school that I was named after one of the ancient human gods. It's fairly common where I come from. Brother Choi chuckled. It is everywhere. If you weren't ascended elite Carl, you would have quickly gotten a nickname or second name, just like all the boys named John, Dave, Chen, and Mo. In a small town, you might be the only Carl in your generation, but in the big city you need another name. Same in the church. We're one big family of sorts, and we can't all share a name, it would be a mess. Carl laughed as he finished washing up and got into the hassock and slippers. I don't know, an army of Dave could be fun, he joked. Carl came out into the changing room and found that Brother Choi had removed his armor for comfort, tucking it into a basket with his name on it. He wasn't going to shower this early, just getting his armor off after his shift, and when they left the showers, he brought the basket to drop off at his room. Let's go to the meditation area. That should be the best spot, as they have enchantments to help you focus and build mental strength. What was the most difficult challenge you've been having? The monk asked. I don't know where to progress toward. Do you have a separate mental space? Carl asked. Of course, it's essential for a monk. But ours is probably a bit different from yours, as I don't have anything living there. What we start with is a simple candle, then we build a starry sky, followed by a lake of power. Eventually, that becomes complete, and we have to move on. Carl nodded eagerly at that part. That was where he was stuck. The next step is both a tricky one, and the most delicate of processes for a monk. Once your sea of soul, as we call it, is complete, it needs guidance. You need to imbue the essence of a true path into the space to guide your future growth. Without that guidance, any more power you put into a completed space will be lost. It is the true essence of what and who you are. Now, for your spaces, they are individual to the beasts, right? It might be that you need to fully understand your partners, and what they are trying to become in order to grow their space. Brother Choi's description made perfect sense to Carl, but both Hawk and Ray were laughing at him. He's more vague and dramatic than Ray, Hawk laughed. Understand the true essence of the spider. To become the spider, you must think like the spider. Ray mocked in a fake sage voice. Carl tried not to let the amusement show on his face. Still, I think that he has a point. What is the difference between an ascended and a commander rank beast? That might be what we need to change, some intangible bit of the energy flow or makeup of the space, Carl replied seriously. All three beasts began to think of what it might be that they needed to improve their space. They instinctively knew the difference between ascended and commander, but they didn't know how to make that part of their space, or even how to explain it properly to Carl. Which was, of course, why they were all stuck. One of them had to understand how to change the space from an ascended space to a commander rank or higher space, and then explain to the others. You know what this spot needs? Nice warm sunshine, Thor noted as he soaked in his pond full of holy stones. That gave Carl an idea. If it worked, it would be brilliant. If it didn't, then Thor would get his warm sunlight anyhow. What they needed was a change in the essence of the power. The same way that the monks started with a candle to create a core of higher grade power that would seep into their space. But instead of a candle, Carl thought that a sun, or in Ray's case, a moon, would be perfect for that focus. Alright, we can start here. Find a comfortable spot and clear your mind. I'm sure you know at least the basics already. Brother Choi announced as they reached a small soundproof room. Carl settled onto a cushion, and began to focus as he imagined the sun in Thor's space, with everything that came with it. The energy, the warmth, the light. Brother Choi's voice floated into his consciousness as Carl focused. Yes, that's the way, now condense the energy. Don't let it leak and spread, keep it contained to one brilliant point of light. That is the secret to growing the flame. Carl wasn't making a flame but a sun. The idea should be the same in practice, though. He just had to keep the energy stored in the ball of light until the quality made a breakthrough and exceeded the natural state of the space. Then he should be able to use that to spread energy to the rest of the space and the beasts in it. Only time would tell if it was the right way, but it felt like it was working, and Thor could feel the warm sun on his scales, which was all that he was after to begin with. Carl lost track of time as he meditated, but it didn't seem like anyone was going to bother them until the dinner meal. and the room was perfectly silent, other than the sound of their breathing, with a relaxing scent in the air from an incense cone burning somewhere. After a few seconds, Carl found that it was easier to have the new feature form in all three spaces evenly, as an imbalance in them was going to cause him to have to alternate. That proved to Carl that this was definitely something different than he had done before, as the other additions to the spaces he had been able to add freely to each of them independently, they were just decorations. It was only after the basics of the new power cores in the spaces were in balance and properly formed that the energy increases started to spread between them, keeping the three focal points in balance naturally. Hopefully, doing things this way wouldn't preclude him from forming another space, as Carl got the feeling that he should be able to add another one when he reached commander rank. The natural progression seemed to be one per rank, but he had rushed things when he bonded both Thor and Ray at the same time, so he was going to have to advance through Ascended just trying to recover from the damage he did to his progression. If there was another Beast Master in the future, he would be certain to warn them not to try that, and to take things in the proper order, but until then, he was going to have to use himself and his partners as guinea pigs to see what worked and what didn't. Hawk was quite certain that wasn't a good thing. Guinea pigs were a species of mouse, as far as he was concerned, and you never wanted to be the mouse. But if it was going to make him a commander, then he would submit to some experiments. Thor thought that trying new things was pretty good. The sun was warm on his scales, and it was very comfortable to lay in his pond full of shiny rocks. Those shiny rocks were having a rather profound effect on his pond now that Carl was adding the new sun to the area as well. They glowed in the light, making the pond shimmer, and Carl could feel the energy emanating from them to be soaked up by the lounging Sero. At this rate, they weren't even wrong to call him Brother Carl because he was going to end up with a holy beast in his menagerie. Now, exactly which god or goddess would find the Sero to be sacred was a question, but going by the responses he had gotten so far, it could be any of them. Even the war priestesses thought that he made a mighty steed. Thor preened in pride at the idea of being as valuable as a mount, while Ray giggled at the memory of Lotus riding her through the trees. While Carl might not be much of a mounted combatant, and preferred to use his own two legs, that didn't deter the priestesses from finding faster methods of transport than simply running places. The only one in the group who was faster than Carl was Hawk, or possibly Ray on open ground, which she preferred to avoid if at all possible. As he worked, Carl took an inventory of all the random items that the beasts had been collecting. Mostly it was just body parts in two of the spaces, and plants in Thor's, but as Carl searched, he found a number of gems and trinkets in both Hawk and Ray's spaces, left on bodies or carelessly tossed on the ground. That was odd, as he couldn't forcefully put such things in the space, and Carl had assumed that they couldn't enter at all. But once he looked at them more closely, it was easy to tell that they all had something in common. Flame Ruby. Usable by Hawk. Combines with Zombie Ash and Phoenix Down to trigger a constitution improvement. Well, they definitely didn't have any down feathers from a phoenix, so that one would have to wait. Damaged. Ring of Giant Strength. Usable by Thor. Should be crushed to powder and combined with red-veined alum fern and ground drake scales for an improvement in physical power. That one might actually be plausible. The inspection of the damaged ring, which was cracked open by an attack, highlighted the other two ingredients in Carl's vision, and he mentally pulled them over as he worked on the energy focus in the three spaces. Grinding the items in the mental space only took a little effort, and left him with a pile of powder that Carl sprinkled over some of Thor's favorite feed, which he moved next to the pond, so the Sero didn't have to stop soaking to test the improvement. Free food was free food, and he didn't even have to get up to eat them, but Thor was slightly disappointed when there was no instant and massive change in his body after completing the snack. He could feel extra power in his body, but he was also soaking in the pond full of holy stones, so that was fairly normal. It was also the only way that his growth could keep up with Hawk, who had evolved, and Ray, who would make commander on her own if given enough time. Don't worry about it too much. I'm sure we will see the results the next time we're in combat. Carl assured the Sero as he continued his work to improve the spaces. He had totally lost track of time, so it was a shock when a gentle rustling noise alerted him to movement in the room. It's dinner, and there will be plenty of curious people waiting to meet you. The Beast Master who made Ascended in the first semester at school is a hot topic, even here in the capital. Normally, both you and Dana would be the center of attention for your growth rate, but with your most recent advancement, it looks like you will be stealing the spotlight from her for the moment, Brother Choi whispered. Carl chuckled. I'm sure she doesn't mind too much. You should have seen her face when she found out that the school wanted her to become an idol. The next archmage, singing and dancing by night, elite mage by day. They even had a career path planned for her by the end of the day after she made awakened. The monk smiled back. You say that like it's in the past tense, but you should know that those dramatic old crones won't give up that easily. What is the phrase? Living life vicariously through others. They can't become pop idols themselves, so they will stop at nothing to be known as the force behind the next great idol. That description seemed to fit the middle-aged ladies of the dance and vocal training classes exceptionally well. They weren't elites, nor were they famous actresses, singers or songwriters. They were the behind-the-scenes staff who had tried but never really made it to a professional level before being forced to support those who surpassed them, and it had made them bitter and jaded. At least in the magic and combat specialties, the people training you had real skills, not just a talent for teaching others to use their skills. Though even that was questionable. The classes who had an aptitude for singing, like the bards, would get magical enhancements to their voices, rhythm and even their looks, so the value of the teachers in that department really was suspect. Carl's mind was still on Dana's unfortunate life plan when he saw her coming out of the showers in the same hassock he was wearing, with her deep chocolate curls still wet and bouncing all around her face. He couldn't blame the teachers for wanting to make her an idol. Not when she was standing right in front of him, looking like a wingless angel. Sister Lotus, Sister Tessa, it's good to see you again. I met with an old friend of yours not long ago. Choi greeted the two clerics as they came out behind Dana. So I heard. Nathan ran past us like someone had lit him on fire, and apparently made quite the spectacle of himself. Someone really should convince him to go to the therapist more frequently. He's never going to get better if just the memory of being turned down by Lotus is enough to make him like that, even after all this time. Tessa agreed. While she had a point, everyone else was more interested in what Tessa had done to him over the years that her name also elicited a trauma response. The whole group, minus Sergeant Rita, was seated at the same table, with Brother Choi and two church guards, who Carl hadn't seen before. I take it that you two are the evening shift? My apologies for the trouble. Carl greeted them. The guards smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything as they waited for the meal to begin. The process here was a bit different from the seminary academy, as everyone here was already graduated and working, so they only waited for the staff to bring the meal, and then someone rang a bell and everyone began to eat. Carl realized quickly that the guards on duty were not supposed to speak, as they simply gestured to be passed items from the table, instead of asking. If they had been able to speak to anyone, it would have made sense to just ask Brother Choi for what was closest to him, but it all worked smoothly enough, as the other clerics knew the routine already. There was no ritual packing of the rice balls at the end of the meal. Instead, the few leftovers that came from the tables would be kept for snacks, and whatever wasn't served to the tables would be distributed to the needy citizens of the capital. They were led back up to their rooms after dinner, and Carl prepared to spend the night in meditation and focusing to build up the energy focus in the three spaces. It was a bit embarrassing to admit that he had entirely skipped the first step that the monks would have taken, and that it had caused him to hit a dead end in his growth. But he would have it sorted out soon enough, and from there, hopefully the beasts would be able to reach their full potential. There wasn't much to do in the cathedral in the evening. Only the major areas had lights, and the rest of the building kept their schedule from sunup to sundown. The cathedral was primarily a working church, so the daily visitors were the vast majority of the workload, and it was only on a full or new moon that anyone would come to worship at night. That made the sleeping quarters nearly as silent as the meditation room when Carl settled in for the evening, and allowed him to focus on building the energy cores right until the first rays of sunlight hit his face in the morning. He couldn't say that he was well rested, but the act of meditation did refresh the mind to some degree. Fortunately, he had refreshing lightning to soothe everything else away and leave him ready to face the day after a long shower. Dana stepped up on one side of him, and Carl tucked an arm around her shoulders. Lotus did the same thing on the other side, and giggled as Carl did the same, while she was silently mouthing the word, "spider," over and over until Carl relented and called out Ray to play with her friend. The two of them took off out a window, leaving the guards staring at them in shock, but they didn't go far. They were just in the trees outside, still clearly visible from the hallway, playing in the branches. Brother Choi walked over to see what the commotion was about. Nature priests, you never really get used to them. Where did she find a bloodbath spider? He wondered. Ray is one of mine. They became good friends while we were hunting, Carl explained. The monk nodded. That makes sense. Beast Master and Nature Priest are even more of a natural choice than Druid and Nature Priest. Those two are too similar, their little differences always seem to cause friction. Carl shifted to hold Dana's hand as they made their way to breakfast, and Ray returned to her space after returning Lotus to the hallway a few seconds later. He suspected that they had been yelled at by the guards, but Lotus didn't seem like the sort that took it too personally if she got in a little trouble for reinterpreting rules. They were met at the table by two high priests today, an older man and a younger, who took the seats of the relieved-looking church guards, who went to eat with their comrades. "Good morning, elites. After the meal, myself and Brother John have a few questions for you all together, and I do hope that you can answer some of them. We will explain everything once we are in a less public venue, but there have been some questions about the recent discovery that you made. It appears to be authentic, but that has only increased the number of questions that the high clergy have about the situation," the old man explained. The food was served and the high priests remained silent while everyone ate, then led the group out of the dining hall and into a larger meeting room, with a round table in the center, and a number of clerks already waiting along the wall to take notes on what was said. The brown-haired high priest known as Brother John spoke as they were seated. "Now, if everyone is ready, our questions are probably not what you might be expecting. We have read your reports, and they are quite comprehensive, so we're not going to go over the basics again. Instead, what we would like to know is how such a strangely effective group keeps forming around each of you. Now that you have been put together, your combat effectiveness is far beyond your rankings, but even through your histories, there is a trend of such events. We believe that this might have to do with the favor of the World Dragon, which could in turn relate to the reason that it was your group that found the system stones intact. We have verified from previous scouting missions that they should not have been there in the past, or if they were inactive. But when your group arrived, they activated in response to your mere presence, with no ritual prayers or spells required." Everyone in the group looked at each other, unsure what to say. Dana looked a bit skeptical after her misadventures on this last trip, and the misfits that she had been put with before she began to freelance trips with the military. Lotus shrugged. She just assumed that was how things were supposed to be. Her patron was the goddess of nature, and when you had her favor, the world was right all around you. Carl had assumed it was political interference by Colonel Valerie for the most part, and possibly by the Academy. But these high priests had access to the official files, so they should have known if it were someone in politics pulling all the strings. The older high priest was looking at Carl, who had been central to multiple recent incidences, including an overwhelming number of above-ranked monster kills that were padding his accounts and his combat records at an astonishing rate. Carl took a second to form his thoughts before speaking. "Well, I suppose that I can start at the beginning, since you already have all the classified details. The first mission was entirely luck. It was just a standard first-year outing, in an area that had been scouted to have mediocre but newly appeared resources. We went on the trip and found a trial instance in a cave that was scouted to have magical stones that the mages in the group all wanted. The next major series of incidents would have started on the flight to the combat region we were last in. I met with the Mackenzie brothers on the helicopter, we cracked a few jokes, and they invited me to join them without even knowing my class or specialty. Their sisters picked them because they saw the names on the incoming members chart when the threat was upgraded due to the presence of the Eden Mage. Then it was Central Command that had us moved to the higher threat area, despite being under-leveled, and after that, most of the decisions were made by the Bureau of Elite Development, helping me out to find group members and sending me back to the battle lines to gain experience, as that's how my beasts grow the most efficiently." They listened intently to Carl's description of events, which seemed like perfectly reasonable situations, given his circumstances, but the results didn't match the situations he was in. "All right, Sister Lotus, how is it that every time you go out, something strange happens? Last time you found a rare earth mineral vein that has turned into a large-scale mining project, and this time, you were spotted riding a bloodbath spider into combat, when their species is supposed to be extinct," the high priest asked. "I blame Carl for the last part. The spider's name is Ray, and she's his partner," Lotus announced with a cheeky smirk. The high priest stared evenly at the tiny nature cleric. "So are you denying that you were riding a bloodbath spider through the woods, or that you were operating as a team in combat?" Lotus shook her head. "I do not. I just wanted to clarify that the situation did not involve a wild bloodbath spider. She belongs to Carl, and she's bonded to him with his class skills. Also, I should probably mention, before one of the guards mentions it later, we did take a little outing to play in the trees earlier." The high priest John sighed and rolled his eyes. Priestesses like Lotus were the reason that half the clergy had gray hair and was balding from pulling it out in frustration. He was absolutely certain of it. However, that was just the way of the nature god, and even if they tried to stop her, they would be going against the will of the gods, and it probably wouldn't work. At least not in the long term. Yes, I already heard. It caused quite the commotion among the civilians to see a monster in the cathedral forest. He replied, then let the other high priest continue the meeting. While we can dismiss the experiences of Sister Lotus as a case of curiosity meeting the nature goddess favor, that doesn't actually explain much about your group's most recent outing. For example, the total commander rank kills for the combat zone that your group just left. Do you know what percentage of them were yours? He asked. Everyone shook their heads. 100%. There were 4 other sightings, but in all cases, the groups were forced to flee. Every commander rank kill in the area is credited to yourselves and your attached military unit. Alice nodded in understanding. There was no way that wouldn't look suspicious on the official records. The logs of the disciplinary matter would be filed separately, so they might not have put together the fact that there was only one group in the area that was capable of efficiently dealing with commander rank monsters, with the numbers that they were seeing in front of them. Did you know that there were 14 other groups assigned to patrol duty that had 3 or more ascended rank fighters in them, none of which managed to score a single commander rank kill until after the church guard took over command of the operation? He asked. That implied that there had been at least one since then, and that couldn't have been an easy feat, even with the help of a church guard. The patrol groups there were definitely not the most combat-minded of units. They were mostly only there due to minimum combat duration rules within the army. They were desk jockeys by day. The lieutenant would probably get a perverse sense of pleasure out of the current situation, where the laziest of his counterparts were being forced to do their jobs by an uncompromising high priest, and actually succeeding at the tasks that they had been too scared to do on their own. Alice shook her head. I wasn't aware that any of the groups had multiple ascended rank fighters in them. We were informed that we were the only group capable of taking on commander rank challenges, though there weren't supposed to be any there, according to the scout reports. High Priest John waved that off, and a flash of golden light from his eyes showed that his internal emotions weren't as settled as his facial features. When priests got emotional, their magic tended to flare up. That matter has been taken care of. But it's the string of coincidences that have brought us to this point that are the real highlight here. I have a spell that checks for divine magic, essentially for luck. What we plan to do is check your group, and see what sort of bonds that magic might have formed, and if sending you all together in the future is likely to have similarly positive results. Carl nodded, then remembered that Thor had a literal pond full of holy stones just sitting there, leaking holy magic into his space. That was bound to throw off the readings at least a little bit. But it was too late to say anything, and the room had already begun to glow with golden holy light, creating strings of magic that reminded Carl of Ray's webs. The connections between Lotus and Tessa were forming rapidly, which made sense to Carl, as they had been friends for a long time. But the number that were coming from him to the others dwarfed anything except the friendship between the two clerics, and they were still growing in number and intensity as the spell progressed. Dana smiled as the links continued to grow between the two of them, with some encircling their bodies without actually touching them, and some starting and ending at their bodies in a straight line. There was certainly some meaning to how each of the links formed, especially since there were multiple designs, but everyone had some. Even Alice, who wasn't as often with Carl in the past, had quite a few of the links. Carl checked his spaces and noticed that some of the stronger links went straight from Alice to Thor and Ray, while only a few weaker ones went from Alice to Hawk. The links between Tessa and Thor, and Ray and Lotus were also both numerous and strong, indicating their friendship and frequent interaction. Hawk's with Carl were the most plentiful of any of his partners, as they had been together the longest, but Hawks to everyone else except Ray and Thor were limited, as he preferred to observe from a distance, and certainly wasn't going to let people manhandle him like Thor enjoyed. That is astonishing. Look at the density. One of the clerks along the wall gasped, breaking everyone from their observation of the links. The elderly high priest nodded and spoke in a raspy, even tone. I would only expect a number of fate links this high among an old married couple, not among a group of young adventurers who have just met. Other than Lotus and Tessa, who we already knew were fated to be lifelong friends, the rest of you can't have met more than a year ago, and yet already the bonds are so strong. But more importantly, we have a central focus for these events. Almost all the fated bond links involve Carl in some way. There are a number which involve the whole group. Others that involve only part of the group, but almost always Carl and someone else. Perhaps we should bring in someone skilled in divination? The other high priest shook his head. I doubt that is necessary. They won't be able to see past the interference of the divine to see what is going to happen, at least not the important parts, and these youngsters won't want their futures spoiled for them with foreknowledge. It took a moment to realize the true horror of having your future told to you by an oracle. Once you had been told, how could you trust that any choice you made was your own? Would you deliberately sabotage the good things that might happen to you while attempting to change the choices that might lead to the undesirable options that you had been informed of? Worse, would you lose all sense of direction once you felt that your fate had been settled, just going through the motions of life? Alright, I think that we have seen what we need to. There are more people involved in this tangle of fate. I could feel the tendrils reaching outside the range of the spell. I suspect that the sergeant who arrived with you is one of them, though she will be occupied for some time, and there will surely be other elites entangled in a fateful event this large, but we have enough now to know that it is best to keep you all together, the closer, the better. The high priest paused and then continued. Do not take the direction to stay close as permission to sleep with a bloodbath spider in the cathedral park, either, Sister Lotus. I know how you think. Lotus smirked, while everyone else in the room tried to stifle their laughter. Even without implied permission, she had probably already been considering it. In fact, if Carl left Ray out tonight, the two of them would definitely go on a misadventure together, there was no doubt about it. High Priest John looked at Carl and Dana. This is the second holy relic that the two of you have been involved in discovering in the past few months. I know the circumstances behind that, but I must say that the coincidence level after putting all of that in your combat records together is extraordinary. With Dana still being at the awakened rank, though attached to a unit with a commander rank leader, on paper it truly does seem outlandish that you have been involved in so many noteworthy incidents. Then the older high priest took over from him with a stern look on his aged face. What were your plans after leaving the field? Surely, you have put some thought into your progression from this point forward. Carl nodded. I had planned to use the credits that I had earned to ask the university to help me create some resources that would help the 3 contracted beasts evolve and grow. I have some idea how to do it, thanks to my class, but they are the specialists, and they likely know much more than I do, and have access to resources I haven't even heard of. The high priest nodded. That sounds reasonable. What about you, Miss Dana? Dana brushed her curly locks back out of her face again and sighed. Unless I can find another form of the single-use mana enhancement potions. I'm in a cycle of growth and enhancement. There are too many mages for too few resources, it's a drawback of having such a common class. John smiled gently in understanding. Well, you do have noted access to ascended and commander rank resources thanks to your kill record, so you can bypass the most common and highly sought after resources to go straight for the rare and potent options. Talented mages can grow rather rapidly when given the right combination of resources. It's a wonderful thing to see them shoot right up once they're positioned for success. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that they had resources that would make mages jump up a rank or more, that were reserved for the truly promising elites who would be thrust into the spotlight, or onto the front lines of the battle against the monsters. They likely also came with a cost. Nothing that powerful was ever without side effects, in Carl's opinion, but it had to be worth it if they were still saving it for the very best. The older high priest looked thoughtful for a moment. You know, a field trip to the university might do us all some good. They have the resources that every member of this group needs, and I haven't been outside the cathedral in some time. Are there side effects to the potent resources for mages? You implied that it's not a big deal to get them to skip ranks, or advance rapidly to high power, so there has to be a drawback, or they would be passing it out like candy with a government subsidy. Carl asked the high priests, too curious not to speak. John shrugged. According to the Mage Council, less than 1 in 100 who get the mage class will ever make it past commander on their own. The concoctions they've prepared will rapidly move a mage past that natural bottleneck, but it sacrifices any natural talent that they had left. So, they will move from commander to royal, monarch or even, in one case, overlord rank, and then that's it. That's where they stay, with their potential exhausted, no matter how hard they work. Carl nodded as he thought about the idol known as the Archmage. She had been extremely promising in school, and graduated as a commander, then gained a mysterious opportunity, and moved to royal within a few months. There was a chance she was still growing, and it was natural, but it did sound like there was a chance she had hit her limits and tried this method to limit break and see how far she could get. Dana was intrigued by the notion. "So, there is a bottleneck at the peak of commander rank?" she asked. The high priest nodded. "It exists for all magic users. Even priests. We overcome it with faith. The mages have to do something different. The warriors don't suffer from it as much, but they eventually hit the extent of their ability to advance at different points, depending on their skills and training. Eventually, their bodies just decide that they are in peak form and stop upgrading." Carl turned to Alice. "So, you will have to find a way to break the bottleneck as well." Alice laughed and shook her head. "I am from the early years of the elite program, and I was inducted late. I'm already 28 and still on the low side of commander. If I make it to the peak, I will already be a middle-aged woman, and at that point, I'm unlikely to be able to advance anyhow, even if I wanted to keep trying and staying in a combat role." As the high priest said, 1 in 100, at best, can do it on their own. Dana nodded. "So, it's a trade-off. If you can't make it past the advancement on your own, it might be worth it, but if you can't get close enough to peak commander, you won't be able to acquire the resources to jump past it anyhow." The elder high priest nodded. "And it's potential-based, or you could say life force-based, so the younger you are when you take it, the better it works." That was a real conundrum, Carl thought. How young was too young to give up on the dream of ever making it past commander rank naturally, and how old was too old to take the opportunity if you had it? It would never be easy, especially for an elite, to admit that they had peaked, and they would never do any better, but if they held out too long, then it wouldn't matter even if they changed their minds. The old priest continued, gently smoothing his robes out of unconscious habit. "A lot of it has to do with foundation. Too long establishing your foundation and you miss your peak growth ages. But if you use too many resources to increase your growth rate, then you will end up with an unstable foundation for your magic, and it won't be able to support you at higher ranks. That's especially true for warriors. A lot of them will go for things like dragon's blood and stoneskin elixirs, which will help their growth, but it damages their body at the same time, and they can't fully recover. That's what happened to Overlord Drake. He found a powerful resource that brought him from royal rank straight past Monarch to Overlord, but the internal damage it caused has greatly slowed his growth. Now, he's still one of the stronger overlords, and he might not have ever become one without it, but at the same time, it's a shame. That's why the university is working so hard on new products so that they can reduce the side effects of the resources which we can grow ourselves or artificially reproduce." "You hear that? Too many resources and you will hurt your foundation," Carl informed his team. "I think that only counts for humans. You're like below common grade to begin with. Even goblins can kick the average human's ass. We're proper beasts. Just give us the good stuff," Hawk countered. Ray nodded in agreement inside her space. "He has a point. You're trying to go from arguing with earth mice over living space to royal rank. I'm just trying to go from commander as an adult to royal right now. That's one step, like a human going to the awakened rank. I've got some leeway." "What do the beasts say?" Alice asked as she noticed that Carl was distracted within his own mind. "They say that it's not a big deal to them, since humans are so much weaker than they are to begin with. They would all make ascended or commander on their own, though Hawk had to evolve to make that true. So they're looking forward to whatever the university can make for them." The high priest smiled. "That's the spirit. We can call this meeting close enough to done, now that we have the answers that we came here for. You should all be kept together as much as possible, and being together will increase your chances of coming across rare opportunities, thanks to fate. Now, if we can just get you all a bit more advanced, those opportunities can be ones that will make a difference on a much larger scale." The high priests didn't waste time once they had made up their mind, and they quickly escorted everyone out of the cathedral and across the street, into what turned out to be one of the university's research labs. Carl hadn't realized that the two were located adjacent to each other, as they both had vast green spaces around their main buildings, which made it look like the cathedral was located in a city park. There were armed security at the doors to the university lab, preventing anyone without a pass from entering, but the high priests didn't seem bothered by the fact, and they simply waited for the supervisors to come down and let the group in after announcing their intentions to the guards. The arrival of this group seemed to have caused an extreme level of excitement within the university labs, and Carl could hear and see people running around frantically, preparing various projects, or gathering notes and waiting by the doors of their workspaces in preparation to receive visitors. That seemed like a good sign, like they might really get access to good things, the way that Hawk was hoping. But they also had something to offer. If they offered up one of the spears of the commander-rank grass, from the fight with the commander-rank giants, these researchers might be able to make something that would benefit all the beasts. His identification skill said that the grass would help Thor, but Carl didn't recognize any of the other ingredients, and he couldn't well tell these scientists that he knew what would work but not how or why. Well, he could, but Carl wasn't at all certain that they would take him seriously or believe that it was a class skill. The plants also didn't always have the same names in the listing that they did in common use, so they might not even understand what he was talking about and assume he was making it up to sound impressive. Welcome, elites, to the Capital University's Advancement Research Division. Here we have all the Golden Dragon Nation's finest minds, working on ways to combat the threats facing our nation through the rapid evolution and advancement of the elites. The director greeted them as he opened the door, clipboard in one hand, and a whole suite of pens and tools in the pocket of his white coat. Now, I see that we have 2 mages and a beast master here today, as well as our fellows from the church. Can you tell me, are the beasts actual beasts? Or are they summoned each time they are needed? The director asked, unclear about the nature of Carl's abilities. They're actual beasts, currently living in a separate space, Carl explained. So, they require resources to help them grow? We have a division for that. They have been working on ways to tame more tigers as guard animals. Carl gave the man a confused look. A Moor tiger was roughly the size of a bus. Compared to a full-grown lightning sarrow, it was 3 times the size, and it was a royal rank beast when fully grown. What could you even offer it that might make it loyal to humans? That is further down the building, so perhaps we could start with the mages, and see what we can offer them. One of the 2 mages looks like she is still a student, so she should currently be in her prime growth state, the director suggested. How long does the prime growth state last? Dana asked, unclear as to the definition. It's generally considered to be 2 to 3 years after the serum injection, which is why the academy runs for 4 years in total. By then, they already know how most of the elites are going to shape up. There are some exceptions who grow faster after they leave, but that is a rarity, he explained. Dana smiled. If it lasted 2 to 3 years, she had plenty of time left to try to catch up to Carl. He was already pulling ahead of her, and if he continued to outpace her like that, the government would consider her too far beneath his rank to keep going on missions with him. Now, did you have any resources that you might have brought with you? I know many working elites do, as it offsets the cost of treatments from the university labs. The director asked, with a gesture toward a cart with dozens of sealed and sterilized empty sample jars on it. Everyone turned to Carl, who nodded. I have a few things here. I have this fungus, which reads as an ascended rank plant by energy, though I haven't personally identified it. We have these herbs and flowers. I've got some broken magical accessories, and I've got this odd commander rank plant, which, I think, might be good for my lightning sarrow, as it greatly increases the regeneration rate of monsters who use it. Those were all out of his share of items, but if the others needed what the items made, he would just trade, since their portions were all still in his space as well, and the only one likely to even know the majority of the loot existed was Lotus, who had given much of it to Ray for safekeeping. The director stared at the rapidly filling jars as Carl and his assistants loaded everything away, and shook his head in dismay. I take it you're not going to ask me for something small and simple today. The value of those items is incredible, and I was half expecting you to pull a spare holy stone from out of nowhere to put on the pile. Just to put the value off the charts, the director joked. I've got one if you need one. A spare holy stone, that is, Carl commented evenly. The director laughed at the joke, but Carl borrowed a small and weak one from Thor's pond and placed it in an empty jar. Damn it, I was joking, don't just go putting holy stones in my sample jars, the professor complained. Fine, I will put it back in storage. Thor likes the smell of them, Carl shrugged, but the director immediately moved to protect the stone. I see how it is. I'm sure the lab can make good use of it, Carl chuckled, while the high priest softly laughed at the researcher. The church made holy stones, so they weren't as rare for high-ranking clerics, but still, the value of them to the common person, as the researchers of the university labs were, was immense. If they could keep it for themselves, there was a chance that they would naturally awaken holy magic, like the clerics did without the serum. Alright, it is safe to say that enough rare resources have been provided to offset the cost of any of the more common treatments, and heavily subsidize the others. Those blood lotus blossoms alone are worth more than most of the ascended and commander rank treatments. Where did you even find them? No, don't answer that. I don't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in knowing the answer. I will just gladly accept the rare flowers as payment. Though they were called a blood lotus, they didn't show as being of particular benefit to Ray, according to Carl's identification skill. It just said that they were useful for life drain type abilities. Which, technically, lacerate was not. It didn't steal the life, just let it bleed on the ground. Alice and Dana both gave Carl happy hugs as the director basically gave them a free pass to choose the resources that they wanted today. But the research assistants were even more excited. Mr. Carl, is it true that you will be looking for resources to help your pets advance? You see, we are from the Defensive Beasts Division, and the research from your advancement has already been quite valuable to us, one of them asked. Oh, you got the notes from the treatments that the Bureau oversaw? Carl asked, and the researchers nodded happily. We got notes from the Bureau about your time in the field as well. The possibilities are incredible. If only we could bond them the way that you do. The researcher sighed. Carl shrugged. Give it time and I might learn the method to teach that to others as well. It would be quite the trick, having regular citizens become beast masters if they couldn't become elites. The research assistants looked dreamy at the notion of being able to bond a monster to call upon in their time of need, like a guardian spirit that would make them the equivalent to an elite, blessed by the gods through the divine injection. But it was time for them to focus, as the newest items for the mages were on display in the first area, and there were 2 mages interested in testing their work. The researchers got recognition within the department when the elites chose their new products over an existing and proven formula or device, so this was showtime for the research lab. Alright, as we have you recorded as a wind and a golem mage, respectively, we will bring forward the projects that are most likely to be of interest to you. We have a number of formulations that should be of great benefit to you both, so let's get started. First up, we have the Summoning Stone, as it has been dubbed by its developer, the Grand Mage Sandra. An old woman in a lab coat waved happily as her invention was sent forward by her assistants, who would be the ones to introduce it to the elites. We have completed initial testing on the stone with extremely promising results. When ingested, the magic successfully bonds with the user with a 100% success rate, increasing their mana strength, and has a 34% chance of causing the activation of a secondary skill informally known as indestructible constructs. There have been no noted side effects. We have not yet tested on a live subject, but the data from the research mimic should be accurate, and the resources used are all awakened grade or lower, with an ascended rank outcome. One assistant announced, while the other held up pages with graphs and data charts on them that should show the results of their tests. What is a test mimic? Dana asked. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. The Grand Mage learned a spell that creates a clone body, accurate to the real one in every way except that it lacks a consciousness. Many of the research teams use them for testing, as the mimic will respond to potions and show signs of gaining skills, as well as the duration of potions. It cannot tell us what the skill is, obviously, but we can extrapolate the data from our predictions, and the Grand Mage's observations of her mimic. So, the product hadn't actually gone through human testing yet, but they were somewhat confident that it would work. That would explain why the director was so eager to get volunteers, and why he said that it wouldn't be a hassle to purchase nearly anything they were making. They were here to get stronger, but they were also the guinea pigs testing new resource combinations. Dana nodded. That sounds perfect for my skill direction. I have learned from my group members that having golems to block for you while you cast your offensive magics is by far the superior way to fight. Even better if you can enhance the golems with offensive magic. Alice nodded in agreement. She used both barriers and a spell known as Tearing Wind on her golem whenever it was in combat. Hawk hadn't gotten the hang of it, which was a bit surprising, but the change to Dragon Hawk seemed to have changed his elemental affinity from wind to fire. The assistant brought the container with the stone over, and everyone gathered with their notepads to record the event. There is a security camera overseeing the area. Please feel free to proceed when you are ready. The director informed her with a happy smile. The first item they had brought up, and already they had a volunteer to try it. That was a much better than average acceptance rate, though the sample size was limited. Dana cautiously took the stone-shaped pill out of the jar, and set it on her tongue, then swallowed. The effects weren't immediate, but after a few seconds, there was a slow buildup of power, and then Dana began to smile. The official name for the skill is Durable Constructs, according to the system, so you were close, she informed the researchers. Can you summon your golem and explain any changes it has undergone? We should have had you summon them before, so we could get proper before and after data. The assistant realized. The Grand Mage chuckled at their oversight. She would get many more opportunities to test now that the product had proven effective without immediate side effects, so she wasn't concerned, but they were students at the university, and missing steps in the process affected their grades. Dana called out her golems, and everyone nodded in satisfaction at the changes. The golems were formerly classically nude and muscular marble statues, but now they were wearing bronze armor, which included a form of segmented armor skirt that somewhat hid their assets from view. They look like they did before, except that they were nearly nude. Now they're wearing armor. It looks functional, so I would say that the golems have definitely gained an advantage from the new passive skill, Dana explained. The director sent the team back and called up another set of presenters. It looked like he was willing to let them try anything that they were willing to, and he was just calling everyone whose work was relevant today. The next one up was a wind element resource that sounded good to Carl, but Alice shook her head, declining it. They returned, not dissuaded by the rejection, and another pair stepped forward. "Oh, get me the good thing. I want it," Hawk demanded. "This might not be quite what you're looking for, but we have developed what we call the Burning Soul Pill, a combination of fire resources that increases elemental affinity with fire. It has been tested by 4 elites before, one of which managed to acquire a new fire spell, and none of whom had any noted side effects during or after the process." The presenter began. Carl called Hawk out to stand on his outstretched arm, and the scientists turned to look at him. "Hawk wants to try it," Carl explained. The scientists looked startled, but they nodded in acceptance, and everyone got out their notepads. "Should we?" one of the assistants began. "No testing fire skills indoors," the director reminded them, making both Hawk and Carl laugh. "We have been told the same thing in the past. We're not laughing at you," Carl assured the research assistants. The assistant noticed the look in the bird's eyes and quickly opened the jar before Hawk could smash it, allowing him access to the pill. As it had last time he advanced, flames rose from his body as he absorbed the fire resources, and his feathers turned a bit more bright red before settling down. Shared skill gained, flaming body, surrounds the body in damaging flames. Hawk gained a new fire skill. Flaming body, he can now surround himself in flames. It seems to have helped the damage done by his fire spells as well, but I can't verify that yet, Carl explained. Hawk surrounded himself in flames, and then shot a short burst of fire from his wings, an extended attack that created something akin to a fireblade, but he didn't let it detach and go flying around a room full of humans and precious shiny objects. Hawk had great respect for the good things that the humans made. Lotus moved up to stare at Hawk, who had returned to his normal form, and then gently stroked his feathers, making sure not to ruffle them. The feathers retain their softness and flexibility, but their temperature is elevated. The size of Hawk seems unchanged, but the color is more vibrant. The lack of additional scale development suggests that he isn't evolving toward a dragon template, but the lack of intense heat suggests that it isn't toward an elemental or phoenix direction either. She narrated as she gently massaged Hawk. "Thank you, priestess. I was unsure how we were going to gather data on a bestial subject, but it appears that you are a natural," the director noted. "She really is. I want to thank whoever taught her to massage and preen a wing," Hawk agreed. "Alright, let us see what else we might manage to find here. Are there other elements that might be useful to your group?" the director asked. "Well, there is a lightning Sero, with the obvious abilities, and a bloodbath spider who has learned to summon a form of tree golems," Carl offered. "Tree golems? That's the nature magic department next door. We could try the regular golem pill for her, but we don't have any more ready," one of the assistants from the first group replied. "That's alright, we can try the new things from the nature magic sorts. Who knows, it might actually be useful for beasts in a way that it isn't for most human magic users," Carl suggested. The other groups conferred for a moment to see if they had something that might be relevant to a lightning magic user, but there wasn't anything in the works at the moment. There were some already made, but they were the research division, they were already finished with those ones and didn't keep them around. But while they were waiting around for a decision to be made on what was happening next, Carl noticed that something was happening with Ray. She had taken a concoction yesterday, and it had started a process that looked like it was completing. She wasn't completely changed, but the power level in her body was rapidly increasing, and the red of her legs was moving toward a crimson at the tips of her legs, while it darkened toward black again on her upper legs and body. The fur on her torso seemed to multiply, until her actual carapace was barely visible, and a shadowy miasma seemed to hang over her body. "Looking good, girly." Carl congratulated her. "This is good, we should make more of that later. I think I'm almost at my final adult form now, and I'm just waiting on something. Maybe for you to finish that power moon in my space." She agreed, placing the blame for her not reaching commander rank today firmly on Carl. "I will make you another batch later, don't forget to remind me," Carl informed her as another group of researchers came into the room with a bunch of carts. There were more products on them. Some were pills, some were liquids, some were baskets full of meat or feed. That had to make them the nature department, and they were all going insane about something. Their leader, an elderly man with a walker, raced forward, or at least attempted to, given his condition, and then protectively cradled the regenerative grass plant that Carl had donated. "When was this picked? How long has it been out of soil? Is it still viable?" he asked in a deep baritone that didn't match his frail body. "It was picked earlier this week. But it has been in stasis, so you can consider the elapsed time to be roughly 15 minutes. The roots are intact, so it should be absolutely viable. We even left native soil around them to ensure that it didn't suffer from an extreme transplant shock." Alice explained carefully before Carl could think of where to start. An assistant went running out of the room and returned seconds later with a large pot half full of some sort of blue gel, into which the plant was carefully lowered before the old man breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you have any idea how valuable that plant is to be just leaving it out like that with its roots exposed? Idiots, all of you. It's good that I managed to save it. The regenerating properties are most potent while the plant is still alive," he ranted. Alice chuckled, and took a small empty vial from one of the carts. She filled it with the regenerative paste that they had gotten from the giants and handed it to the old man. "That is how the commander-ranked giants were using it. Now, are you ready to calm down, or should I get you somewhere to sit and catch your breath?" she asked. The man flipped a panel on his walker, which latched in place to form a platform, and then he took a seat on it, alternating between glaring at Alice and lovingly staring at the paste. "Go ahead and use some. You've got a whole plant to replace it from," she encouraged him. The old man mixed some of the salve into a cup of tea that his students presented him, and then rubbed a bit of the salve on his throat. Carl was curious about what the tea would taste like, as the plant smelled somewhat like aloe, but it seemed to help whatever was wrong with the old man. The assistants all got increasingly excited as the man's health visibly improved over the next few minutes, and then he got up out of the walker and stood smiling at the elites and the other researchers. "Well, this has been an unexpectedly profitable day. Now, what did you need my help with? Anything that my department can provide is yours for the asking." The other elites smirked at Carl, who called out Thor and Ray to join Hawk. "I am looking for a way to get these three to commander rank. They're bonded to me by my class, and their growth directly affects my growth," Carl explained. The old man stared at them and nodded solemnly. "So, we've got a mutated dragonhawk, a lightning sarrow, who radiates holy power, and an adult bloodbath spider who hasn't reached her advancement yet. We can work with that as long as they're not hostile," he agreed. "They're not, but I don't recommend ruffling Hawk's feathers, or touching Ray. She can be particular. Thor, the lightning sarrow, on the other hand, is very affectionate," Carl explained. "What additional skills have they learned so far?" the professor asked, gaining vitality by the second as the bomb worked its way through his body. "Hawk knows fireballs, windshield, rend, shred, and flaming body. Thor knows refreshing lightning and earthquake. Ray knows offensive optimization and wood golem," Carl explained. "What is offensive optimization?" one of the assistants asked. "It's the bloodbath spider's innate passive skill. It's how they can tear through everything so effectively if you give them a few minutes to practice." The assistant looked clueless, but the old professor looked grim. "You might not know, as they are supposed to be extinct, but a full-grown bloodbath spider is a commander-rank beast that can tear through the hull of an armored transport in a matter of seconds. When it comes to combat power, they are among the finest in their rank, and if they were given any defensive abilities, or ranged attacks, they would almost certainly be ranked as a royal rank threat," he explained. The students looked shocked as they looked at Ray, who was standing a bit more proudly at the kind reference to the powers of her species. However, in the eyes of the others, that only made her look more intimidating until Lotus came up to rest against her side and whisper something to the spider. Not even Carl's sensitive hearing could pick it out, but Ray's amusement was clear in his mind. The group from the nature department discussed the matter very seriously, then came forward with 2 large vials of glowing liquid, and an intricately carved glowing rock. The high priests looked at the glowing rock in shock. "You can't be serious." The high priest scoffed. "I am quite serious. I believe that it will work," the old man replied with great dignity. Karl had no idea what the object was, but one of the assistants brought it forward for Thor. He just needs to eat this, and then it should take effect right away. I mean, assuming that it works." It looked like the high priest wasn't the only one who wasn't sold on the fact that this resource was right for Thor, but nobody tried to stop them as Thor opened his mouth, and she placed the carved stone on his tongue. Thor chewed and swallowed with a happy grunt. "Kind of fizzy, pleasantly bubbly, warm too," he explained. Then a flood of golden light came from him and created a circle on the floor. "Oh, I learned a thing. Circle of protection. Thor says it is a circle of protection," Karl informed the room, while the clergy all stared at him in shock. "He learned holy magic? How does that even work?" Tessa asked as she stepped into the circle. The high priests both followed her, and their looks turned from doubt to curiosity. "It really is a circle of protection. It reduces damage taken in its area of effect, and restores stamina," the senior of the 2 high priests explained. "Thor the tank," Tessa agreed as she patted his scales. "How much of an effect will the spell have?" Karl asked, unfamiliar with the magic. He had seen the golden circle that damaged enemies, and the one that slowed and weakened them, but not the one that reduced damage. Against other ascended and low commander rank enemies, it should reduce his damage taken by about half. That will also be effective for anyone standing near him, so against a large target like a giant or an ogre, it will protect the whole melee group, the high priest explained. "That's impressive. With this in place, very few enemies will be able to get past the golems at all," Alice noted. "That's a good point. With half as much damage done to the golems, and the recent upgrade that Dana got to her golems, we should be able to hold quite well against stronger threats," Karl agreed. Now that Thor had finished his enhancement, that left the 2 large vials on the cart, waiting for someone to remember about them in all the shock and confusion of a lightning Sero using Circle of Protection. Thor was basking in all the attention that he was getting from the clerics, who were making intensive notes on his abilities, completely forgetting that everyone was here for a reason that wasn't studying Thor. Right, now getting back on track. This particular concoction should be perfect for Commander Alice. It's designed specifically for wind element mages and should strengthen your abilities and future growth rate. I know for commanders that is usually the most important part, as the growth can be painfully slow," the ancient professor announced, looking much more healthy than when he had hobbled into the room. Alice looked more than a little skeptical about drinking a potion that held more than the average coffee mug, especially since they were intended to be ingested in one go, and not sipped over an extended period of time. But it was a commander rank potion, and designed specifically for wind mages, which she was. There was probably no better resource for her, and if they were going to part with it without arguments, she would be an idiot to turn it down. So, she found herself swallowing the entire vial full of the herbal concoction, while energy built all around her and her power level steadily grew. The beasts could feel it, the strengthening of the magical power that Alice could wield, and through them, Karl had a fairly accurate guess of her current growth state. But for the others in the room, it was just a lot of bleeding energy, and then they would have to test afterwards to know how well it worked. "My maximum mana control rate is definitely better than it was before, and I can feel the wind magic more clearly." Alice did her best to explain the changes that had happened with the potion. "We will run a suite of tests later when we have more time. I need to study the salve that you provided once I return to my labs, and then there are all the other results as well. But there is still one more vial here." "What was that one again?" the old professor asked his assistants. "That is an attunement potion, double dose for humans, so it can be split between the 2 clerics in the group," the assistant reminded him. "Oh, that's right. High Priest, we made this one for your people. The ingredients are a bit rare and therefore difficult to obtain, but with the church's resources, it shouldn't be a problem to obtain enough to provide this to all of your promising members." The professor passed over the ingredients list and a packet of details to the high priests, who looked at some of the ingredients in concern. Sure, they had access to vast amounts of resources, but they also had a massive number of clergy. Plus, this was a commander rank potion, and the side effects on a common grade or awakened priest could be catastrophic. At best, they could administer it after reaching Ascended to see if the promising priests could make it to commander rank and become high priests. The potion was split in half, and handed to both Tessa and Lotus, who gave it very different looks. Tessa was holding it away from herself to avoid the smell, while Lotus was intrigued and taking careful sniffs, trying to determine what was in it without looking at the ingredients list. "Well, bottoms up." Tessa reluctantly agreed. She tilted the smaller vial back and downed the potion in one long slug, followed by Lotus. Both priestesses grimaced at the flavor, but their bodies were gathering energy into themselves, and giving off a sense of divine power. It was a shame that Sergeant Rita missed out on this opportunity, but everyone else had made out very well today, and their advancements had given the beasts a chance to learn new skills in the future. Ray was eagerly looking forward to deciphering how to make her golems wear clothing, color-adaptive camo netting to be specific, so they could hide as well as Ray herself did. But even Thor was looking forward to combat so he could try to learn the cleric tricks now that he knew he could make a circle of protection. The high priests were about to lead everyone back out. Carl could sense it in their demeanor, but the researchers weren't done. There is one more left. Now, the field of warrior enhancements is pretty well studied, but we do have a few things left that might help the beast master himself. This next one could be considered a somewhat exotic potion, and we weren't certain that we would ever find a suitable test subject, but today might be the day. "Assistant, could you go fetch item Florida 112C3? The assistant looked confused, but went and gathered the object from a storage room down the hall, still steaming with the intense cold of the ice magic that was used to preserve potions and pills that might become unstable when left at room temperature. Inside was what appeared to be a gummy bear. It was even gummy bear shaped. Carl gave the priest a questioning look, but he just shrugged. "I ran out of other molds, as this was a side project, so I used what I could find in the foods lab." Carl made a mental note to avoid gummy bears from the university. He would never trust their equipment after it had been used for experimental potions. But then, they were making experimental food products out of magical plants and monster meat already, so perhaps it was no worse than any other piece of equipment. The professor passed the gummy to a clean petri dish with a pair of sterilized tongs, and carefully warmed it with fire magic using a handheld device. "There it is, right back to perfect temperature. You will want to eat that quickly. I didn't do a good job of stabilizing it as a gummy, and the flavor could be unfortunate." Carl nodded, and tipped the gummy directly off the dish and down his throat, the same way that Hawk usually ate anything he didn't have to tear apart. The energy of the gummy hit him like a sledgehammer to the head, and power flowed from it through his body, completely bypassing him to fill the spaces. It was probably a good thing that the beasts were outside at the moment, as Carl focused on concentrating the energy into the sun and moon equivalents he had been using in place of the candlelight that the monks centered their space around. There was a lingering power in the spaces. Carl could feel it, but he couldn't quite grasp what he was supposed to be learning from the pill, or what sort of skill it should be. Then, as the energy settled and his spaces began to change in nature, becoming more alive, as if they were a real place, and not just a bubble of mental energy. That was what they had been missing, Carl realized, the bottleneck that was holding the beasts back from their advancements. It would still be some time before any of them were actually commanders, but they should be able to make it there now. But the energy wasn't done. It was leaking from the spaces to his own consciousness, and to the void he focused on to meditate. A soft golden light filled the space for a moment, then coalesced into what looked like a holy stone, or a golden dragon scale. It wasn't doing anything, but when Carl focused on it, he could feel the improvement in his meditation speed. Everyone was staring at him, waiting for a verdict. "It enhanced the spaces for my beasts, and I think that it improved my meditation as well. There is a golden stone in the void where I meditate now, and it gives off an impressive amount of energy," Carl explained. "There is something in your void? That is quite interesting, and very close to our expectations for psychic-type mentalist classes if they were given the treatment. The concoction is made with the neural nodes of a mind flayer, drake blood, and an assortment of herbs. It is safe to say that it is unlikely to see another of them made in the near future, but I do have a few others from the same batch. Now that I know they will really work as intended, we might be able to use them to help the accuracy of the oracles and the seers. For some reason, they don't trust my creations," the professor ranted. They could see the future. There was likely an excellent reason they didn't trust his creations. The high priests thanked the researchers, and then one of them handed out slips to the teams whose concoctions had been chosen for testing today, some sort of compensation chit, Carl assumed. "We really must be going. I have been receiving messages from the Inquisition that we are needed again, and then there is a meeting with some of the other high priests later this morning." The older of the two high priests with them sighed. Carl sighed. It was going to be a long day if all that was scheduled for before lunch. He did wonder what the Inquisition wanted that they were calling them back so quickly. There couldn't have been that much discovered in the past few hours that the church would be in a panic, so there must be some question about the answers that they got yesterday. The inquisitors were waiting when the group got back on the church grounds, and Carl found himself separated from the others and brought down the stairs towards a proper questioning room, instead of the library, where he had met with the Blue Dragon priestess who could read minds. If they hadn't gotten enough information out of him by reading his mind, he wasn't certain what they thought that they were going to get today, but they looked quite determined, and they were completely silent as they led him into the depths of the cathedral. Finally, they stopped in front of a blank wall, and the inquisitor to Carl's left pressed his hand to the stone, then tapped 3 times. The illusion vanished, and Carl saw that there was a scanner of some sort there, and that the inquisitor had tapped on a wooden door, not the stone wall. "This is as far as we go. We will be waiting here for you to return," the inquisitor informed Carl, then pushed him through and shut the door. There were only 2 people inside, one woman in ornate black robes, and one man in red. Both were dragonkin, with mostly scaled bodies, as well as wings and tails, and both were immensely powerful, near the peak of the overlord rank by Carl's estimation. The black-robed woman began to speak directly into Carl's mind. "Greetings, Brother Carl. We have been watching you for some time now, and I must say that we are impressed with your abilities." Carl bowed politely and spoke in response. "Thank you. The gods have favored me." That made the 2 of them chuckle. The red-robed man replied out loud with a smile on his face. "You have no idea how right you are. I am the avatar of the Red Dragon, the highest authority for the war goddess on this world, and beside me is the avatar of the Black Dragon, the dragon god of death. Our deities have taken an interest in you, and asked that we see you in person. I have gained the attention of the war and death gods. Excuse my shock, but I am only an ascended rank elite," Carl replied, too shocked to come up with a better response. The woman in black spoke out loud, a haunting sound that seemed to echo from another world and sent chills down Carl's spine. "It is not your penchant for war and death that caught their attention, though you do have a particular affinity for it that would have made you an exceptional priest." She stopped and took down her hood, revealing a delicate and beautiful, but childish face with jet black horns and shockingly silver hair that shimmered in the light. She smirked at Carl's shock, and when she spoke again, her voice was a musical and kind tone that made Carl instantly want to like her. "Death's blessing is eternal. Her high priestesses do not age, and her high priests do not die. But what has caught the attention of the divine dragons is your affinity for the system. Focus on the power of the system in your mind and speak the word status." Carl wasn't sure what she meant, but the new focus in his mind seemed to be the logical point to start, as it was a focal point for power, and that power came from the divine injection created from the system stones. Status, a long string of text appeared in his vision. System active, name, Carl, class, Beastmaster, partners. Hawk, ascended rank Dragon Hawk Ray, ascended rank Bloodbath Spider. Thor, ascended rank Lightning Sarrow, available skill points, 34. "So, what do you see?" the avatar of the Black Dragon asked eagerly in her musical voice. "I see a set of text. My name, my class is Beastmaster, and the names of my beasts. Then at the bottom it says that I have 34 skill points, whatever those are," Carl explained. The 2 avatars smiled at each other. "You see, the divine injection doesn't fully awaken the system in anyone. It only gets you a small fraction of the way there. It looks like you might actually have a fully functional version now that you have stepped on the system stones. The other clerics have tried bringing promising candidates to test the ones you found, but for those without a system, they won't activate at all. They won't even activate for priests who gained their powers through faith, even though some of them were at the awakened rank. So, naturally, we want to know if you really do have the full power of the ancient system. Focus again and think the word skills or skill list," she insisted. "Skills, skill list, learn skills," Carl sighed as none of them worked, and then a faint message appeared in his vision. "Skill list unavailable. Randomly assigned skill points?" Carl smiled. "It says that the list is unavailable and asks if I want to randomly assign my points." The 2 avatars sighed and shook their heads before the Red Dragon avatar answered in his deep voice. "You can if you wish, but it appears that your system is not completely activated, so I recommend holding off until you can find another holy relic. If you don't know what the skills are, it might not tell you what you have gained, so you will never know what powers you have that you're not using," he explained. Carl nodded. Having more spells and attacks would be wonderful. He didn't know how many points each of them would cost, but he could likely get at least a few more with what he had. Carl considered the situation for a moment. Is there anyone with a completed system that I could ask for advice? The laughter of the two filled the room, a booming chuckle overlaid with a delicate giggle, like ringing bells. There hasn't been a fully active system in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Take a seat, and we will have a little history lesson that might help this all make sense. The Black Dragon Avatar replied. Not even you two? Carl asked as he took a seat. They were the most favored of their gods. If anyone had a chance, it was them. We are neither subject to the system, nor are we born in this world. We only stopped in to see what the commotion was all about, after our gods asked us to observe from the shadows. When we are finished our work here, we will leave and watch until our deities ask us to take on another task. But that is only incidental to the situation at hand. Our deities were wondering if your people could really earn the forgiveness of the world dragon and reactivate the system, or if you would have to carve an entirely new path for yourselves. It all started with a rebellion, as most changes do. At the time, the system had been active for longer than the world had kept recorded histories. You know how it is, time wears all away, and after a number of wars, changes of leadership and such, the original documents were lost and only legend remained. That was when a group of demigods thought that they could become the next system administrator. They led a revolution against the world dragon, intending to usurp the world from his control. They shattered the world dragon scale that had been placed in this world to maintain his will, but they had gravely misunderstood the power of the world dragon. The backlash alone was enough to obliterate their very essence, but the damage was done. The world was cut off from its primary source of divine power, and without the world dragon scale, there could be no more system activations by the will of the world dragon. For the next few thousand years, the surviving system users kept the system stones powered, and new generations gained power as they should. But, as everyone should have predicted, the movement to overthrow the world dragon wasn't truly gone, and a surviving demigod, a titan named Omega, shattered the system stones. But just when he thought that he could take over this world in the name of the giant races, tragedy befell him as well. A nature dragon demigod was passing by and saw him at his weakest, in the midst of the divine tribulation to ascend to godhood, so she ate him. It is unknown whether that was enough to push the dragon demigod to true godhood, but it hasn't been seen since, so there is a good chance that it ascended. Carl's laughter stopped her story for a moment. Sorry, please continue. I just thought about the nature dragon clerics that I know, and I can totally see them doing it if they had a chance. The Black Dragon Avatar smiled. After that, things went downhill fast. There was a world full of system users, but no new generations could gain the system, and without the system, the existing powers in the world rapidly fell into chaos, separating into factions to protect themselves. There is a lot more, hundreds of thousands of years worth of history, but the start is the important part. Now that you have the system halfway activated, all that is left is to see if it is possible for you to gain the rest of its hidden powers, or if the world dragon expects you to forge your own path. Carl sat in stunned silence as the Black Dragon Goddess Avatar finished her story. He was still a bit shocked to be in the presence of the representatives of the gods of war and death, and then to be told that the hubris of the world's most powerful had been the downfall of the entire world. He couldn't process it all that quickly. So, once upon a time, everyone were elites, even those of the other species, and it all ended because someone thought that they could take on the world dragon, Carl requested, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. The red-robed man nodded grimly. Foolish notion that. Nobody ever wins those challenges. But you are correct that every species on this world once had the full powers of the system on their side. Even the beastkin, though some of them insist they were actually cursed by the world dragon to be used by others as good luck charms. Carl chuckled at the notion. How would a beastkin be a good luck charm? Were they like a holy stone, and granted a luck buff if you held them? He supposed that wasn't impossible if the gods were getting directly involved in the lives of the people. What if I can't activate the ancient system, and I just am what I am, a beast master, with the ability to grow and learn skills like every other elite? Carl asked. The Red Dragon Avatar shrugged. Then I wish you the best of luck becoming the most powerful elite in the world. I have no idea if it's possible, but the path of the divine beasts is a good one. In the ancient legends, There was a hero with the Beast Lord class, though they summoned their beasts instead of bonding living ones. I have never heard of a class like yours, but I would pay particular attention to the children of the Green Dragon. They are the god of beasts who don't have their own deities, so they will eventually take interest in you as well. Carl asked. The man frowned. It's a tricky question. Nobody really knows if the Green Dragon is a female who uses divine power to fertilize her eggs, or a male who uses divine power to create the eggs he fertilizes. What we do know is that there is no other involved in the process of creating Green Dragon demigods, and if they know, they're not telling. All this talk of gods and ancient treachery was giving Carl a headache. Even if he knew some of the answers now, there was nothing that he could do about it except possibly tell someone who would write it down so it wasn't forgotten again. The black-robed woman opened a portal on the wall behind them, and nodded toward the red dragon avatar. It seems that our time is up, and we must run to another duty. Thank you for your time, and you may return to your day. The avatar of the war god announced as he rose to his feet. That was it. They just walked through the portal, which closed behind them, and then the door behind Carl opened, allowing the Inquisitor's entry. Brother Carl, welcome back. Did you have a productive interview? The Inquisitor asked. Carl opened his mouth to answer, but found that he couldn't speak at all about anything that had happened in the room. He could remember it, but no matter how he tried to phrase it, he was unable to tell them. The best he could give him was a generic confirmation. Productive would be a good word for it, yes, he agreed. The faces of the two avatars were already blurring in his mind, leaving behind a general impression to recognize them by, but not enough to accurately describe them, even if he could speak about the topic. That room is for foreign dignitaries of the church. Anything that happens in there is usually confidential, so we won't ask you for details. There is one thing that you should know, though. 6 minutes ago, just before you entered the room, the system stones that your team discovered disappeared. They were in the middle of a test, and then every single one of the monsters in the region, as well as the system stones, and an entire mountain, vanished. An entire mountain? Now that's a missed opportunity. Carl gasped, shocked that nobody had noticed an entire mountain just appearing in the area. How bad were the maps they were working from? Or did nobody actually read them? The Inquisitor sighed, realizing that Carl hadn't known anything about it, and hadn't been informed of it beforehand. The Inquisitor was hoping that even if he couldn't speak about the topic, there would at least be something in his response that would indicate that whoever he was meeting might have provided him with information about it in advance. They walked back up to the main floor, and Carl realized that the others were taken somewhere else. What were the rest of us called back for? The High Priest said we were all summoned, and that was before the big event would have happened. Carl asked as they walked. Ah, right. There was no time to fill you in on all the details. Your group was called back for a formal recognition of your contributions. I'm not certain what will become of that now that the thing happened, but we are taking you to the others, the Inquisitor explained. That was right, they had said that they had a meeting, and then a publicity thing. But if the system stones had vanished, then there would be no grand announcement to the public, unless the Archbishop had managed to salvage their power somehow. Carl was led into a room where the rest of his team, along with dozens of high priests, some from every god that Carl had ever heard of, going by the differences in their robes, had gathered. They were all waiting for something, and the Inquisitors left Carl to do as he pleased, while they went to join the other Inquisitors who had gathered by the door. Everyone was waiting for news, and Carl saw Tessa and Lotus's concern as he joined them at their table up front. Have you heard? The tiny nature priestess asked. Carl nodded, and the table fell silent again while they waited. A few minutes later, the Archbishop himself entered the room, and Carl immediately noticed that his unique layered robes with the gold on the outside were the direct equivalent of the robes that the red and black dragon avatars wore. That would make him the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, but the avatar of the World Dragon, or perhaps the Golden Dragons, which were technically a different species entirely and specialized in organization and leadership. He looked weary as he took his seat at the front of the room, on a throne facing the assembled priests. Only Carl's group included anyone who wasn't from the church, which couldn't be coincidental. The people in the room were most likely those who had seen the system stones for themselves, as they would need to know what had happened, and what the official statement would be on the matter. Greetings everyone. As you may know, there was an upheaval today. The newly discovered set of system stones, along with the underground temple complex of the 7th dynasty, vanished along with the remains of a monster influx. There was no warning, and from what we can tell, nothing else was affected. None of the groups who were in the area remember anything out of the ordinary. Only those in this room even recall that there was a temple complex under the mountain. Only those in this room recall that our team arrived in the zone to study the system stones. Even the inquisitors that we assigned to assist the church guard elsewhere in the region have forgotten the circumstances behind their deployment. Why that is, we do not yet know. What we can say is that while the system stones were active, dozens of clerics and others gained a new system skill from the anomaly. Now that they have vanished, we will be treating this incident as a one-time trial instance, with no way to recreate it. The contents of the trial are to remain confidential, but the gains will be in your official records, along with the achievements that were made during the influx period. That will be all for today's meeting. All other press conferences, meetings and discussion groups are cancelled for the day while the schedule is reworked. Then the weary-looking archbishop got up out of his chair and left the room. The rapid change left everyone a bit confused as to what they should be doing for the day, as their whole schedule had just been cancelled. The members who were on the media team were close to panic, though. They were supposed to start broadcasting in under an hour, and they no longer had a story to report. Just nothing. But within seconds, they latched onto the best opportunity that they had left. The events in the field weren't classified, only the ones to do with the system stones. Everyone else would remember the timeline mostly as it was. Only where it involved the system stones were the memories of those involved blurred. You can be the story. You elites, who managed to get 100% of the commander rank kills in an entire zone for a week. Yes, that's perfect for tonight's news. Please don't leave, we have to film 30 minutes of footage that needs to go on air in an hour. One of the clergy assigned to news releases pleaded. We already have the footage of you in front of the official background, so we can do informal interviews here, and then fill the time with reporter explanations. It will be perfect. We even have stock footage of giants, ogres and other monsters to work with. Another of the reporters agreed. The elites all sighed, while Tessa rolled her eyes as Lotus vanished beneath the table. She knows that we know where she went, right? One of the reporters asked. Yes, but she's hoping that you will forget about her before she has to be on the news, Tessa agreed. Carl, hide me in Ray's space, they'll never look there, Lotus pleaded. You can't put living things in there. Well, maybe I could, but it might bind you to me like Ray is, Carl laughed. Lotus paused like she was actually weighing the option, then came back out from under the table. Fine, but a short interview for the nature goddess, and no trying to make me famous, she reluctantly agreed. The room was quickly rearranged so that they could do multiple interviews at the same time, each facing the walls, which conveniently were created from multiple panels with identical patterns, so it would look like they were filming them one after another in the same studio. Carl was led to the actual podium stage instead of one of the identical spots, and he sighed. You know, Commander Alice is the leader of the team, he reminded them. The priestess with him nodded happily. But you have a lightning Sarah, she replied. Carl chuckled, understanding where they were going with this. All right, let's get this rolling. The reporter gestured to the cameraman, who gave them a thumbs up as Carl adjusted his position to face the camera that was over the reporter's left shoulder. The interview would be taken from two angles, so the person speaking could speak toward the camera without an unnatural turn away from the interviewer. That would also give them plenty of room to call out Thor, who Carl and the reporter were hoping would become the star of the evening news. Good evening, everyone. This is Sister Clara, with you again, to provide a special report regarding the topic of the week among the active combat elites. For those of you who missed the beginning of the broadcast, there was a group of elites on a defensive mission this past week who managed to score 100% of the commander rank kills for an entire zone. That's right, they single-handedly managed to contain the commander rank threats in their combat zone, and we have them here at the Capitol Cathedral studio for a quick interview before they return to their regularly scheduled duties. With me right now is Carl, an ascended rank elite student of the Divine Golden Academy. Can you tell us where you came from, and possibly say hello to those who are important to you? She asked. Of course. I come from Lithium Mine Village, and I would be remiss if I didn't at least say hello to my loving parents, Jake and Ella. Plus, a special shout out to the miners of the third shift. I wish I could say I miss working with you, but I really don't miss the bottom of the mines. Carl replied with a genuine laugh. The reporter smiled, and Carl knew that when this aired, the mines would be celebrating like crazy to have made the news. The third shift was 6 in the evening to midnight, the usual shift for students, though they were sent back up at the halfway mark, so they only worked 6 until 9, and they would be ready for school in the morning. A miner turned beast master. I'm certain your hometown is very proud to call you one of their own, especially as an ascended rank elite, already on the front lines while you're still in school. Tell us, what is it like, working in the wilderness? She asked. Make up a pretty lie. The cameraman was silently shouting at Carl as he realized that Carl had never done one of these interviews before. Well, I must say that the experience is greatly improved when you have a nature priest with you. With the blessing of their goddess to create all sorts of plants, including spices, dinner becomes much more pleasant, both for myself and for my bonded companions. Carl replied, leading the reporter in the right direction, for which he could see the thankfulness in her eyes, though her expression remained professional. I have heard wonderful things about your bonded beasts, from which your class gets its name. Might we meet one of them today? She asked, following the cues. Of course. Thor, would you come out and lay down next to me? Carl spoke out loud. If he didn't lay down, the lightning Sarah would be mostly out of the camera's frame, and that would just annoy the staff. Thor settled in with his head right next to Clara's chair, but facing the front, where the reporter could lean forward to pet his head, and he would be in the shots of both of them, but not in the way of the upper body of either. He instinctively knew where he needed to be, and the reporter smiled as she stroked his head between his eyes, exactly as Lotus had instructed her to do while everyone was waiting here to see what was going on. While Carl was gone for a secondary interview, that was what they had done. Sat and waited and shared gossip. He is a lovely one, isn't he? For our viewers at home, Thor is an adult male lightning Sarrow, and we don't recommend that you approach them in the wild, but this one is quite tame and sociable. She explained as Thor made a happy rumble. Carl smiled and nodded in agreement. Not only is he possibly the most social member of the group, he's also an incredible frontline fighter. His lightning barrier can defend him against the strongest of ascended rank attacks, and he works well with others to strategize and control the movement of the monsters we are clearing from the wilderness before they can threaten the nearby towns. Thor nodded happily, and then moved his head to bump up against her legs when the reporter sat back upright and stopped patting him. The gesture made the camera operators and a number of the others in the background laugh. Thor was precisely the spokesperson that they needed on camera today. It was impossible not to love him. Can you tell us a little about a memorable battle? I know the others in the group have been asked the same thing, but I won't mind if it's the same one as one of them has mentioned. The reporter asked with genuine interest in her soft blue eyes. Carl smiled at the camera. Well, I have one in mind, and I'm not sure if it's the same one as the others have mentioned. We were on patrol and had just finished a fight with a group of ogres when Hawk, our scout, informed us of a group of hobgoblins who were giving the military unit we were attached to some trouble. We rushed back to the scene, and found that the hobgoblins had a shaman with them, healing the filthy monsters as the elites of the army fought a valiant battle toward the center of the hobgoblin formation, where the cowardly little shaman was hiding. Now, Thor here is a good bit larger than your average hobgoblin, and he just plowed right through them, and tossed that goblin shaman 20 meters in the air, where our ranged attacks could take it out. Carl accompanied the explanation with hand gestures, and at the right moment, Thor gave a flip of his head, showing the cameras how to toss a goblin. The camera operators were both giving Carl enthusiastic gestures, while the reporters smiled and nodded along. It sounds like quite the scene. How did the battle end? She asked more seriously. Only minor injuries among the military unit that our clerics healed before the battle was even over. A resounding victory. Within minutes, all the interviews were finished, and the reporters started doing their own bits, recording speeches over stock footage, and giving a highly censored version of events that wouldn't scare the general public while still honoring the fallen soldiers and elites of the many battlefields around the nation. That was a fairly standard part of any ongoing events broadcast, as there were always battles to be fought, but it did use a solid portion of the time that they needed to fill, and when combined with the interviews, it wouldn't seem as dull and routine as it did when they were just speaking alone in studio. Carl retreated to the back of the room where he found the Blue Dragon High Priestess he had met earlier, the head of historians, whose name he had quickly forgotten, waiting for him. Fortunately, Lotus was there to save him. Greetings, High Priestess Lilith. Did you have a request for us? I made some great notes on plants I don't remember seeing in the study guides. The nature priestess greeted the historian. Her eyes were lit up with excitement about the list of new plants, and between a nature priestess and a blue dragon high priestess, who was obsessed with new knowledge, there was a very real chance that they were about to become best friends for the day. The high priestess looked just as excited as Lotus, and for a second, Carl thought that the two were going to get lost in a conversation about plants, but the older woman turned her attention to Carl. "Actually, I have a request for you all. An official one. We would like to ask that your group, with their exceptional affinity for stumbling across valuable new things, takes on a mission to the Boundary Mountains. There is said to be a strange phenomenon there, and the other groups we have sent in lost days of time, with no memories of them, but a feeling that they failed some sort of trial. With the luck that your group has shown, we have some hope that you will be able to bring back some information. That's official, straight from the church council. Of course, if the elites choose to turn it down, we won't be sending you and Tessa alone, but we have some hopes that everyone present will agree," Lilith explained. Carl was about to answer when he sensed a familiar presence over his shoulder, and a sense of menace that wasn't directed at him, but past him. Colonel Valerie stepped up beside Carl with a fake smile, wearing a visitor's hassock, as all guests to the cathedral church would. She waited for the high priestess to notice her and put together her unexpected appearance here with who she was and what it likely implied. Lilith smiled at her. "Ah, Colonel. What a surprise to see you here. I had thought that you would still be with your tour group." Valerie's resting angry face didn't even budge at the comment. "Naturally, I came to check on my elites. It seems someone is quite intent on borrowing them from the Bureau, and I would hate to lose track of their whereabouts." Her tone said that she was not planning to spare the high priestess any of her wrath, which could turn into an epic battle of wills between the representatives of the church and the government. So both Carl and Lotus took a half step back from what was shaping up to be an epic catfight, but the two leaders preferred to fight with mental jabs and not fists. That would be a shame, would it not? The Bureau for Elite Development, unable to even track the elites that they're supposed to be developing. A tragedy of bureaucracy, really? Lilith agreed with a solemn nod. Indeed. It seems that holy quests are becoming increasingly common these days when it comes to new students. The will of the gods is a strange thing. Colonel Valerie snapped back. That got a rise out of the high priestess, that was quickly stamped down. It wasn't directly doubting the will of the gods, but it was coming perilously close to insulting her deity as well as her personal motivations. Fortunately, they weren't the only people in the room, and after a few seconds some of the inquisitors came over to see what all the glaring was about, just in time to catch the last round of barbs between the two. Colonel Valerie continued. "I believe that it is time that the students returned to their education. It would be a shame to keep them away from their training for too much of the semester." High Priestess Lilith smiled back, and Carl was certain that her graying hair turned a bit more of a royal blue color as she spoke next. "It is the will of the goddess of knowledge that the group takes this trial. It must proceed," she declared in a voice that seemed to echo, as if coming from a massive being, not a rather unremarkable priestess. Then she continued in a more normal tone. "But you will be happy to know that one of your own agents has been called upon to join the mission. She must be there, the fates demanded." Two clerics wearing the uniforms of the tour guides burst into the room, looking for their wayward tour group member, and Colonel Valerie sighed. "I will have a tracker put on them if this continues to be an issue. Carl, Dana, I will catch up with you when you return. Sister Tessa, Sister Lotus, it was good to see you both again, and I will be waiting for your reports after this holy quest from the church has finished." Then she followed the angry tour operators out of the room, and Carl noticed just how quiet it had gotten as everyone stopped to watch the drama. Lilith turned to the room and made a dismissive gesture. "Show's over, everyone. You have your duties, I suggest that you get to them." That made all the news staff scurry back to their work, while the inquisitors pretended that listening in on juicy gossip was beneath them, and the other clerics in the room scattered, leaving to find something to do elsewhere, where they wouldn't get in trouble with the high priestess. Carl considered doing the same, but she was here for him and the group, so trying to run would just make her chase him down again. "Should we start packing right away, then?" Carl asked, as he still needed to restock and finish cleaning and repairing all his gear. "You have the remainder of the day, as the flight will leave in the morning with another round of clergy transfers. The details will be provided to you privately later, but the inquisitors have agreed to help you upgrade your gear for the current situation," she agreed, straightening her deep blue robes. That actually sounded pretty good. With all the trouble they'd seen lately, his various uniforms weren't cutting it anymore, and it was probably time to switch to armor. It would be expensive, and there was a good chance that he would outgrow it, despite the growth spurt that he had already been through. However, if that happened while the armor was still in good shape, he could always resell it to the supply staff. Of course, having Lotus and Tessa with them, who could repair armor, was a huge benefit. It would make their gear last much longer than it could otherwise be expected to, and between them, they could take care of both leather and metal armors. Carl nodded his head at the high priestess before catching the attention of one of the church guards who had been shadowing them since they arrived. "Thank you, High Priestess Lilith. I will take my leave to upgrade my equipment now, and I will be ready to leave right after breakfast tomorrow," Carl agreed. Lotus raised her hand. "Oh, I will come with you. You look like you have no fashion sense." Carl stared down at the unrepentant little nature priestess, who saw nothing at all wrong with what she had said. Lotus gave him a single raised eyebrow look of challenge. "What? Don't tell me you're suddenly fashionable. I bet that if I let you go unattended, you'd do something like trying to outfit match with Thor. Go, go. Let's go to the armory and find something that won't make you look like a dork." Carl let Lotus drag him to the armory room, following the two church guards who were navigating them through the corridors of the cathedral, avoiding the public areas which were packed with tourists during the middle of the day. With so many different gods, there was a reason for numerous travelers to come to the cathedral every week of the year, but this week was the anniversary of one of the larger subjugation wars, which had freed an eastern region from the control of a giant clan. So, every year, people from that region used their holidays to come here to the capital and celebrate the anniversary with parties and a trip to the cathedral in honor of the priests and priestesses who had come to their rescue, leading armies of church followers. The armory was hidden at the back of the cathedral complex, in a newer building next to the loading docks. If he hadn't known that they were still within the grounds, thanks to the number of ancient stone buildings around them, Carl would have thought that this was part of the commercial district. From the outside, this loading area was hidden by trees and a long driveway, but it was modern enough that they could move all the goods they needed in and out efficiently, and without interfering with the experience of the visitors to the holy buildings. "What can I do for you?" the clerk asked as Lotus waved happily at him. "Carl here needs new battle armor. We get to go fun places," Lotus replied, excited about the day's upcoming events. "Ascended rank, and as he doesn't have armor yet, I will say that he's not the team leader, so it will be ascended minimum with a heavy dose of commander rank targets. We can do that. As long as he has the merits and access, that is," the clerk agreed. Carl handed over his card, and the clerk scanned it through the reader. "That should do it. Do you need weapons as well, or is what you have good enough?" he asked. "I've got an ascended rank bonded sword, and the ability to code it in ascended rank attack skills. It should be alright, as far as my abilities go," Carl replied. The clerk nodded. "Can you take it out and show me? It's better if I know what we're working with, just in case you might need a backup." Carl took out the blade, and then used the new shared skill, Flaming Body, that Hawk had shared to coat his lower arms and the blade in flames. "Ooh, when did you learn that? Nice trick," Lotus cheered. "When Hawk learned it. It should work out fairly well, and I can use it with the refreshing lightning barrier to keep up my defenses," Carl agreed. The clerk made a short note and then tapped a button to update his listings based on what Carl had mentioned for his skills. "Well, we don't have much that's compatible with both lightning and fire, but we do have either or. If you're using lightning as a defensive shield, I would recommend this suit. Are there any pieces of gear that you need to keep on?" he asked. "My gauntlets. I've got a set of bestial strength gauntlets that should be kept on when I'm heading into combat. Then there's a ring I keep on as well, but that shouldn't interfere with the armor," Carl explained. "A ring with what properties, so I know what to build around?" the clerk asked as he refined the search. Carl did his best not to laugh as he realized how lopsided his buffs were. "It's a ring of giant strength." The clerk blinked twice, slowly, and then entered it into his computer. "You didn't look like the smash everything to paste type of warrior, but I guess appearances are deceiving." Lotus giggled. "Oh, he's not a warrior, he's a beast master. We just happen to have fought plenty of giants recently, and they value strength above all else." "I see." It was obvious that he didn't quite get what a non-warrior class would want with all that strength, but he also wasn't well versed in actual combat, just in the theoretical aspects that went into balancing gear to distribute to the other elites. Being strong also meant being fast, in a way. It didn't help your reflexes, but Carl's were already excellent, thanks to his class, so he could react smoothly while moving at much higher speeds than his body was normally capable of. "Alright, I have a match. It has strong defense, a natural affinity for lightning attacks, which should strengthen your barrier, and no gloves required, so you can wear your gauntlets," the clerk announced, before turning the screen to face Carl. It was a superhero. The entire outfit was designed to make the wearer look like a children's cartoon superhero, complete with a masked helmet that Carl was certain had to be some sort of copyright violation. "Heart Ranger, go!" Lotus laughed as she saw the outfit. That was precisely what Carl had been thinking, and the church guard with them nodded in agreement. "I take it you would like me to look for something else?" the clerk asked sheepishly. Normally, if the armor was the best that you could get, but it was ridiculous looking, or it was mismatched and piecemeal as many elites would wear when they didn't want to spend the money on a crafted set, they would wear it under a combat uniform instead of over. Lotus didn't like the combat uniforms, though, and Carl was trying to get away from destroying them as well. The clerk went through the options that he thought would be suitable, and at least wouldn't interfere with the skills that Carl was using, and came up with 3 options, which he brought up on the screen behind him. Those are your better-looking options. Not cartoonish or superhero. These ones were designed more for the working mercenaries than the up-and-coming stars who are likely to be recorded and put on the news, but if that's what you prefer, we've got them, the clerk explained. That's very much what I prefer. I spend a lot of time scouting and on point in the wilderness. I would rather not look like a super ranger. Carl laughed. One of the men in the back laughed as he heard the conversation. Tell the kid it's not that bad. We all go into the woods with bright white robes on. That made both Carl and Lotus laugh. The church guard did indeed go to battle in bright white robes, and their defensive magic even ensured that they stayed pure white for as long as possible. Who had decided that was a great tactical decision? Carl had no idea, but it had been a tradition for so long that even suggesting changing it now would be unthinkable to most of the church members. Lotus pointed up at the screen. There, that 1 second from the left. What are its properties? I wouldn't be embarrassed to be seen next to that, she asked. It's lightning neutral, fire element friendly, and has an ascended grade durability. The materials are a mix of monster leather and enchanted metals, with no additional enhancements to benefit the user. That means it is one of the budget options at the ascended rank. However, it is a quality magical product, and will hold up well to long-term use with the leather pants and the ability to be bonded, should the user be sufficiently compatible. Lotus smiled. Oh, bonded is good. What about the one on the far right? Roughly the same, neutral to lightning magic, but more attuned to fire. It also makes fire magic a bit less mana-intensive to use. It can also be bonded by the right user, but it is all leather, no metal. Can you bring them both out? If Carl can bond with one of the two, that would be the preferred option, just for the sake of daily combat use, Lotus suggested. The clerk nodded and tapped the screen, eliminating the others. A few minutes later, a muscular warrior came out from the back room with 2 boxes of gear and a smile on his face. Priestess, elite. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I think that too many people overlook the benefits of not looking like an idiot when you're on patrol, especially when you're young. Sure, you might think it's cool, but the team members who have been out in the field longer probably don't appreciate the walking flag in their midst. No, I can say for certain, nobody appreciates that. I might not be one of the elites, but I served over a decade on the front lines with the army before retiring. I doubt that having superpowers instead of a battle cleric will have changed the basics. The clerk gestured to the 2 boxes. You just have to put on one piece of the equipment, and if you are compatible, it will bond with you. Now, keep in mind that once it does, you've bought it, no returns, exchanges or refunds. Carl turned to Lotus. I suspect that how I look matters much more to you than it does to me, so you pick which one we try first. If it works, that's the look I will have for the foreseeable future. The tiny cleric sighed, then put on a serious face and turned her hair from black to a mottled brown that reminded Carl of tree bark. Oh, the nature priestess has her game face on. What's it going to be, sister? The clerk asked. All leather first. My instincts say all leather first, Lotus replied, before her hair changed back to blonde. Carl wondered how long he had missed the fact that she had been changing her hair color with her mood, so he almost didn't notice when he picked up the helmet and set it over his head that the rest of the equipment vanished, and his hassock now had a full suit of armor underneath it. Well, take it off, take it off. The hassock, Lotus demanded, upset that she had been denied the sight of her chosen armor option. Carl laughed as he untied the belt and pulled the hassock over his head, revealing the plain flat black armor underneath, with a long-sleeved green tunic shirt underneath that Carl didn't remember being in the pile of gear. It felt a bit strange being restricted by armor, after always being in just cloth, especially the way that the leather pants, with their stiff additional plating on the thighs and lower legs, moved against him. Lotus circled Carl 3 times before she made her decision that it was good enough for her. "I like it. The green tunic was a nice touch, thanks guys." She congratulated the workers in the supply room. "There was no tunic in the pile, we just assumed he was already wearing it," the clerk replied, confused. "I was only wearing the hassock," Carl replied with a shrug. The clerk shook his head. "You've been around the nature priests too long. Normally, visitors wear a layer underneath and don't just free-ball it." Carl laughed. "Well, I had no clean clothes, and this was what was in the room, so this is what I'm wearing." The clerk shrugged off his concerns, and decided that it was all part of the system's magic that added the shirt to complete the armor set. Not that there were gaps that needed covering, but it looked more natural with the tunic between layers. "Well, it looks like I'm good on armor now. I suppose that I should see what they were planning to do to change my supplies. The Academy backpack has been pretty good to me, but it sounds like the High Priestess was planning to make some changes," Carl added as he admired his new armor in the mirror on one wall. Now he had not just a weapon, but a full suit of armor that could be stored in a separate space, and if he was right, the armor, like the weapon, should come out clean again when he put it on. The weapon didn't take any blood or viscera back to the space with it, so the armor should be the same. "Put the hassock back on before you leave the room, it's regulation," the clerk reminded him when Carl turned to go show off his new gear to the others. "Right, almost forgot about that." He removed the helmet and set it aside, then awkwardly slid the loose-fitting robe back over himself and tied the waist. Then, as a test, he dismissed just the helmet back to the separate space, and sighed with relief when he found that he could go without it and not have to put away the entire set of armor. All that was left that wasn't bonded were the gauntlets, and those were easy enough to transport wherever he went, as they were made of leather with steel plating on the top. Once they had resized to fit him, they could easily enough be tucked in a side pocket of his bag, or a pouch at his waist. He would say tucked in his belt, but it would never do to accidentally lose one while he was running. It's a definite improvement over the silly combat suits that make everyone look like a mall security wannabe, Lotus informed him as they left the supply room. "That's one way to look at them. We didn't have a mall in the town I grew up in, so I have only seen them on television," Carl laughed. Lotus giggled. "You don't even know what you're missing out on then. You know, you're most likely what one would call rich by now. When you get some time off, you could go out shopping in the capital, take in the sights, learn to live a little." Carl raised an eyebrow at the way she directed it straight at him. "Just me? You're not going to come along and show me what I'm missing at the shopping mall?" The nature priestess just shook her head. "I would personally rather play with Ray in the forest. But I have it on excellent authority that the mall was a highlight of the childhood of those who lived near one." The pair joked as the church guard led them back to the main building, where Brother Choi was waiting for Carl to return, ready to continue their meditation practice, at the instruction of the High Priestess. "Don't worry, it's all for your own benefit. If you're going to run away tomorrow before we can finish the process, it would be best if you at least had one more afternoon of practice, so I can provide guidance on any aspects you haven't mastered," the monk greeted them. Lotus waved to Brother Choi as she kept walking. "I will make sure that your gear gets properly updated for the mission. Go and learn your focus thing, so Ray can make it to commander rank and take me through the trees even faster. I'm glad you have your priorities in order. I will see you at dinner," Carl called back as she headed into the building, followed by one of the 2 church guards. The orders to follow the group around so they were available anytime they were needed were never changed, and at this point probably wouldn't be, as they were leaving in the morning, so everyone had an escort, and there was no chance that the inquisitive mind of a nature priest might lead Lotus astray in the nation's largest cathedral. They returned to the same meditation room as the last time, but this time, Brother Choi had more knowledge to impart. "Since you're going to be gone when you get to the important part, I will try to explain it now. You will finish the flame, and then you will feel stuck again. But you're actually not. Once the flame is finished, you need to draw the aura of the flame out through the whole space, and then when it feels like it is balancing out again, rebuild the flame to a new, higher standard. It will only go so far beyond the surrounding area before it feels complete and won't advance, so you need to keep layering more and more power through the space from the focus. If you don't bring it from the focus, it won't stay or increase the potency of the space. It's hard to say how many times you will have to do it, but eventually, you will make it to commander rank. While you were busy, I did a bit of research using the reports that the Bureau has made on you, and I think that you don't actually need to push yourself all the way to the commander rank with your mental space. Once you get far enough, the beasts will naturally advance, and they should pull you up with them. That's something that I can't do, but in your early reports, it was clear that the advancement of Hawk was driving you forward, so the same should remain true as you advance further. Carl considered that for a while. Can I spread the aura of the focus before it's at its maximum? Brother Choi nodded. You can, but it's not as efficient because there isn't enough energy there to make a nice even advancement layer. Like the rings of a tree. You need it to be even all the way around for it to be perfect. That made sense, so Carl gave him an affirmative thumbs up and began to meditate to finish building up the 3 focal points. Now that he had a guaranteed way forward, it was much easier to focus on the task at hand and not worry about what he should be doing. The next morning came entirely too early as Carl felt that he was finally making real progress on his spaces, but the promise of a unique challenge for the group, with the promise of even better rewards, was enough to eliminate most of the concerns that his time might be better spent in the meditation room. His backpack had been upgraded while he was away, including a small note from Lotus about the state of his supplies. Carl, I replaced all your camping gear, other than what Ray made, which I transferred from a stick to a proper lightweight pole. There is a folded cloth tent, your hammock, rope, lightweight kitchenware, extra boots and socks, and then the essential grooming kit. Since you're with us, I only included the small fuel stove with 1 can, but normally, you would carry a spare. The cup that goes with the stove contains a coffee perk, and some fresh ground beans if you find yourself in need of better coffee in the mornings. There is a week's worth of ration packs in there, as is protocol, and an extra canteen full of good water. I also added some extra clothes, since you never have anything clean when you get back to civilization. Your laundry is tightly rolled and packed in the central pouch. Please refer to the diagram. Her handwriting was beautiful, so what had happened to her picture drawing abilities? Even the shape of the backpack was barely recognizable, much less the stuff she drew inside. Fortunately, the labels were perfectly clear, and Carl understood without completely unpacking the bag. Instead, he just opened the sections and pockets to double-check, before curiosity overcame him, and he pulled out the grooming kit to see what Lotus had thought were the essentials for a man's grooming. There was a straight razor, shaving soap and a brush, which looked higher quality than his old one. Then there was a comb, scissors, nail clippers, a sewing kit with both fine and leather supplies, instant set glue, leather soap, mink oil for conditioning the leather, and then condoms. So many condoms. Now, Carl wasn't a particularly prudish young man, and he did keep one in his old supply bag, just in case. But there were nearly 30 of them here. Was Lotus trying to tell him something? Or was this an oddity of what she considered essential supplies? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long, as the cleric in question came to check on him just as he was putting everything away. Lotus, why is half my grooming kit bag filled with condoms? Carl asked as the smirking woman walked in. You see, the standard operating procedure is 14 days of supplies, except water, which would be too heavy to carry for most of us. So, 14 days and 2 a day makes 28. There are precisely 28 condoms in your bag, and if that number changes, we will have some questions for you, young man. Lotus replied in her best motherly voice before devolving into giggles. Well, it's not like they're heavy, but I admire your optimism. I didn't tear the pack apart, but it looks like everything is there. Is it time to leave? Carl replied. Yeah, we head down in 10 minutes, that's what I came over to tell you, just in case you were meditating. They hate waiting for people, especially elites, who should know better. The pilots hate waiting on anything. But I'm all packed up now, should we get going? Carl replied. The others should be waiting. The word, waiting, turned out to be an understatement. One helicopter was shut down for maintenance, and there were 50 clergy members standing around outside with their gear, as the other pilots wouldn't leave him to fly without his formation if they didn't have to. There weren't many monsters who could take one out when it was loaded with clerics and elites, but if they were taken by surprise, even Hawk could be a deadly threat to the transport vehicle. The mechanisms were complex and fairly delicate, so a single fireball to the rotors would take a helicopter out of the sky. For that reason, the bus was a more popular option, but for wilderness deployments, it simply wasn't an option, as it couldn't get you close enough to the deployment zone, and the Golden Dragon Nation was a large one. As he scanned the group, Carl noticed that there was another team that stood out even more than his did. While half of his team was in armor instead of the robes of the clergy, the final team was in a different style of robes with a light chest plate, and swords on their hips in a delicate style that Carl was certain would shatter the first time they took a hard parry. Obviously, they weren't for fighting head-on, but more of a martial arts style of combat, but they didn't look like monks, unless this was some odd fashion of the capital that he didn't know. Spellblades. Tessa offered a one-word explanation. Oh, Carl had heard of those. They were mages who trained in the ways of the warrior. Not elites, but trained mages. They weren't known to be as quick-growing as the elite mages, but they had a long history, hundreds of thousands of years, and they were the primary fighting force of many of the magical nations. He wondered if they were going to get to see them in action wherever they were going, or if they were on some other mission. That answer was solved easily enough when an aging mage came to join them and quietly informed his group that he had arranged other transportation, and that they were headed to the airport. But before they could leave, the crew announced that the helicopters were ready to go, and they could start loading now. That caused a moment of indecision, but the mage waved the spell swords toward the military helicopters, and made a phone call to cancel the arrangements for the other flight. That was how Carl found himself seated next to a young woman in black robes, who had a large scar on the side of her face and a serious chip on her shoulder. Is this the grade of warrior they're sending into combat these days? Aren't you a bit weak to one of the elite brutes? She asked. The other elites were about to respond, but when they saw that Carl wasn't bothered, they held back, wondering what he would do. For Carl, who had grown up the smallest, being called weak was no real insult anymore. He was too used to it to take offense. But one thing that Ray had noticed right away was that this spellsword was still at the awakened rank. You know, given that there is a whole rank between us, I thought that you could be more polite. Something along the lines of, have you been ill, senior brother? You look far too slender and handsome for a warrior. That would be much more suitable, don't you think? From the look on the woman's face, you would think that Carl had slapped her. Why in the Seven Realms would I call you senior brother? You're still an awakened rank spellsword, while it won't be long before I move from ascended to commander rank. Certainly, that deserves some consideration? Her teammates were smirking, but holding back from getting involved. Whether to prevent a fight from breaking out, or because they were looking down on the elites, Carl didn't know. But when it came to a battle of wits, he wasn't completely unarmed. As if I would call some young child senior brother. She grumbled as she realized that Carl really did have the power advantage. He didn't know how their faction's internal rankings worked, but the elites went mostly by power. The more you had, the more respect you got. Most warrior groups should be the same, and Ray was quite certain that the oldest two in their group were commanders, while the others were all awakened. Teams 1 and 7, you are up first. You will be hot dropping into a combat zone, so be prepared for action. The cargo master announced, cutting off their argument. Alice nodded in acceptance, as they were Team 1, and it appeared that Team 7 was the spell swords. It was just his luck, they really were going to the same deployment, and they were already off to a not-so-brilliant start. Maybe there was a chance they weren't working together, but just near each other. Everyone unloaded as the helicopter touched down, and a bearded blonde royal rank mage came forward to greet them. Good, you all made it, and you've had a chance to meet each other. He paused to laugh at his own joke and the obvious tension between the two groups. I am Prince Corbin, and as you might already know, these four are Larry, Daryl, and Darren. And finally, our ray of sunshine is Rosalind. The royal rank mage introduced himself and the spell swords, with a teasing glint in his eye that dared the girl to speak out. The fact she hated the name wasn't a secret, everyone could see it, but it was just as obvious that she had done something to annoy the royal rank mage and make him use her full name. Corbin was dressed as an elite, so Prince would most likely be a power-related title, as Commander and Overlord were. Larry and Daryl were the Commander-ranked leaders, while the other Daryl and Darren were the awakened pair, making for a larger power gap than most groups. But if they had Prince Corbin with them, it was probably some Spellblade clan-related mission, as they were all from the same group. Now, I'm not going to ask you all to work together, that would be pushing my luck too far. But I will request that the two groups not attack each other if you see each other in the wilderness. My people have an assignment to hunt beasts above their rank, and the rest of you are here for whatever mission the church had, so your goals shouldn't overlap by too much, Corbin finished, before nodding in satisfaction in a way that reminded Carl of his father when something went right. Alice reached out and shook his hand. Prince Corbin, good to see you again. For those who I haven't met yet, I am Commander Alice. Then we have Sister Tessa and Sister Lotus, Dana and Brother Carl. Brother Carl? Corbin asked, looking at Carl's leather armor with the green tunic. That wasn't churchguard uniform, and he didn't feel like a priest. The church summons him so often you'd think he was a priest. He's actually a beast masterclass elite, so if you see oddly tame monsters around, they might be his. I wouldn't pick a fight with them, they're stronger than they look." Rosalind scoffed, but Corbin looked excited. "Perhaps we could have a little sparring match, as we have two clerics here to deal with any mishaps? It would help build recognition between the two groups," he suggested. Sure, the young lady and Carl seemed to have a companionable rivalry going on. Perhaps he could duel her without his beasts active, and they could get a taste for each other's skills, Alice offered. Rosalind pulled her short black hair back away from her face and smirked. "You don't think that I can handle one elite with his gimmick pets?" Alice gave her a vicious smile. "Why don't you try him first and then see if you think you're up to a 4-on-1 fight, a rank above yourself?" Everyone backed away, all confident in their contestants' chances of winning, despite knowing very little about the opponent. "I would like to make one condition if I win. Never call me Rosalind again," the girl demanded of her royal rank mentor. "I will consider calling you Muffin again if you win one-on-one against him. If you can take him and his pets, I will call you Rose," Corbin countered. That seemed to be as good as she was going to get, and Rose drew her blade, glaring at Carl, who took the two-handed blade out of stasis. "As I thought, a big slow brute." She laughed, then launched herself forward using a skill that nearly caught Carl off guard. But he was both fast and strong, and his eyesight had picked up the faint flare of magic around her as the skill activated. He brought up refreshing lightning, along with flaming body, which he focused on his hands and sword as he leapt to the side of the clearing, and then used a tree to launch himself back at the recovering spell sword, who had skidded to a stop after missing her target. She darted out of the way as the massive sword whistled through the spot she had been standing a split second earlier, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Her taunting look turned serious as Carl spun the blade and reversed its direction without shifting his feet, a maneuver that anyone with normal human strength would never manage with a weapon that large. With the spell sword off balance, he chased her back across the clearing with a flurry of attacks as she studied his fighting style. She activated skill after skill, unable to use her more powerful spells now that they were so closely engaged, but with the melee range activation and her power disadvantage, none of the spells that she managed to activate could overcome the trail of fire left by flaming body to actually hit Carl. She was by far the superior swordsman, but with a wall of flames in front of him, a reach advantage of over a meter and supernatural strength, it was not easy for her to get close enough to show it. Rose couldn't parry his strikes, they would knock the blade from her hands, but when Carl missed with a strike, she ducked underneath his blade's flaming path and went for his open body. Only, Carl simply took one hand off the blade and swatted her sword away, letting refreshing lightning take the damage as he charged into her with his shoulder, knocking the smaller fighter from her feet. Once she was in the air, didn't let her hit the ground and get away. The unarmed combat class had taught him better. Instead, he dismissed his sword and grabbed her by the robes to reverse her momentum and hurl her across the clearing. Rose made a startled squeak as she found herself truly airborne, headed for the treetops at an alarming velocity. Corbin caught her in a net of water magic and set the spell sword back on the ground. "That was dirty fighting," Rose complained. "He's as strong as an ascended giant. It's a good thing that I caught you, or you'd be stuck in the treetops right now. I know you can wind step to get down, but it is slower than his normal movement speed, thanks to that monstrous strength. That's why beating a solo monster a rank above you is the challenge I have set. They're not as smart as a human, or as agile," Corbin chastised her. "I understand, instructor. I have lost," she sighed. "See, that's my Muffin. You learned so fast." Carl wasn't certain that was actually an improvement, but the way the others smiled made it seem like a term of endearment. Perhaps they were related. That might explain the teasing, but they didn't look alike. "I know his tricks now. I will win for certain next time," she agreed. "And that will have to wait until after the mission. I don't want any of you challenging each other in the wilderness. Now, I have the maps for all 4 groups, and then we can all get going." The 2 commanders moved to stand next to Daryl and Darren, and Prince Corbin moved to stand next to Rose while he handed Alice the updated map of the area, with monster sightings and harvested resources. Alice looked over the map and nodded. It hadn't changed too much since yesterday when theirs was updated. "Good luck, and if you need anything, look for us. We have 2 healers, and both can magically repair gear. So if you damage a blade or your armor in combat, we can get you going again," Alice reminded them. The spell swords all raced off into the woods to get started on their mission, while Alice gestured toward the mountain northeast of them. That is our first target. There have been strange sightings around the base of the mountain, and it might mean that whatever we're looking for has been hidden there, she instructed the group. Carl moved to the point position and called out Hawk to begin reconnaissance. This place is busy. There are monsters everywhere. Furry ones, big furry ones, scaly ones, big scaly ones. Hawk notarized his estimation of their threat level. There was only one problem: he had no idea what any of these creatures were called. He had never seen them before, and he hadn't seen them in the lesson books that Carl had gone through back at the academy when they were studying monsters to help his growth rate. Well, there are officially monsters everywhere. If I knew what they were, I would tell you, but there are big scaly ones coming this way, Carl informed the group. Alright, let's move toward them. We don't want to lead monsters to the assembly point, Alice ordered. Thor roared in rage as Carl called him out to prepare for the fight. He couldn't see the enemy yet, but he could smell them, and every Sero knew the smell of their natural predators. The scaly things are some sort of bipedal lizard, Carl relayed as he tried to interpret Thor's enraged thoughts. His mind just called them enemies, and the Sero packs didn't have a name for them either, but there was no doubt that they were carnivorous and pack hunters. What he hadn't expected was the size. The first of them came crashing through the trees, standing 3 meters tall, but nearly 7 meters long as it stood on 2 powerful legs with its tail extending behind it, and Carl could hear more of them coming. Thor bugled a challenge at them, and the reptilian beasts turned to charge at their natural prey, forgetting about the small humans in favor of a real meal. This lightning Sero was no pushover like his average pack kin, and Thor whipped his armor-plated tail ball at the first one to charge, sending it careening into a tree, where Carl was able to get a good swing at it. His body surged with power as the 2 clerics both buffed him, and his blade shone with holy light under the fire as it cleaved down into the creature's neck, leaving the awakened rank beast's muscles severed, and the head tilted at an odd angle as it crashed to the ground and bled out on the mossy ground. That curbed the enthusiasm of the other 2 monsters that had been incoming, but they had bigger problems than Carl and his sword. The clerics had also buffed Ray and her spider golems, which had just jumped out of the trees and onto the back of one, while Alice's golem cut off the escape route for another. Dana's golems were already surrounding the beast, and with the additional damage that they had gained when she learned destruction, which added damage to all her spells, the 2 stone golems, who were now armed and armored, were having no problems hacking through the thick hide. It was a huge improvement from before they had found the system stones, and even if the 2 mages hadn't been casting anything else, the 2 awakened rank golems would have easily defeated the beast. The new weapons and armor were a real upgrade for the golem, and the stacked improvements were quickly putting Dana near the top of the awakened rank for combat power. The smaller furry things are coming your way. Maybe dogs, Hawk suggested. The last of the reptiles hadn't even finished twitching yet, and there were already more attackers, but if they were wolves, it wouldn't be so bad. Wolves he could handle. But, of course, that wasn't the case. Hawk knew what wolves were, and these were not it. They had a similar muzzle structure, but they were the size of a bear, and they had wings. Actual, leathery wings. But those were less concerning than the size of the claws on their feet as Carl parried an incoming attack. The claws sparked like steel as they met the fire magic on his blade, but they didn't appear to be damaged. Carl stepped back to put himself into Thor's circle of protection, while remaining between the monsters and the rest of the group. That retreat seemed to be a signal to the beasts, and they teamed up to grab one of the bodies and drag it away. The group decided to just let them go for the moment, until they could figure out what they had just been attacked by. Is anyone familiar with those? Alice asked hopefully, looking at Lotus. I know countless monsters, but not that. I almost thought it was an overgrown hellhound, but there was no fire or brimstone smell, Lotus replied. Their claws didn't shatter against an ascended rank skill, so they're at least that tough, Carl added. Ask Hawk what else is in the area, and for a more detailed description. Something is really wrong here, and I hope that the other groups will be alright, since they went out in pairs, and the beasts here seem to operate in packs, Alice replied. That was a good point. The awakened spellblades would be a liability in a fight like that, and there was only one commander with the boys. The royal rank mage was a different story. He had enough power that nothing here would be a real concern to him, but if they saw the others, they should at least give them some warning. There are no more of the big lizards, they ran away when they saw the furry things. Those are taking the food they stole back toward a cave in the hills to your east. There are smaller lizard men, and other furry things that stand upright. Hawk finished with a detailed list of where they all were, which Carl relayed to Alice, who plotted their course for the day. We don't want to be fighting all day and night, but we do need to clear many of the monsters in this area if we are going to do any searching for hidden resources. So, I have set a course that will lead us to the first suspected anomaly point, which we will set up camp near and explore in the morning. It is unlikely that we will have a peaceful night tonight, so I will ask Ray to return to her space and get some rest well before dark. She will be needed to keep every watch with us after it is too dark for Hawk to see well, but she will also need to help set up a safe fort for us tonight. Carl nodded in agreement. Sleeping on the ground seems like a bad idea for tonight with those predators wandering the area. Do we know what the bipedal furry things might be? Some sort of monkey or ape that might chase us into the trees? Lotus frowned. I don't think so. It's going to be close to freezing overnight and even worse further into the hills. I think that they will more likely be a species of yeti than apes. Everyone else waited for Lotus to elaborate, as they weren't familiar with the species. The level of intelligence and the type of magic that were innate to the species could make a significant difference to their plans. They're about as smart as ape-type monsters, which is to say more intelligent than most. They also have opposable thumbs, so they can use handheld weapons. They have a thick hide under dense fur that makes for durable armor, and they are virtually immune to water and wind-type attacks. Fire is their great bane, and they will usually run if there is fire involved, as they cannot survive long in the heat. Full-grown they are ascended rank, usually on the low side, but they travel in packs of up to 10, plus any juveniles that haven't moved on to form their own group yet. Alice nodded. So, we're looking at up to a dozen intelligent ascended rank monsters at a time. What does Hawk have to say on their numbers? Carl conferred with Hawk for a moment. He counts 5 in this group, and 2 are smaller, juveniles at the awakened rank, but no females. Lotus frowned. That means they'll be extra aggressive. They're not particularly protective of their females, but they get extremely violent when they don't have any in the pack. Alice turned to Carl. It looks like you'll be at the front again, as fire magic is their weakness. Lead the way, and we will take them out before moving on. Carl followed Hawk's directions to the pack of what turned out to be yeti, which were essentially furry orcs in Carl's mind. They were the same size, and though they didn't use weapons and preferred their claws and ice magic, they were on the same near-human intelligence level. The group of them stared down Carl as he approached alone out of the trees, then growled when he brought up refreshing lightning and flaming body. The fire magic enraged them, and the pure gall of this human to think that he could take on an entire Yeti clan on his own showed them that he did not respect them nearly enough. But Carl wasn't alone, he was just the distraction, and the others had surrounded the group while he postured and wasted time. We're in place. Ray informed him, and Carl launched into action. His blade swatted away a flurry of ice bolts as the mages summoned their golems, then Rend blocked the claws of the largest Yeti. The beast was fast, blindingly fast with the swirl of snow and fog that surrounded it, making it hard for Carl to properly target as they traded strikes. He saw an opening and went in for the kill, driving his blade straight into the chest of the oversized beast. But the blade found no purchase, and the ice-covered fur simply turned it aside with a cloud of steam as the clashing elements fought for dominance. The two of them were evenly matched in power, and the Yeti's claws caused Carl's lightning barrier to flicker as it took advantage of his overextension. The two of them moved back to regroup, completely focused on their own battle, while the other, weaker members of the Yeti clan were handled by the others. The Yeti's claws were surrounded by ice magic the same way that Carl did with Rend when he was fighting with claws, but against an opponent so much larger, it was better to use the two-handed blade. He could still throw attacks just fine, and he had the skill to use them without an actual weapon now. But the Yeti was born to the power of ice. It was no slouch in combat, and for a few minutes, neither of them could get through the other's defenses. The advantage changed as they fought, and offensive adaptation began to give Carl the edge, allowing him to reduce the power he was using in the fight, while the Yeti was getting tired. But the final decision was made by Ray, who finished her opponents and drove both sharp forelimbs through the back of the Yeti, impaling it through the heart and lungs, killing it before it even realized it had been ambushed. "You were taking too long," she complained. All the other Yeti were dead, and the group had moved up to make certain they were within range of circle of protection, in case something was attracted to the noise. "Hawk, what do we have out there?" Carl asked. "More big walking furry things. Once you get past the next hill, the mountains are all covered in snow, and they're scattered everywhere. I think they live in the caves. Hawk says there are many more Yetis around, and that they're living in caves in the mountains. Carl explained to the group. That means this might be the spot. There shouldn't be Yeti here. There shouldn't even be snow here. But there is. I think that we will need to find a safe spot in the mountains and check for entrances to the caves tomorrow morning, Alice instructed. They still had a lot of daylight left, which would give Hawk time to search for a safe spot for the evening. The black clothes people are fighting Yeti ahead on your left, then there are more Yetis coming from every direction except yours toward them. Hawk informed him in a helpful tone. Hawk says that a fight between the spell swords and the local beasts has attracted every Yeti for a few kilometers, Carl sighed. We should go help. If there are that many, it could spell trouble for them. They're here to challenge a beast above their level, not do a mass clearance of the monsters. That's closer to our mission, though our primary purpose is to look for opportunities, Alice agreed. The way to the battle was clear, as everything was already headed their way, and Carl could hear the frantic battle, and feel the crackling of magic up ahead as the spell swords fought. I will lead the way in, so they don't attack Thor and the others, he called back to the group. Tessa climbed on Thor, and Ray grabbed Lotus, while Dana and Alice caught rides from Dana's golems. It was the most energy-efficient way to travel for them, and it would get them to the battle much more quickly than walking. When Carl arrived, he found that the commotion was focused around Larry and Daryl. They were similarly built, dark-haired young men, though the commander, Larry, was a solid decade older, and Daryl was still a student close to Carl's age. The pair were engaged in a desperate battle against 5 ascended-rank Yeti, similar to the one that Carl had been fighting earlier. The battle was not going well for them, and they were reduced to fighting back-to-back, despite Larry having a rank advantage on the beasts. The Sarrow and Spider are mine. We're here to help, Carl called as he charged into the battle, activating the flames on his sword to distract the Yeti clans. Again, there didn't appear to be any females in the group, and what Lotus had said about the male monsters getting aggressive when there were no females around seemed to be true. The monsters charged Carl, but with the experience he had from the first fight, he knew the easy way to get one over on them. With the flaming body effect on his blade set to somewhat weak, Carl charged straight in. The weak attack would give the monster a false sense of superiority, and then at the last second, Carl launched Shred to break the ice barrier on the monster, before bringing the flames to full output and driving the blade deep into its chest. He kicked the beast away from him, sending it flying with his blade in its chest, knocking 2 more of the Yeti over. That took a lot of the pressure from the beleaguered spell swords, who looked concerned that he had just kicked his blade across the battlefield. Carl dismissed the blade and brought it back to his hands, refreshing the flames over it as he used Rend to block the next 3 attacks from the other beasts. Thor was there now, and Ray's golems, which meant that Lotus and the Spider were somewhere nearby. Damn, it's good to see you. Can you get the clerics to treat Daryl? He's half paralyzed from the ice attacks, and he's too slow to fight properly, Larry asked. Thor charged over with Tessa, knocking the last of the Yetis away from the magic warriors, and giving her a chance to dismount while he fought. Tessa assessed the young mage. I will take care of him, you help Thor. He's got a circle of protection active, and it should include you. But his attack power is lower than his defense. The group moved to the middle of the clearing, while Carl and the spider golems forced the enemies back to give the mages time to recover and prepare for a drawn-out battle. Alice turned to the other commander, and Larry frowned. I take it that you have bad news for me? He asked before she could speak. All sorts of it. Your battle here attracted every monster for kilometers. Or perhaps something else in the area did, but they're all coming here. Don't burn through your mana too quickly, you'll need it soon, she warned. Is there any good news? Larry asked, smiling in a way that said he knew they were in trouble. We've got 5 golems to fight for us, a circle of protection, 2 clerics, and a lightning Sarrow, who regenerates stamina. That's the best that I can offer. Some of these beasts are a match for an elite on the same level, Alice replied. Some of them are a match for an elite above their level. I had trouble with a high ascended rank winged wolf earlier. As if summoned, Lotus dropped down from the trees on a string of spider silk. Do you know what those things are? I didn't recognize them, she asked. Larry shook his head. No, I've never seen anything like them, but it's as good a name as any. There were more sounds of combat coming their way, as if someone were fighting a running retreat, so Carl had Thor bugle out a greeting that should bring the humans their way. If it were the other spell swords, they should know that he had beasts with him, and if it were other elites, They might come to what sounded like a Sero pack for safety. The animals were herbivores, but they would fight back viciously if other monsters attacked them. A second later, Prince Corbin was next to them, with a blood-covered blade in one hand and an unconscious Rose in the other. Tessa immediately began a healing prayer spell, and golden light surrounded the injured girl. "What happened?" Carl asked. "The damned tunnels happened. The entrances were covered in ice until we passed, and then the Yeti clans came flooding out to fight. I killed hundreds of them until I started to run out of mana, and they broke the barrier over Rose," he explained. If they broke the barriers of a royal rank mage, that meant that they likely had multiple commanders with them, and that was bad news for everyone. "How many are still following you?" Alice asked, forming a battle plan that didn't involve being here in the trees when the Yeti attacked. "Not more than 10, but I ran into more that were already headed this way," he sighed. "About 30 now, counting the ones from the other sides," Hawk updated. "Our scout says 30 in total, coming from 3 sides. The way we came from is still clear," Carl relayed. Corbin looked suspicious. "Why are they all over us like fat kids on a cupcake? And there is no horde of angry monsters coming your way?" Carl shrugged. "They are now that we're standing next to you. It might be a smell thing, either your magic or something about all of you." Ray sniffed the air but didn't detect anything. She could sense their magic, but that wasn't a long-ranged ability. The monsters spread out to circle them, roaring and grunting in a primitive language that was effective enough to arrange the battle. "Any words of wisdom?" Lotus whispered to Carl as the monsters came into view. "Yeah, I don't think they can climb trees, so if things go sideways, get Ray to pull you up out of sight," Carl whispered back. The tiny nature priestess smiled and patted him on the back, and Carl shifted position, so that the golems, plus him and Thor, made up the outer rank of defenders. Prince Corbin needed a moment to catch his breath and recover his mana, while Rose was still recovering under the effects of Tessa's magic, and the other spell swords were not tank-type fighters, so they would join after the first charge was blocked. "We could use some more room to fight." Prince Corbin sighed as he assessed the dense trees in front of them. Thor gave a whistling snort in response, and when the first of the Yeti began to move forward, he smashed the ground with his tail, dropping a dozen trees with earthquake. "Well, that's one way to do it. Alright, once the fight starts, I will clear a few more trees from our path, so we don't have to dodge them as we fight." Ray was not a fan of that plan. She was intending to use the trees as a chance to ambush from above, but even if she had to go a few extra meters, it shouldn't hurt her tactics too much. The attackers paused as they saw the destructive potential of the lightning Sero, and the formation of humans arrayed against them. The Yeti clans might not often fight in large groups, but that didn't mean they were incapable of it, and after a few seconds, they began to shift positions, intending to swarm the 2 awakened rank golems, which were the softest target on the outer loop. That was a monumental mistake, as right behind them was Prince Corbin, and no sooner had the Yeti attack reached the golems than they were sliced clean in half by a blade of wind. The ones behind them couldn't understand what went wrong. The wind blades were nearly invisible, and with the swirling snow and fog, they had never even seen them coming. To the others, it looked like the 2 awakened ranked golems had taken out the first to attack. So, they all charged at once, intent on overcoming the humans by pure force if a targeted strike wasn't going to work. Thor's circle of protection flared, surrounding the defensive formation. That was all the courage Carl needed as he sent the strongest shred that he could into the incoming wave of Yeti warriors. "Hey, these other ones have weapons." Hawk warned them just as Carl's shred took out a trio of furred monsters. "Hawk says that the next ones coming have weapons," Carl warned as he sent a rend attack straight forward with an overhand slice. "Yeti don't use weapons," Corbin called back as he defended the point behind Dana's golems. "Do you think someone forgot to tell them that?" Carl asked, using a rend attack to highlight the fact that there were ones with weapons already in sight. "Shit. That's not right at all." Alice cursed as she saw what Hawk was informing Carl of. "How is our count?" Tessa called as she refreshed the buffs on everyone's weapons and stamina. "Not more than 12, all extra strong with weapons. I don't think that the count will matter for long. Daryl and Darren just paged for emergency rescue. They're too far from here for us to get to, but there are other elites nearby, and they're all having issues," Corbin informed them. He had an earbud in, so he could hear all the radio updates, and things were suddenly chaotic for everyone who was within communications range. Carl stared down a pair of oversized Yetis, who were wielding short swords in both hands, with eyes glowing like blue gemstones as they channeled magic. Karl stepped forward to give himself room to fight, but mentally made a note of Thor's circle of protection. If he was going to go 2-on-1 against commander-rank monsters, he was going to need all the help he could get. He wasn't the only one that was about to be in trouble. All the armed monsters were commander-rank beasts, and their ice magic was resonating with that of the ones near them, creating a swirling vortex of ice around the battlefield. "Hawk, find us a way out of here. A nice cave, somewhere that we can't be surrounded by these things," Karl instructed as the bird circled overhead, still scouting until he was given orders to attack. "Got it. I will look for something." The creature in front of Karl turned up its mouth into a sneer, and the two attacked in unison, sending a wave of ice Karl's way. A flick of his wrist sent a wave of flame toward them, intercepting the icicles, but most of them still made it through, slamming into his refreshing lightning barrier and draining his energy. That was the insidious part of the ice attacks. They tried to slow you until you were frozen, and they could eat you at their leisure. Tessa's magic warned him from the inside, and Lotus had cast a spell over the area that was counteracting the ice magic with plants, but it wasn't enough, as each of the beasts were individually stronger than she was, and their magic resonated. Another volley was partially blocked as Karl switched to using Rend, which had already optimized itself against the Yeti magic, and cut deep gouges into the closer of his two targets, but in return, Karl took a direct hit that punched through his lightning barrier, leaving a bleeding wound in his side that quickly closed under the effects of Lotus magic. "We need to get out of here," Alice called as she took out one of the monsters fighting her golem. Larry was with Thor still, and Corbin was with Dana's golems, which she was using all her focus to keep active as they took continual hits from the ice magic. "Hawk is on it. He will have something soon," Karl called back as Ray crept down the trees to launch a surprise attack on the Yeti's back before vanishing again. They weren't healing quickly, and within 10 seconds, the blood was beginning to pool at its feet from the wound. That was a good sign, and Karl expanded, flaming body, to cover all of himself over the lightning barrier. It would break first and wouldn't be available to attack for a bit afterwards, but the fire did a much better job of negating the damage from the ice attacks, and Karl couldn't afford too many more hits like the last one. If it wasn't for the flying spells, and the two spell swords darting in and out to slice and chop at the beasts, it would almost look like a stalemate on the battlefield. But when Ray got a flurry of attacks into the back of the second beast that Karl was fighting, and her golems went on a kamikaze mission to support Larry on Thor's side of the encirclement, Karl knew that it was almost time for them to go. "When there is a chance, run to Thor's side. 500 meters that way is a cave with nothing inside," Hawk explained. "Everyone, get ready to move. Punch through on Thor's side and keep moving 500 meters to a cave." "Got it. I will shift sides for a hard push. You take the rear guard. Everyone else, run as fast as you can, but stay together," Prince Corbin instructed. Prince Corbin attacked through the breach on Thor's side of the circle faster than most of the elite's eyes could follow, cutting down a swath of Yetis and burning through his mana to get everyone clear of the encirclement. Tessa pulled Alice and Dana up on Thor's back, while Ray grabbed Lotus with a strand of silk and pulled her into the trees, escaping the encirclement before the furry monsters could even realize that the nature priestess was unharmed. The golems held their positions around Thor, while the spellswords used their magic to increase their movement speed and keep in the protective circle around the lightning Sarrow. Karl chased after them, using fire to keep the monsters at bay as everyone ran, ignoring their injuries and exhaustion to keep up with the royal rank mage and the rampaging Sarrow. The golems were the first to fall, forced to stop to hold off the wave of attackers. Then Daryl took an ice bolt to the knee that dropped him to the ground, leaving him far behind the main group. Karl picked up the wounded spellsword as the man downed a healing potion, then hurled him back ahead and into the main group. At the back of the pack, they were taking too many attacks for the exhausted mage to keep his armor up, but Karl's lightning was still holding strong as he hurled attacks at the monsters approaching the sides of the group. The monsters were as fast as Thor, and they weren't giving up the chase, but the constant barrage of attacks was keeping them from closing in again, as 300 meters passed, then 400, and the cave came into sight. Lotus and Ray were already waiting for them, along with the spider golems, which Ray could only summon next to her after they had fallen in battle. Once they were closer, the mages created new golems to defend the cave mouth, and everyone dismounted from Thor as he stopped to guard the entrance. But the Yeti clans were no longer following them. Once they got within 50 meters of the caves, The beasts broke off the chase, milling about, but unwilling to get too close to the caverns. That was probably not a good thing, Carl decided. But for the moment, it was keeping them from being attacked, and Ray had disappeared inside to scout, but didn't find anything at all other than stone walls and some dripping water from the melting snow above. Once everyone was inside, they dismissed the golems, and Carl called Thor back into his space. The Yeti clans still weren't approaching, so it wasn't the defensive force that was keeping them away, but something about the area around the cave. Hawk, do you see anything threatening above? Something that might actually be a danger to a commander-rank Yeti? Carl asked. Nothing. Other than them, there is nothing here, not even mice. That didn't sound promising, but they would have to work with it. Ray returned empty-handed, but with insight about the caves. They extend another 15 meters, then they stop at a stone wall with water flowing down it. The water runs out somewhere at the bottom, but I'm too big to fit in there. We should be safe in here, she explained. Ray says the caves are empty, but there is a water drain at the back wall, so they're not completely sealed. We should be able to hide and rest here, then continue in the morning. Carl whispered to Alice, so he didn't alert anything outside. Corbin cast a spell over the entrance, creating a false stone wall, and Carl called Hawk back to his space. The three of you, get some sleep. If we're attacked, we will likely need all of you in your best shape again, he instructed. The trio settled into rest, and Carl turned his attention to the conversation between the commanders and Prince Corbin. There shouldn't have been commanders here at all, much less dozens of them with weapons. The anomaly was strong enough when we saw snow start to fall in these mountains, when it has never done that before, but to have sudden appearances of an entire force of commander-rank Yeti? That's far too unnatural, Prince Corbin was muttering. For once, I actually envy Daryl and Darren, they managed to get a ride out of here, Larry replied quietly. Corbin shook his head. No they didn't. The helicopter was attacked and was forced to turn back. They joined up with the other elite units in the zone to gather and retreat on foot. The radio communications say that they're still alive, but they've been attacked multiple times as well. The strength of the attackers is falling as they head out of the hills, so we have to be close to the core of the problem, but I have no idea how we're going to even investigate it. Daryl and Rose are in no shape to be going anywhere, and likely won't be until sometime tomorrow afternoon, and as we learned today, it's not even safe for me to travel alone here. I might be at the royal rank, but 10 or 20 on one. Commander rank magic users are still going to overwhelm me. As he watched, Carl noticed that the healing of the group wasn't complete. Both Corbin and Larry were still showing distinct zones of cold, where the damaging ice magic was lingering in their body, weakening them internally. The strongest fighters had been on the front lines, so they had taken the most damage, and while Lotus and Tessa were excellent healers, they weren't strong enough to immediately counteract the magic of the Yeti ice. So he made his way over to the Whispering Group. Pardon my intrusion, but I think it might be best if none of us moved too soon. I have thermal vision, and I can literally see the lingering ice magic damage to your bodies. The magic will resonate with the next attack you suffer, freezing you more quickly. Once that starts to happen, we're screwed, Carl whispered. Larry cursed, then softly laughed. You're one to speak. I can still see the ice on your armor. Carl looked down and realized that he had 10 times as much lingering damage as they had, despite the refreshing lightning that he still had active working to nullify it. The spell itself had cold spots where it was fighting off the lingering spell effects, and Carl frowned at the pernicious nature of the attacks. It had been hours and the magic hadn't even made it through his defenses, but it was still lingering, and if he took down the lightning, it would succeed. Instead, he coated himself in flaming body, lighting up the cave like a beacon, and rapidly warming the area as well. That nullified the lingering magic on his body in only a few seconds, leaving a nice even warmth in the cavern. Problem solved. Carl checked on the beasts in their spaces, and found that both Hawk and Ray were predictably fine. They weren't frontline fighters, but Ray looked distracted. She was trying to learn something again, so Carl left her to it. She was the smartest of the three, and if it was possible for her to learn a new skill, she would have it soon. Thor still had cold spots all over his body, but he had increased the temperature of the springs in his space, and the holy stones were dissipating the lingering magic at a visible pace. The others in the group looked all right, though Rose was exhausted from the after effects of all the healing magic that had been used on her, and Daryl was hiding bruises all over his body that Carl could see as slightly flushed areas, where the warmer blood was close to the surface. Lotus still had an area healing spell active, so a few minutes ago, Everyone would have been much worse, and Tessa looked like she was already half asleep after the effort of keeping everyone buffed and the healing work she had done during the battle. While it was their most important ability, saving someone of their own rank from a near-death state, or closing multiple critical wounds, was an energy-intensive activity. Doing it every 10 seconds for 4 different people must have stretched her abilities to the limit. As Thor relaxed in his pond, he activated Circle of Protection, which helped restore stamina, as well as reducing damage. That was what everyone needed the most right now, and it was no trouble for him to keep it active while he napped. "Who is in shape for first watch?" Corbin whispered to the other commanders as the Circle of Protection settled over them. "I am. My skills refresh stamina, so I will keep first watch while my beasts rest. I can also see in absolute darkness, so there is no need to keep a light on for me," Carl replied. Larry chuckled. "But it is for the rest of us. This place will be unnervingly black without one. Can you keep that flame spell of yours active, or is it draining even when it's not taking damage?" Carl smiled and took out his bonded sword, then walked to the wall beside the entrance and stuck it into the stone, with the flames surrounding it. He reduced them to a faint glow and returned to the conversation. "That should be a good enough night light for everyone, as well as a decent space heater. It doesn't take any effort to keep active, as it was intended to be a passive skill. Only when using it to attack or taking damage does it take effort." The blade was positively humming with energy today, after all the fighting that it had gotten to do. Carl hadn't noticed with his injuries, but the amount of life that it had stolen was really rather excessive. It was only a small portion of the energy from each kill, but Carl had downed a significant number of monsters alone, including multiple commanders toward the end of the battle. The energy hadn't been fully assimilated by his body yet, but it soon would be, and he was focusing it all into the 3 focal points in the beast spaces. It didn't take all of his focus, so as everyone ate their dinner, for which the Spellblades were happy to have a nature priest, and then settled into bed, Carl continued the energy transfer. Once everyone was asleep or on their way to it, he put most of his attention into it, leaving just enough to keep watching the tunnel entrance and the back wall, in case something came from that direction. The back wall of the cave was only very dimly lit, even to his night sight, but the trickle of water was steady, and as Ray had said, it had to be going somewhere, as it wasn't filling the cave. Carl let them sleep a bit longer, as they had started the rotation of night watches early due to exhaustion, and waited 4 hours before he woke Tessa for the second watch. "The light will stay on while I meditate. I need to absorb the leached energy from the battle," he whispered as she straightened her robes and brushed her hair. "Is there anything to report?" she asked. "Nothing at all. It is eerily silent out there, and I don't hear anything moving near the cave mouth. The wind has died down a bit, so the noise of the trees is quieter, and I can hear some small animals, but nothing else." Carl settled into a deep trance while laying in his sleeping bag, and was only vaguely aware that at some point Tessa had traded spots with Alice for the third watch. Alice had just traded spots with Prince Corbin when Carl felt something changing in his spaces. He had been stuffing them with excess energy that his body couldn't absorb quickly enough all night, and it was then, with a feeling that spread through his body like the ringing of a bell, just a subtle vibration that made every bit of his body sing with energy, they stopped changing, and a fourth space began to form. It already had a small focus in it, though it was otherwise barren and no larger than a bedroom, instead of the acres of space that the others now encompassed. The change immediately woke the beasts up to see what was going on in their homes, and they all noticed the new addition. "So, our homes have reached the standard. Now, we just need to make it to commander rank, and we will be the powerful ones on the team." Hawk preened, already imagining the majesty of his feathers when he reached commander rank. "Yes, all shall bow down before us when we are commanders," Ray agreed. She mentally added, maybe not that Overlord Drake guy, but she was otherwise confident that the humans would no longer be her match. Carl sensed Corbin's attention on him, and opened his eyes to acknowledge the royal rank mage, who had carefully arranged himself, and even trimmed his beard a little to look more youthful and less disheveled than he had at the start of the evening. All signs of lingering ice magic were gone, Carl noted with pleasure, meaning that their strongest fighter was back in top shape. "Did you make an advancement, or gain an epiphany of some sort? I sensed the surge of power," Prince Corbin asked. "My beast space has made a breakthrough. They shouldn't be holding the beasts back anymore, and in due time, the team will be able to make it to commander rank," he explained quietly. The mage looked impressed. "You know, it's a shame that someone with your potential wasn't scouted as a mage. With that level of mental fortitude, You should have a rather easy time learning new spells." Carl smiled at the thought. "The beasts have an even easier time. I have a skill that helps them learn by watching or being instructed by others. If it's a compatible skill, then within a day or two of watching they can usually get the basics of it down. We haven't had enough time to just stop and study new skills, but we also haven't come across many compatible skills so far, and that has limited the expansion of their talents." That made Prince Corbin a bit suspicious. "So you're saying that your beasts are watching us and trying to steal our skills?" Carl tried to laugh quietly so he didn't wake anyone else up. "Doubtful. None of them have thumbs, so sword skills aren't exactly their forte, and none of them are actual mages. Hawk has an affinity for the fire element, but I didn't see any of you using it during the fight, but he's the only one who uses actual magic other than Ray's ability to summon golems." Corbin smiled at the memory of the wooden golems charging out of the trees to tear apart the Yeti warriors. "Those are quite impressive, by the way. If they could use defensive magic or ranged attacks, they would be incredible." Carl nodded. "Give us time, and we will find a spell that either I can cast on them, or that Ray can use herself to protect them. When they make it to commander rank, they might pick up a new skill, though. According to the studies I've done, many beasts do." Corbin nodded. "It's common for them to get a skill at commander, and almost mandatory that they learn something other than their racial ability to advance to royal rank. Royal rank beasts can all use some sort of advanced magic, though for some it is hidden either as insane defense or some sort of physical change. Like the Yeti that we faced today. There is something called a King of Snow, which is an evolved version of that species. They can control ice and snow in all its many forms, but they can also use powerful wind magic, usually including either tearing winds or tornado." Carl understood the concept, and his pets should all be well on the way to that standard. They had all learned skills that weren't part of their racial abilities, and they just had to make it to that power level, unless there was some barrier to them as well, the way there was for humans. But the immediate concern was getting them to the commander rank standard. They were growing fast with the input of the vampiric sword, but Carl was certain that there was more he could be doing, other than hunting randomly for monsters to kill and random items to feed them. Prince Corbin smiled at him. "Relax, you're thinking too hard. Sometimes what you need is not to push forward, but to build your base good and strong. Once you have a better foundation, you will find that it is easier to build the levels that come above it. Think of your potential like a pyramid. It needs to be broadest at the base to grow properly. You can make it look like an obelisk, but they're unstable, and a good hit can knock them over. That's not what you need for steady growth. Everyone else will be up soon, so if you want a bit more meditation time, get it now before they start cooking." Carl focused on his meditation while the last shift of the night ended, and the newly formed fourth space began to rapidly expand in his mind, absorbing everything that it could get, along with the lingering remnants of energy that Carl's blade had provided during the previous day's fight. With the other three spaces waiting for their occupants to advance, and this fourth space being so small, the change was immediately obvious, and the enhancement of the focus was expanding the area much more efficiently than simply pouring energy into the space had. The monks knew what they were doing for certain, and this was so far superior to trial and error that Carl felt silly for not having thought to ask them in the first place. The others began to wake, and Carl could smell food cooking, so he shifted most of his focus to the outside world, and let the new space form naturally. "What sort of new friend are we getting?" Thor asked as he took his cue from everyone else and began to eat breakfast. "I have no idea. What sort of friend would you like?" Carl asked. "More lightning Saro." Thor replied confidently. He really should have seen that one coming. Thor was a pack animal, so of course he would want to be with more of his kind if given the option. Hawk chimed in with his opinion. "All that we're going to find here are snowy things. Oh, the fluffy snowcats are alright, I think. They never finish their food." Ray wasn't picky. "Just pick someone cool." "Alright, so we're looking for someone cool, maybe a snowcat, and potentially a friend for Thor. But we should cover for holes in our skills. We don't have anyone who enhances the group, except for defense. We don't have a healer, and we only have one long-ranged attacker." Ooh, I can be the healer." "Healer sounds like a fun job," Thor volunteered. "Well, alright, as soon as you learn healing magic, I will let you try out a run as the team's healer, and I will tank with the golems," Carl replied, indulging the Saro's idea. "That shouldn't be hard. I have felt lots of healing already," Thor replied, optimistically. If he really could manage it, the new cleric students at the seminary academy would never live down the shame, outclassed in their own class by a lightning Saro. Carl was contemplating what would be best for the next addition to their team when breakfast was served, and it was time to start the serious part of their planning for the day. Everyone could use a bit longer to recover after yesterday, at least a late morning start, and the cave had been safe so far. That led to the natural idea to make it their base for the next few days of exploration. After the fiasco yesterday, they needed to know what was going on here, and if it was going to be an expanding threat to the surrounding areas. If the ice continued to spread, it would be everyone's problem soon, and they had a responsibility to at least try to find out what the situation was so that appropriate forces could be sent to deal with it. Lotus gestured to the back wall of the cave as she was finishing breakfast. "Can you go grab some water and boil it for coffee? The runoff should be pure after being filtered by the sandstone around the cave." Carl walked to the back of the cave and extended the larger canteen toward the water flowing down the back wall. However, the moment that his fingers touched it, the wall vanished, revealing an extensive tunnel network extending from the room on the other side. "I thought you checked the area," Carl asked Ray as the spell vanished. "You look with your eyes, not your limbs. Did you want me to check the water temperature when I could already see it was cold?" Ray retorted. "Sorry, you're right. But now we need to be on guard from this side as well." Minor issue," Carl called to the group, who turned to face the back wall that no longer existed. "Fuck," Prince Corbin breathed. "Couldn't have said it better myself," Alice added as she prepared defensive magic. A stale odor was coming from the caverns, and in the distance they could feel a pulse of magic, as if there was some grand spell active in the heart of the mountain. "We will explore it after breakfast. The barrier over the entrance should keep anything from following us, and Corbin will feel if it is attacked, so at least one side is secure." Alice sighed as she looked at the meal that was just waiting for water to make coffee. Lotus made the water with magic, already heated, and got the meal served. Nobody wanted to go anywhere this morning, but now that they were looking at a huge tunnel complex and not just one small cave to hide in, they had to be proactive and ensure that they weren't about to get ambushed. Alice looked at the group they had assembled. "Are you lot going to head back out and try your luck to finish your goals?" she asked. Larry and Corbin shook their heads. "If you don't mind, we would prefer to stay with your group, strength in numbers. Yesterday's fiasco nearly cost our clan its most talented protégés, and we really can't afford to have another ambush when it's not safe for the helicopters to come extract us," Corbin replied. "See, he knows. Strength in numbers," Thor agreed. This day's trip might be rough on him and Hawk, neither of whom would have an easy time in the caves, so they would have to spend most of their time in the beast spaces. But Alice's golem would have issues as well, unless she knew how to shorten it. They had been fighting all taller enemies outdoors since he met her, so there really hadn't been a reason for her to do it before. Dana's golems were only a little taller than the tallest members of their group, but even their normal height would be a tight fit once they got further into the caves if Carl's guess was right. He had a lot of experience underground, and he was likely the only one who would be truly comfortable there, especially if the ceilings were high enough that he could stand properly upright and not have to use the miner's duck walk. Once the meal was finished and everything was cleaned and packed away, Carl led Ray in front of the group, as she was still a bit shorter than he was in her normal standing position, though much wider and longer. They could both see perfectly well no matter the light conditions, so they were the obvious choice to scout the area, and they could move ahead of the group to check the multiple tunnels that joined the room on the other side of the now vanished barrier. Something felt wrong the moment that he stepped through, and when Carl turned to check on the group behind him, he saw the stone wall that had vanished on their side. His hand passed through it, so he wasn't trapped in here, but he would have to remember where it was, or they would end up lost in the tunnels. Ray had the answer to that. She used her forelimb to carve her name into the stone by the door, so they would know if they saw it again. "You check the left side first, and I will start from the right. Don't get out of sight of each other, but look as far down the tunnel as you can," Carl instructed. The first one on the right made a steep downward slope, then a hard left, so he couldn't see far until he moved down the ramp away, then saw that it was a continued spiral downward. So, he returned to the main room and checked the next. It extended for 100 meters before making a 90-degree left turn, obviously constructed and not natural. At the far end of that hallway was a closed door, but he could see the flickering of flames on the other side, so something was likely alive in there, and probably not Yeti. Ray found a dead end, with a nice pit trap that she avoided due to her body design walking along the edges of the floor, and then another downward spiral that she didn't fully explore before returning to Carl. Well, we know what is in the area now. Let's ask the others what we're doing. The rest of the group came to join him in the main room, and were briefly startled when the doorway appeared to be gone. Like Carl had. Alice stepped back through and found that she had no resistance, it was just an illusion, and touching the other side had broken it. The real question was whether the one who made it was trying to keep something out, or to keep something in. It hid the only way out of the tunnel complex, so it could be either. Should we see what set a fire in the room on this level, or should we see what's below us first? Alice asked Corbin and Larry, conferring between the three strongest fighters to see what they felt was safest. Go with what we know could be a threat first. The room with fire, Corbin suggested. Nobody else had an objection to that, and they wouldn't want to leave it unchecked when they went down, in case the tunnels were a dead end and whatever was in there either blocked them or did something like vent poisonous gas down them. Carl moved to lead the way, but Corbin stopped him. If we're going into an unknown room, I should go first. I might be a spellblade, but I'm also a royal rank mage, and my barriers are much stronger than yours are, he whispered. So, Carl and Ray moved to the second and third position, ready to flank Corbin once the door was open, and the others followed them down the narrow corridor to the decrepit wooden door. The coarse yellow sandstone had been crudely hacked at to create the doorway, and the fitment was terrible, suggesting that whoever made it was no skilled craftsman, but when Carl peeked through the gaps, he didn't see anyone inside, only a few flaming braziers near the walls. He shrugged at Corbin, indicating that he couldn't see anything, and the prince kicked the door open, rushing inside with Carl right behind him. Only to find that the room was empty. 5 meters on each side, with 2 braziers lit, and 1 door on the far side. The others followed them inside as Carl scanned the room for hidden traps, and the moment that Larry entered and everyone was inside, the door slammed shut and a set of runes appeared on the wall. Shit, we triggered a magical trap. How did I not notice that? Corbin muttered, trying desperately to decipher the writing. Trial begins in 10 seconds, he read out loud. Then, in front of Carl's watchful gaze, half the group disappeared. He was left with Ray, Tessa and Lotus. Everyone else had vanished. Ascended. Lotus informed them, pointing at the wall. It says ascended. The trap split us up by rank. That should mean that Dana was with Daryl and Rose, while Alice was with Larry, but Corbin might be trapped alone in a trial. The room wasn't comfortably large enough for Thor or Hawk to be called out, even Ray was enough to make it a bit cramped in here, so the awakened group, with Dana's 2 golems, would be similarly crowded. Then, the room surged with magic, and a whole battlefield appeared around them, an open, snow-covered field, with the bodies of slain soldiers and Yeti warriors scattered all around them. One last group was approaching, and Carl hesitantly called out Thor and Hawk, unsure how the magic worked. Hawk soared into the sky, confirming that inside this trial, there was actual room to fight. Tribesmen, embrace the curse of the beast. Drive these interlopers from our lands and return the eternal snow. The leader of the group, a massive warrior with a scar that ran from the left side of his chest to his right hip, was shouting. That was new. The Yeti couldn't speak. Once his encouragement was over, the warriors surged with power, and Thor activated Circle of Protection as he prepared to meet their charge. Tessa climbed onto his back, while Lotus moved to stand behind Carl and Ray summoned her golems. They still had the numbers advantage, but these warriors were all on the low side of Ascended, other than their leader. Lotus spoke softly to the group. Attack in 3, 2, 1. Vines shot up from the ground, tripping the warriors when they were 10 meters away, close enough for Shred to make it to them in a split second, right before the spider golems were on them and Hawk's fireballs began to bombard the leader of the group. It wasn't enough to kill them, but the beasts were heavily wounded by the time that they fought their way free of the entanglement, and then Thor's charge reached the left side of their lines, impaling 2 and holding them in place for Tessa's chain mace to crush their skulls. Thor kept moving, circling back for another charge as the ice magic began to swirl around the warriors, forming the early stages of a blizzard. Carl drew his sword and charged, hacking deep into the chest of one target, then parrying the blade of another as the blizzard faded before it was even formed. These Yetis were terrible combatants, they lacked fighting instinct and experience. In half a minute, it was all over, and the beasts rejoined Carl and the clerics. Nobody said anything, not wanting to jinx their chances of getting out of here, but it looked like their odds weren't that good to begin with. There was more writing, this time appearing on the snow in front of them. Stage complete, Lotus read. Now what do we do? Carl asked, as Tessa rubbed Thor's scales, getting him psyched up for another fight. The words vanished, and new words replaced them. Rewards earned. Beginning stage 2. Carl wasn't certain what he got as a reward, but he did know that there were now 2 of those groups, with 5 low ascended and 1 high ascended fighter between them. If the other groups were facing these odds at their own power levels, this might be a nasty fight, and Carl hoped that they were going to get everyone back in one piece. Thor and Ray, take left, I will take right with Hawk, Carl instructed. Their opponents were weak to fire, and they hesitated as they saw Carl's body burst into flames, coating the lightning and melting the surrounding snow. Then the barrage of fireballs came down from the sky, and they charged, knowing that in order to focus on their ranged attacks, they were going to have to deal with Carl first. In the back, the leader was attacking Hawk, but between one spellcaster and a very agile bird, none of the attacks were even getting close to hitting. Tessa was chanting some sort of enhancement spell as they fought, and Lotus had trapped the leader's feet with vines on Carl's side, preventing him from avoiding the barrage of fireballs that Hawk sent his way. Carl hacked into the bodies of the warriors, using his overwhelming strength to overpower the beasts which were at the bottom of Ascended, while he was near the top. It could hardly even be called a fair fight when he had so many magical items on his side, and 2 clerics granting him buffs and restraining the enemies. The fight was quickly ended, and the group gathered to make a plan as for how to deal with the third trial. Tessa considered the likely outcome of a third stage. 3 groups, the same as the first. That's going to be a lot of incoming enemies, and 3 of us isn't enough to cover every side, unless we have Ray and the spider golem split up, which leaves me and Thor short on damage dealers. Bah, send more of them, I'll give them an extra dose of find out, Hawk muttered in Carl's mind, getting annoyed by the constant ice attacks. Ice was just the evil cousin of the water family, and he was about done with their nonsense. This would be more fun if the lights were off. Ray agreed as she waited for the next development to take place. Even if there were more, it wouldn't be difficult to sneak up on them if it wasn't the middle of the day. Though, it was rather pleasant mixing all these whites and grays of armored bodies and snow with the blood red when she adapted her coloration to match the battlefield. As far as settings went, this was about the most pleasant one she had seen that wasn't filled with trees. The words changed again and Lotus frowned. It says rewards granted, basic testing passed, she explained. That sounds a lot like we should be let out, doesn't it? Carl asked. It does, and I'm wondering why we're still here, Lotus agreed. Then the symbols changed again, beginning advanced testing. Advanced, was all that Lotus said, as Carl and Tessa sighed. Oh, they want some of this, do they? Yeah, I'll give them some, stupid cold water magic people, Hawk cheered. Ray laughed at his enthusiasm. Of course, he was ready for the fight. He was way up there above it, where he had plenty of time to dodge the attacks. Again a clan of Yeti warriors appeared in front of them, but this time it was only 1 clan, but 9 warriors and a leader. By Carl's estimation, they were all a low commander rank, including the leader, though he might qualify as mid-commander. Oh, this is going to suck. Tessa sighed as she realized what they were up against. It was basically a poorly version of the same force that chased them into the cave yesterday, but only 10 of them instead of 3 dozen or more. Alright, we can do this. Stay close, so we're all in the circle of protection, with Lotus in the middle as our primary healer. Tessa, I'm not sure if you still want to be on Thor, since these ones are a bit taller, but that's your call. Everyone else, you know what to do, Carl insisted. The warriors began to spread out to surround the group, and Carl launched himself forward the moment they reached the edge of Thor's circle of protection. His sudden strike shattered the crude blade of his opponent, and the combination of shred and flaming body let the blade cut deep into the commander rank hide of the beast, leaving it gushing blood from the wound in its chest. The beast collapsed backward, holding its chest and trying to plug the wound, while Carl turned on another. Thor charged forward to assist, bringing the rest of the group running after him, while Ray's golems went after the one behind the Yeti that Carl was fighting. They traded 1 round of attacks with it, then went for their true targets. One leapt on the furry monster, blocking its sight, while the other went for the back of Carl's opponent, tearing it open with lacerate. These monsters regenerated slowly, and they would likely bleed to death if the group could hold out long enough. They just needed to inflict the necessary wounds first. The spiders broke off to defend Ray, who was now under attack from the monsters who had come around the back of the fight, and Carl noticed that one had doubled back to cast ice magic on the chest of the downed fighter, freezing the wound and stopping the blood flow. That might work to stop the damage from lacerate, but that particular target had its organs punctured and burned. Sealing the leak wouldn't help for long. Still, with the damage patched, the beast carefully got up and retreated from the battle. He didn't get far. Once he was away from the others, still too injured to defend himself, Hawk was raining fireballs at him from above, while taunting the monsters with his agility. Unfortunately, his arrogance cost him dearly, and Hawk took a direct blast with an icicle that sent him directly into his beast space, frozen stiff. He was still alive, but he had taken heavy damage, and Carl worked to increase the temperature of the space and thaw him as quickly as possible. "What happened to Hawk?" Lotus called. "Icicle blast," Carl called back, without enough time to explain. He was facing 3 of the Yeti warriors now, each more powerful than he was, at least on the basic skills level. He still had the advantage in brute strength, and Carl was using that to keep them from being able to dictate the pace of the fight. Carl couldn't go far, or he would leave Lotus open, but he could move a few meters in a flash, out of the range of their attacks, and then back in to hack at any openings they left. A lucky strike took the leg off one of the Yetis at the knee, and though it was quickly frozen over by his companions, the warrior was out of the fight and dragging himself away. 2-on-1, Carl stood a much better chance, and he spared a glance to see how the others were doing. Lotus still looked reasonably fresh. She wasn't sweating or panting with exertion, and she had the whole area encompassed in a green glowing healing circle. Tessa was still riding Thor, as it was the best way to get at the vitals of the larger opponents, but they hadn't managed to take any down yet that he could see. The real winner in this fight was Ray with her golems. Not only had she crippled one near Carl and blinded another, she had killed 2 of them outright since the battle began. There was a copious amount of black blood on the ground that could only have come from her, but the bloodbath spider was still fighting with all her might and relying on Lotus to keep her healed. Unexpectedly, blue light flashed over everyone, including Ray's golems, as Thor's refreshing lightning spread from himself to the whole group. "I did it! I am the healer now," the lightning Sero screamed mentally while bugling in victory. While it wasn't technically a healing spell, it did increase your regeneration speed, so Carl was going to give him this victory. With the extra barrier, Ray no longer had to hold back as much. She could take some extra risks to land blows on the attackers, and one of her spider golems came to assist Carl, going for the back of his opponents after quickly using lacerate across the throat of the blinded Yeti who had retreated a dozen meters from the battle. Carl searched for the leader of the group, but couldn't see where he had gone. They all looked the same when you were fighting them, but Thor was having problems with his opponent, the only one he had left after everyone else had gone to support the fight against Ray. With a shout, the opponent on Carl's left cast a spell, and an ice spike launched up from the ground, slamming into Lotus and throwing her into the air, which caused her healing circle to fall as the priestess was knocked unconscious. Thor got the barrier back up before she hit the ground, but she would need time to recover, and Carl quickly realized that everyone had been relying on her to keep casting refreshing spells, and they were quickly running out of stamina due to the ice magic trying to freeze them. Carl could feel his body getting sluggish as another of the Yeti warriors fell to the spider golems, leaving him and a golem against only one opponent. But Tessa had been knocked from Thor's back, and was now fighting on foot while casting buffs that would hopefully counteract the freezing effect and heal Lotus enough to bring her back to consciousness. Carl tackled his opponent, leaving its neck open to the spider golem as its blade shattered both layers of his shield and cut into his armor. That was the end of another Yeti, and he turned to face the last few monsters just in time to see Thor gouge down his side, shattering his remaining lightning, and sending him frozen into his beast space. "Ray, guard the clerics. It will just be me and the golems on offense," Carl instructed. He was still fast enough, faster than any average human, but no longer faster than their opponents. It shouldn't matter, though. The golems were freshly summoned and not suffering from any ill effects, and both remaining targets were wounded. Lotus was conscious again, but barely, while Tessa had retreated to stand over her so the area that she needed to cover with her magic was reduced. Carl led the 2 golems forward as the Yeti leader roared, and suddenly, they were all standing in an empty battlefield. Task successfully failed. Partial reward granted. Appeared in the snow in front of them. "It says that we failed successfully," Lotus commented, not quite sure that she had translated the ancient language properly. "Well, nobody is dead. At least, I don't think they are," Carl replied as he checked on Thor and Hawk. Both were in bad shape, but the magic of the beast space had called them home on the verge of death, and they were slowly recovering. The ice was gone with the end of the trial, and the healing waters of his pond were rapidly bringing some life back to Thor as the hundreds of small wounds that had either cut through or slipped under his scales were closed. His personal lightning was active again, so he should be fine, but Hawk was looking pretty listless, and Carl couldn't call him out of the space for Lotus to heal. Hawk needs time to recover before I can ask him to come out again, but he is better than when he went in. Thor has his lightning barrier active again, so he will be fine soon enough, Carl explained. Ray was exhausted, but still functional, when Carl both felt and heard something snap inside her body, before the rear half of her outer carapace fell away, molted like some insects do, and replaced with an identical-looking body from underneath. Ray worked to pull the old layer off her legs and upper body, then shook the goop from her fur as Tessa cast a healing spell on her to help the new carapace recover and harden. "And that's how a bloodbath spider reaches commander rank," she announced. "Did she just shed her carapace to take on her adult form?" Lotus asked weakly, excited to see Ray's transformation, but too weak to get up and inspect her properly. "She did. Ray, come closer. You know Lotus wants a better look," Carl laughed. The bloodbath spider dismissed the golems, and then called them back, revealing drastically changed bodies. For an elite, the progression was a smooth one. The beginning of the commander rank was only a fraction above the top of the ascended rank, but for beasts like Ray, it was an entirely different phase in their life cycle. Her power as an ascended rank juvenile was far below what she could wield as an adult, and the spiders reflected that. They had gone from being made of woven branches to being covered in small leaves, which were quickly shifting from their natural green to white and gray with red spots, to better match the battlefield. Just like Ray, they could adapt themselves to their surroundings now, and the aura that they gave off was much more intimidating. There was no low commander rank for Ray, she had evolved past that, and now that the fight was over, Lotus had plenty of time to get a good look at her. Or, Carl hoped she did. Anyhow, they had failed the last trial. Successfully failed, whatever that meant. But it had promised them rewards, so they could be waiting on that to happen. The first trial instance he was in gave them a chest when they returned to the starting position, but this one wasn't returning them at all. "I wonder if everyone has to be present to return? Like if we have to call Thor and Hawk back out?" Lotus wondered. That could be possible. They hadn't been out when they arrived at the trial, but they were when the first announcement that they got rewards was made. It will still be a while before Hawk is conscious and able to come out, so we might as well rest a bit, Carl decided. Lotus created a patch of wide leaves for them to sit on, out of the snow, and Carl meditated to help everyone recover, while he also checked on Ray's space to ensure that it was suitable for her advanced state. It seemed more alive now, with natural wind, and a sense of vibrancy that wasn't there before. Focusing on the dragon scale in his mind, and letting that filtered energy flow to the spaces seemed to be the most efficient method. But even after warming Hawk's space, it still took him 15 minutes before he was up and moving again. "That was a close one, buddy," Carl whispered, as Hawk began to stretch his no longer frozen wings. "I thought I was done for, that the evil cold water had won." "How long was I frozen?" Hawk asked. "About 20 minutes in total." "Oh, that's too long for you to fight without me. How did you survive without fireballs?" "Flaming body and a lot of luck with the golems. But you missed the big news." Ray advanced to Commander first. "No, it should have been me. I was here first. I will never forgive them," Hawk cried, while Thor made consoling noises. It was a painful moment during an already painful event for Hawk, but putting off telling him would only make him depressed later when they might need him to fight again. Getting it all out of the way at once gave him time to recover and gather his wits before coming back out into the real world. "We think that everyone needs to come out to get their rewards before we can leave this place. So once you are recovered, everyone can gather. Until then, just rest a little longer," Carl suggested. "Give me like 5 more minutes until the cold leaves my veins. Then I will come out, and the healers can heal me. If I go too early, I get the feeling that the ice magic will take effect again," Hawk explained. He did still look freezing all over to Carl's mental sight, even in the tropical warmth of his space, which he would normally find stifling. The first 5 minutes of meditation weren't enough, but they did go a long way toward improving the 4 spaces, adjusting them according to the changes that were made when Ray advanced. Now that he had seen it once, it was easy to adjust the other spaces to be more like the proper commander rank space. Hopefully, that would pull the others toward their breakthrough at a faster pace, and help them along their way to the next bottleneck between commander and royal rank. Carl was actually looking forward to seeing Prince Corbin at his full power, and not exhausted and defending weaker party members. He was certain that the royal rank spellsword would be a real marvel to behold in all-out combat. The little that he had a chance to show his skills on the push to the cave was already impressive, clearing a smooth path for the group, but Carl was certain that was only a fraction of his power, as he had already been injured and near exhaustion. The more that he could observe that power, the better his partners would understand it, and the easier it should be for them to understand the changes they needed to push through to the next rank. They should already meet the minimum requirements, but for humans the commander rank was a major bottleneck, so it might be for them as well. Rey didn't think so, as commander rank was her natural state, and Thor would naturally make it to ascended rank. Hawk was a bit of a mystery, as he was evolved from his base state, but it shouldn't be too much harder for him. The first 5 extra minutes weren't enough, so Carl gave Hawk 10 more before checking in on him again, and found the bird gingerly flying around his space, shaking off the aches in his muscles. "Are you ready to go see the healers?" Carl asked. "Let's go. Just tell them to warm the place, I'm still too tired for flames." The trio came out to meet the others, and the scenery around them faded away, replacing the battlefield with a plain black void, with a stone platform that held them all with room to spare. This time the words didn't appear in ancient script on the ground, but in Carl's vision, in the increasing familiar font of the system interface. Ascended Round 1 and 2 trials, complete. Commander Round 1 trial, successfully failed. Calculating rewards. Reward calculated, 6 skill points. Skill menu activating. Carl gasped as a beautiful picture appeared in front of his eyes, then turned suspicious when he realized that all but the bottom row was grayed out and unusable. But there were lines between all the skills, so perhaps he just needed to learn some of them. So, he looked at the bottom row. There were only 3 options. Offensive Specialist, Defensive Specialist, and between those two, Balanced Combatant. Each of them cost 10 skill points, so if the next round cost the same, or worse, twice as much, he wouldn't be adding too many skills, but the descriptions were interesting, to say the least. Offensive Specialist. Gains access to the offensive beast skills, which can be freely transferred to bonded partners by touch. Defensive Specialist. Gains access to the defensive beast skills, which can be freely transferred to bonded partners by touch. Balanced Combatant. Pays a premium price to gain access to any beast skills, which may be utilized with the command ability or transferred freely to bonded partners by touch. That last one sounded the best to him. If he could just pick and choose abilities and write them in skill books, he would be a living legend by the time he was an overlord. But he didn't know what the command ability was. It wasn't listed under his class skills, which were now visible, and he couldn't read any of the other skill descriptions until he picked a path. Hawk and Rey were cheering on full offense, while Thor thought it might be better if they all had more defense, so they didn't get smashed again. "I will go for Balanced Combatant, so we can all get something we like, even if it costs extra," he informed the team. Balanced Combatant, chosen. Command, skill gained. Command. Allows the Beastmaster to use their known skills on bonded partners which are not within the standard range. Choosing Balanced Combatant opened up an entire row of pictures representing new skills. 3 from attack, 3 from defense, and 1 more that was the progression skill for the balanced path. That was the one that he checked first. 10 points, Beast Space Upgrade. Upgrades the mental spaces to match the needs of the beasts residing within. Carl simply stared in annoyance at the description for a few long minutes. Was that why he got no guidance on how to advance his beast spaces? Because it was a skill that he could just learn. No, there was no skill like that attached to the other 2 trees. They would still have to improve their own, but they would get many more beast skills in exchange. Quite a few more, as he quickly realized. On the defense side, he had the option for Barrier, Bestial Regeneration, and Refresh. All of those were skills to be used by the Beast Master on his team, and all of them were currently being provided, in some basic sense, by Thor's group Refreshing Lightning, so Carl turned to the offensive side. 2 points, 10 points for Balance, Haste. Improves the speed of the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% at Ascended. 2 points, 10 points for Balance, Terrorize. Improves the damage done by the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% for Ascended. 2 points, 10 points for Balance, Brutality. Increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% for Ascended. That points cost differential was completely, insanely unfair. The next rank also looked like it contained all sorts of actual attack abilities that he could grant his pets for a period of time, all of which could come in useful in the future, and Carl was tempted to pick Terrorize just to get to see the descriptions. But the first that Carl wanted to spend some of his 30 remaining points on was Beast Space Upgrade. The 3 spaces quickly adjusted, changing the setting inside to be more elaborate and detailed than what Carl had created on his own, though the actual energy level didn't change much. It felt like it didn't actually improve the power level of the space, except for rays which adjusted up to better match her power. So, he would still need to meditate to improve them, he just wouldn't have to worry about the bottlenecks anymore. That was spectacular, but not as earth-shattering and overpowered as it had seemed at first. Choosing that skill caused 2 new skills to appear as available above it in his skill tree. 50 points, Evolution. Cause any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. That one was out for now, he didn't have the points. 10 points, Skill Master rank 2, usable only by those with the Skill Master learned ability. Allows learned skills to improve to 1 rank above the bonded partner's current rank with practice. Now that was the sort of ability that he couldn't turn down. Skill Master, upgraded to rank 2, Skill Master rank 3 available, 100 points. Allows all skills to evolve to a related skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. If Slash was tier 1, while Rend and Shred were both considered tier 2 abilities, as was Lacerate, improving any of those to tier 3 would be devastating on the battlefield. Even Refreshing Lightning, if it was improved by an entire skill tier, would be something fearsome. If it were improved by 2 tiers, Thor might actually be unkillable at the same rank. But not only that, the way that the skill was worded made it sound like the potential was limitless. 1 rank higher than the current rank with practice. So, if they just kept training their skills, they might move up even further. That left him with 10 points, and a desire to know how to obtain more. Once he focused on the need for knowledge, he noticed a small circle with a question mark in it. Just what he needed, answers to common questions. Skill points are awarded for quests, achievements and accomplishments. Each rank improvement increases the maximum points range of the available awards. That made sense. The higher the risk, the higher the reward, and the more powerful you were, the stronger the skills you would need, so the larger the number of points that would be required. That left him with 10 points, and a conundrum. He could do as Ray was pleading, and use them for Terrorize, or he could do as Thor was suggesting and use them for Bestial Regeneration, which would grant the target a rapid healing ability. Both were good to have, but ultimately, they were still mostly working in a group, and they had basic recovery abilities. The most important part was being able to effectively deal with threats above their rank. If they could eliminate them even a little faster, a lot of damage could be prevented from ever being taken. So, the decision was a fairly clear victory. 10 points were spent on Terrorize, which Carl found was an active skill, but with no specified time limit, so it could just be left active. He would find out the actual conditions when it deactivated for the first time, but even if he just had to activate it when he called them out, that would still be fine. Of course, there could be some timer built in that it didn't warn him about, but Ray was so happy to have a skill called Terrorize that it would be worth it even if he had to reuse it every few minutes. Of course, you should reactivate it all the time. What could be better than Terrorize? Ray asked, listening in on his thoughts. Purchasing Terrorize opened 3 options from the next row of abilities and a note. Tier 3 skills activate on Beast Master and all deployed beasts. 10 points, 20 points for balance, shatter, physical strikes cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 10 points, 20 points for balance, sharpness, slashing, stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 30% at Ascended. 10 points, 20 points for balance, crushing blows, blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter, 30% at Ascended. Carl finished his changes and found that everyone was waiting for him, and they were still in the same spot. Alright, I'm done with the changes. I got some new skills, Carl explained. That's just unfair, giving out skills like candy to you, Tessa sighed. She had the battle armor spell that she had learned not long ago still active, and if Carl was right, it looked much more draconic, and that golden glow around her was also a new skill. But there was an unspoken, don't ask, don't tell, policy in place, and everyone liked to keep something in reserve for emergencies. If they underestimated what you could do, they wouldn't be as likely to put you in a situation that you couldn't survive. Carl stood and stretched tired muscles, while Lotus flopped out on top of Ray for a nap and waved a hand at Tessa. "Alright, come up with an idea for how to get out of here. I will be here." Tessa smiled at her. "Alright, we're finished," she called out to nobody in particular. The snowy battlefield vanished, and they found themselves back in the room where they started. Dana and the two awakened spell swords were already there, heavily wounded, and doing their best to stop the flow of blood with minor healing potions and bandages. Lotus activated her area healing spell, closing their wounds in seconds. The little cleric didn't even look up from her spot on Ray's back as she spoke. "I take it things didn't go as well as you had hoped?" Dana gave a bitter laugh. "The first and second waves went from bad to terrible, but we almost died the moment the third one appeared. We used the golems as shields and ran until it kicked us out." Carl nodded. "That's similar to what happened to us, only we could fight the third wave, but it still kicked us out at the end of it. That freezing effect was rough." The spell swords looked at him strangely. "Freezing effect? We were in the middle of the desert." "Oh, we were on a frozen battlefield, covered in snow and bodies," Carl explained. Prince Corbin was the next one back, and Tessa jumped into action, adjusting his position and checking his body while using her more powerful healing magic and whistling for Lotus to do the same. Between the two of them, they barely managed to save the heavily injured royal rank mage, but fortunately, his severed left arm had come back out with him, and Tessa held it in place during the healing, so it reattached without issue. The prince was out cold, but breathing steadily when the last two came back, exhausted but uninjured. "Well, good news, if you run when things get bad, it will let you out," Alice joked with Larry, then realized that everyone else was already here, and mostly covered in blood. "Goddess, what happened to you all?" she asked. "No, we want to know what happened to you all. That wasn't a disaster," Prince Corbin countered, without opening his eyes from where he was laying in the double healing circles. Larry frowned. There was another space that said Commander rank trial, and then an endless wave of ogres coming our way. We fought them while retreating, and then we were returned here. From their description, it didn't sound like they had gotten any sort of reward. Carl suspected that the awakened rank group had gotten something, as they had at least finished the first two waves, though they nearly died on the third. That was nearly as good as his team had managed, and they got new skills. It was impossible to tell how Prince Corbin had done, as he was in no shape for questions, but the rewards that Carl's group had gotten seemed pretty impressive. "What do we do now? We finished the challenge in the room, but do we dare to keep going?" Carl asked. Prince Corbin laughed. "Finished? Oh no, that wasn't what finished looks like, at least not from my side. I suspect that was intended to be a group battle. Well, technically we lost as well, but it's over now and we're out. 3 people was barely enough to get through, but I think that 5 at the same rank would have been better," Carl agreed. "Even with the beasts?" Dana asked, leaning against Ray, who still hadn't retreated to her space. "At first, it was alright, but as the numbers increased, and then the power, it was rough, even with them. Maybe it keeps going until you lose," Carl suggested. Alice gave him a curious look. "Well, let's hope that we don't have to find out. There is a second door to this room, and if we're going to explore the caverns, we will have to move along once we're all healed and rested. If not, we will have to report it and give up any chance at the hidden loot, so they can send in matched teams to face this sort of trap." The awakened group and Prince Corbin both sighed, suggesting that they had indeed gotten something out of their time. Corbin got to his feet, signaling for the others to get up now that they were healed. "Alright, we should get a move on. We need to search more than one room of the cavern complex per day if we're ever going to get through it. Leave all the doors open after we pass through, and I will mark the walls so that we don't get lost on the way back. When it gets later in the day, we will return to the area near the cave mouth for safety," he explained. How safe that would be was questionable, as they had been chased in here by monsters to begin with, but after the challenge that they found in the first room they entered, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't have a harder time trying to navigate the complex than they had outside. Corbin opened the next door, and Carl took up the back of the column with Ray. She was commander rank now, and while Thor and Hawk had both retreated to their spaces, Thor had kept the refreshing lightning active around her, which he had now spread to the rest of the group. The mages had created a light to float above the group, giving them enough light to see by, and Corbin was moving one along in front of them, which Carl still thought was a terrible idea for the man on point. But only a dozen meters down the hallway, they found doors on both sides again, though without any light behind them. The royal rank spellblade motioned left, and Carl noticed that there was a large chunk of his blonde beard missing where his face had been freshly healed. The cleric magic looked like it had prevented scarring, but it didn't regrow the hair that had been removed by whatever had hit his face. He breached the door with a gust of wind magic and stormed inside, while Carl waited at the back of the pack to see what happened. "Clear," he called out, just loud enough for the group to hear him. Alice breached the one on the right, also finding it empty. It was better than finding out that every room in this place was a trap, but everyone had been hoping for some sort of treasures to be left behind in these caverns. "There's something ahead. I can see the temperature change in the next room. It doesn't match this hall," Ray warned, catching on to clues that Carl would have missed. He whispered his warning just loud enough for the group to hear. "The next room is a different temperature. It might be warmed by something inside." That put everyone on guard, and they doused the lights to the bare minimum, which revealed the fact that there was glowing plant life in the next room, providing faint illumination, but enough for everyone to see by. It was dim to most of the group, except Carl and the clerics, who had their own ways to enhance their eyesight. But it was enough to see by, and Corbin cast a spell to silence their footsteps. He stopped just short of the entrance to the room, and whispered back to the group. "I count 30 red goblins. I've never seen anything like them, but they're strong." If the royal rank mage said that they were strong, then Carl would take his word for it. He obviously didn't mean that they were just stronger than regular goblins, which wasn't a hard standard to meet. "Keep the awakened in the middle of the group. I will lead the way in," Corbin instructed, and the group shifted their positions to protect the more vulnerable members. That had to mean that these were on the strong side of ascended at the least, or the awakened members wouldn't have had to retreat to protected positions. The ceiling was low in the room, low enough that the golems were going to have to be shortened, and Carl couldn't use Thor to fight. His horns would get caught on the roof, and he would barely be able to move. Ray's body shifted colors to have a bit of shimmering soft blue in it, looking like she was covered in the luminescent plant, and she summoned out her golems. They took on the same pattern, and the refreshing lightning spread over them as a soft blue glow, preparing them for battle. "Now," Prince Corbin ordered, and Carl surged forward with the group, moving to the right to cover the flank while the golems went left. As he passed her, Carl could see the furious look on Rose's face, mad that she had to stand back from the battle against what looked like regular goblins in a new color. But when the first of Dana's golem blades hit one, and it only left a deep cut and didn't eviscerate the creature, it made much more sense. 30 wasn't many regular goblins. 30 ascended rank mutant goblins were an actual concern for the group. Not so much for Ray and her golems, who had already begun a reign of terror, as she got to test out her combat skills as a commander rank beast and the new Terrorize skill that Carl had activated for her. Interestingly, when he cast it on her, the spell spread to her golems as well. The spell must consider them to be part of the same whole, and 40% extra damage for the 3 commander rank beasts, who were nearly invisible in the room, as they looked so much like their surroundings, was more than enough. To distract the goblins from the presence of Ray and her minions, Carl activated Flaming Body, filling the room with faint red light that caught the attention of all the goblins at the same time. That proved immediately fatal for 5 of the beasts as his teammates took advantage of the lapse, and then Carl was throwing Shred into the deceptively small and weak-looking beasts. 2 of them actually managed to parry it, while one took a deep cut across its face that left it blind in one eye. Larry moved to Carl's side of the fight, as Prince Corbin was holding the center, but there wasn't much immediate threat. The beasts had been stopped by Carl's attack, and the 3 spiders were coming at their backs already. The commander rank spellblade pushed forward, throwing lightning from his blade into the goblins, so Carl charged with him, squeezing the goblins into a pincer between them and the spider golems. That let them move to encircle the survivors, and within minutes the red goblins were dead. "Good work, everyone. Let's see what they had on them." The red goblins were surprisingly well equipped, for goblins. Each of them had an enchanted crystal dagger, and Ray noticed quickly that the magic on them was the same as the glowing moss in the room. "I think we need to gather some of this moss. It has the same aura as the enchantment on their weapons," Carl informed the others. Lotus nodded, already inspecting the moss to see what was special about it. "You're right. There is something special, and it's not a moss I know, either. This place is strange. There are so many things that I don't know, when I should know almost all plants and animals, she complained. Her voice held a pouting tone, but her face was hidden by her hood as she kneeled on the moss to inspect it more closely. Then she began to gather it, carefully pulling it up by the roots and holding it up in the air. Carl laughed and took it from her to place in Thor's space, where it would be safely stored until it was needed. While it was there, Carl decided to take a good look at it using his identification skill. Underworld moss, usable by Carl, Ray, Hawk, combines with underworld crystals, commander rank or higher vital fluids, core of frost, potion grants a chance at the paralytic strike skill. That sounded pretty good if he could gather the rest of the ingredients. The crystals might be nearby, and the core of frost sounded like something they could find outside, so there was a good chance. Carl looked around the cave and realized that the crystals were closer than he had thought. They were what the daggers were made from, and there were dozens of them along the walls, embedded in the moss. Ray took that as her cue to go gather a few dozen of them, just in case the potion didn't work the first time. Then she realized that they were also good for weapons, and stuffed even more of them into her area. The glow was actually quite pretty, sparkling like a field of stars, so she added even more, until all the ones she could conveniently reach were picked and half her space's floor was filled with a layer of crystals and moss. If I hang the bodies upside down, it will look like the night sky is above them once again, Ray declared proudly as she began to plan how to rearrange her trophies. I'm glad you like them. Is Ray planning to clear the entire room? Lotus asked as the bloodbath spider finished her work. She's got all that she wanted. She is making an art installation in her space, and it needed something to sparkle like the night sky, Carl explained. The spellblades looked a bit confused, but Dana reached over to brush moss off Ray's back, where it had fallen while she was gathering crystals. I'm certain that it is lovely. You'll have to show us sometime, the mage joked. Ray considered that for a while. She couldn't bring Dana in, but she could put some in the gazebo roof when they got home, and that would be good too. Hopefully, someone was taking care of their plants while they were away. There were plenty of pretty ones that should have fruits and flowers soon. The group got ready to move, and Corbin motioned for Carl and Ray to head to the front. They could see best, and again there was only one exit to the room, headed back not far from the direction they had entered. Ray went in front, not as concerned about threats now that she had lightning around her. The spider golems took up the rear of the pack, and they walked down the hallway, careful not to make any excessive noise that would echo in the tunnels. Carl could still hear them moving, so any beast with sensitive ears would as well, but it was better not to advertise their presence. Another room lit with braziers was ahead, and Carl became suspicious. Something was up with this place, and he wasn't certain what it was. It's the same, Ray noted as she inspected the room. It is. Carl agreed. Everything was the same, size, shape, brazier placement. There's another room, he whispered to the others. Situation? Alice asked. It's identical to the last brazier-lit room. Alice called Corbin up, and the two discussed the plan for a moment. We want to try something new. Would you be willing to enter with Lotus and Tessa, then close the door behind you? Go with the group that's the strongest at their level and see if it triggers the same sort of trap? Carl asked. Alice nodded gravely, and Carl turned to the clerics. Lotus shrugged. I think it's for the best. If it works, we get loot. If it doesn't, we just open the far door and have you stand in the doorway while everyone else passes through. Last time it didn't do anything until we were all fully inside. I would appreciate it if you could leave one of the healers here, Rose muttered, as she realized what the plan was. Corbin sighed. She has a point. If we're attacked while they're gone, it would be best if we had a healer with us. The two clerics turned to face each other, and then began playing rock paper scissors. The first to win was Tessa, who smirked at Lotus. I will go with Carl. Lotus will stay with the rest of the group in case you're attacked. We will call for you if nothing happens. Carl called Ray into her space, in case there was some issue with her being commander ranked to his ascended. The previous trial instances had recognized the beasts as individuals, so these traps might as well. Carl led the way, with Tessa right behind him. She closed the door once they were through, and they waited for most of a minute before she sighed and opened the door again, only to find that there was nobody there. I guess that means it worked. Now, where is the writing? Let's see what is going on, she announced. The letters appeared only a few seconds later. Welcome to the Mixed Group Challenge, Tessa read, then laughed. This one, we could have all entered together, and fought together, but now they're going to either be short the two of us, or they'll be waiting for us to return. Carl suspected that the stress might have cracked the war priestess, but she actually looked overjoyed. "It's a mixed group event, you can enter together." Carl tried calling out to the group, in case they could still hear him, though he couldn't see them. Then he found himself standing on the front lines of a massive defensive battle, with Tessa right beside him. There were thousands of soldiers around them in the formation, humans, beastkin, and even ogres. Charging toward them was a tide of elves, trolls, fairies, dryads and creatures Carl had no name for. "Mixed group battle," he muttered. "It seems so," Tessa agreed. The surrounding soldiers gave them strange looks, and someone shouted as they moved forward to set a shield wall. "Crap, they don't speak our language." Tessa just shrugged. "War is war, we don't need words. Bring out the beasts, so the others have time to get used to them, and prepare to fight." Carl called everyone, and the soldiers smiled. It looked like beasts in battle wasn't that uncommon to them, and even when Ray called her golems, the soldiers didn't panic. The leader of this force called something, and the rank behind the shield bearers hefted spears, setting them on top of the shields as a brace against the impact of the incoming trolls that made up the front rank of the Phi force. The front lines were about to crash together when suddenly Carl realized they had reinforcements. The rest of the group had entered, standing behind him and Tessa. The sound of snapping wooden spears filled the air an instant before the sound of trolls hitting shields, and a battle cry that sent the humans' allied forces forward. Ray sent her golems while Hawk took to the sky, but Thor stayed back, waiting for the first of the trolls to breach the line, so he could plug the hole. "What is going on? We heard you call for us to come in," Prince Corbin called out. "Humans and allies against Phi group battle," Tessa yelled back, trying to be heard over the din of the battle, as Carl began to hurl attacks at the taller Phi. "I guess we're doing this then," Prince Corbin sighed. 3 hours later, Carl sat with his back against Thor in the ruins of the battlefield. The humans had won a Pyrrhic victory at best, and with the losses that they had suffered, if there had been any Phi left alive, it might have been counted as a loss. The town that the humans and their allies were defending had been half razed, and most of the civilians were presumed dead. Less than 1 in 50 of the original 1,000 or so warriors were still alive, and all of them were currently catching their breath. The battlefield smoldered where Hawk had bombarded it with fireballs to prevent the trolls from regenerating, leaving acrid smoke hanging over the plains, which were now largely devoid of life. After meditating for the last 10 minutes to recover some strength, slowly spreading the energy from the focuses in the beast spaces to improve their quality before rebuilding the focus to improve everyone's strength, Carl opened his eyes and decided it was time to get back on his feet. Carl looked out at the massive number of bodies, and slowly got to his feet, ready to go check them for loot and valuables. With that many, there had to be some good stuff there somewhere. However, as soon as he got up to go check the nearby bodies, those familiar magical words appeared on the ground. "Trial successfully completed. Time 2 hours 47 minutes, Tessa read. Then they all waited to see what the next message would be. Would it send them to another round? It hadn't said failed. It did tell them that they were successful, despite the heavy casualties and the damage to the town behind them. Rewards granted. Everyone waited to see what they would get, but there was no sign of prize boxes, no additional notification. And then they were back in the plain room with the braziers again. That was when the prizes appeared. One small box in front of each of them. There were 3 silver boxes, 3 gold boxes, 2 platinum boxes, and one that looked like it was made of pure ruby. Prince Corbin looked at the boxes. "Well, I think that we can guess how they're supposed to be distributed. Now, you just need to pick one from your group." The 3 awakened rank members all looked wistfully at the boxes with other colors on them. Dana certainly had experience with these reward boxes, and the better your rank, the better the box's contents. However, there wasn't another mage in the ascended group to plead with, and Alice was unlikely to give up her loot for an awakened rank box after spending 3 hours keeping up barriers and eventually being held upright by archers who ran out of arrows so that even when she was too exhausted to stand, she could stay within the protective circle around Thor and regain her stamina. Dana and the 2 awakened spellblades went first, then traded boxes until they got one that they could open. Both spellblades got new swords in a similar style to the ones they were using, while Dana got an ornate wooden wand with golden patterns down it. "Not bad, the wand is rechargeable and casts magic missile up to 20 times, Dana informed the group. That wasn't too bad at all. It would save her a bunch of mana during fights that she could consume when they weren't in danger. She already knew magic missile, so her proficiency with the spell would extend to the wand, allowing her to split the magic missile into multiple missiles, though the damage would drop. That would give her an advantage against weaker targets, and help with the rapid clearing abilities of the team. Lotus handed out the next round of boxes, and surprisingly, none of the three needed to be exchanged. Carl opened his reward box and found a beautiful crystal bow inside. Strangely, it had no string, but when he held it, he instantly understood the concept. If you made the motion to pull the non-existent string, intending to fire it, the bow would create an arrow and fire. There was no mana cost, and no listed capacity of charges, it was just a magical bow. However, he could attach skills to those magical arrows, and send them to a much more distant target. The range on Shred and Rend wasn't bad, but that was for the average battle. Anything beyond 20 meters, and they began to lose power. But attached to an arrow, they could fly 200 meters, and they would still be fine. It looks like it's weapons day. Lotus laughed, waving a carved wooden staff around. It doesn't have to be a weapon. Tessa disagreed, holding up a red and gold metal shield that matched her robes. Smashing tools are still weapons, Lotus shrugged. Larry laughed and passed a box to Alice, while Corbin moved to the ruby chest. All three took out weapons, a gold wand with clear crystal inlay for Alice, and swords for both of the others. It looks like the reward system is judging us for our low damage output, Carl noted. It definitely is. Dana sighed. She had destruction, plus 2 heavily upgraded golems and multiple attack spells, and it had still given her a weapon. Though, it was one to save mana, so perhaps that was the issue with her combat skills that it was concerned with. Prince Corbin looked at his watch and frowned. That took longer than I expected. We should head back to the entrance, where we know it's safe to rest. We will call it an early day because none of us will be up for another one of those trials today. There were no objections to that. They had 3 solid hours of combat in that second room, and another long fight would simply be too much for them. It was only when they reached the first room that they realized going back might be as much trouble as going forward. The door leaving the first room, that they had very deliberately left propped open, was closed again, and they were looking at the same scene that had triggered the last 2 trials. Alright, we will set up camp for the night in the last trial room in case the goblins in the larger cave aren't the only ones around. They have a way of finding a way through the smallest cracks, and who knows what's hidden under that moss. If the way back is sealed, we're as safe here as anywhere, but we will keep watch, in case the trials reset and not just the doors to the rooms. What is the watch schedule? Carl asked as he prepared to head back into the second trial room. Prince Corbin gestured to Carl. We will use a 2-person watch, so one can defend while the other wakes the group. One commander with someone else. Carl, you and I will take first, who wants second? Alice nodded. I will take second with Rose, and that puts me and Daryl third, Larry agreed. Everyone else has the night to rest, and we will cycle partners tomorrow if it's reasonable. Nobody wants the healers to be overtired. Carl couldn't argue with that logic. When things were bad, it paid to have the clerics on your side fresh and ready to work. So, he set down his pack and took out his sleeping bag, wanting to have it ready to crawl into when he finished his watch. Dana sat up next to him while the clerics prepared dinner. The spellswords were about to take out ration packs when they noticed that there was a rather surprising amount of food available. Where did all that come from? Do you carry a whole kitchen? Rose asked. No need for that. We can both use advanced food creation blessings. This is all magic, it didn't exist 2 minutes ago. Just get comfortable and it will be cooked in 15 minutes, Tessa explained. They were making some sort of stew with the ingredients they had conjured, so Carl offered up a large chunk of meat from one of the awakened rank reptiles they had fought that morning. Hawk had claimed the body, but it would take him forever to get through it all. Here, cut this thinly, and it should cook quickly enough, he offered. Prince Corbin looked dubious about the mystery meat from nowhere, but he didn't say anything, and decided to just trust the clerics not to poison them all. Even if they did, they were the ones with the cleansing spells, so it was in their best interests to be safe with the food. But they seemed to trust Carl's food supply, and as soon as he passed it over, Lotus began to cut paper-thin slices that would cook in seconds in the stew pot. After the meal was finished and the supplies were packed away, Carl sat down next to Prince Corbin, but facing the opposite door, so they could start their watch, which Carl honestly didn't expect to be anything but dull. They were inside what appeared to be an enchanted tunnel system, and the only other room down the hall was sealed. If anything happened, It would be this one resetting, and if it happened on his watch, it would be a real pain, as they were still exhausted and mentally drained. At first, neither of them said anything, they just silently watched their doors while everyone fell asleep. They had all zipped their backpacks into the sleeping bags with them, in case the trial activated, so they didn't end up leaving anything they might need on the outside. This one had been a 3-hour-long nightmare, and they had nearly depleted their water and snacks before the clerics had restocked everyone at dinner. Once the others were asleep, Corbin turned his attention to Carl. "You know, you're getting incredibly close to the commander rank, and I'm certain after that last instance that your spider is already there. Are you sure that you want to report that to the church? They're the masters of guilt-tripping people into doing their bidding." The prince whispered, knowing that Carl's hearing was extremely sensitive. "Do you actually think that they won't know? There are 2 clerics with us that are moving through the ascended rank at breakneck pace, and last I heard the high priests were considering having an oracle look in on us," Carl whispered back. "Good point. Just saying, there are other factions to consider other than the church." Carl smiled. "Like the Bureau of Elite Development? Who do you think Alice works for?" Corbin sighed and shook his head. "You grew too fast, and you likely haven't even learned the polite and effective ways to say no to them yet. Commander is a big change, and if you don't stand up and demand the respect that goes with the rank when you get it, you'll find yourself in the suck, on terrible borderline suicide missions until one of them really is a suicide mission." Carl nodded. "I'm bad at saying no to people when I get the puppy eyes from them. I will have to work on it, I guess. I just didn't expect everything to come at me so fast, you know? I'm still in my freshman year. It's only been a few months since the divine injection." Corbin did a double take. "You're a freshman? I thought you were a baby-faced junior, a third-year student." Carl shook his head. "No, both me and Dana started school at the same time." The royal rank mage looked between the two and nodded. Her I could see being the prodigy of the first year. She's at that mid to late awakened rank point that comes with a load of resources at the start of the freshman year. I will talk to her later as well, make sure she doesn't fall for the big push that burns potential for speed. She's got it in her to go far if she just keeps grinding at it. You two are good friends, so you might be able to look out for her after you advance again." Carl nodded. "I will do what I can." The two fell into comfortable silence, and when Corbin's watch blinked a few hours later, he went to wake up the next team. Carl was awoken sometime in the early morning by a gust of warm air on his face that had him instantly opening his eyes and preparing for battle. But it was just a gust of hot air from the morning meal being prepared, and he relaxed again, then summoned his armor to instantly get dressed. The morning meal was oatmeal and diced fruit, which was absently devoured while everyone discussed the plan for the day. "It seems likely that every major room we come across is going to have a challenge in it, so if one of them takes an inordinate amount of time, we will call it a day, no matter where we are. We got through 3 rooms yesterday, and ideally, we would be able to do that again today, but I'm not willing to have anyone overextend themselves and end up dead," Corbin announced. His team, himself included, had taken multiple beatings yesterday, so his cautions made sense, even if it meant that they would be exploring the area at a crawl. "Aren't we going to try the first fight over again and get out of here?" Daryl asked, somewhat sullenly. "With the rewards we got from that last battle? I don't think so. We will search this place, fight as much as we must, and perhaps you can go home ascended. This isn't the sort of resource that comes along often, with multiple challenges all giving rewards. It's somewhat like gaining access to a dozen challenges at the same time, we just have to fight our way through. There is also a major source of magical energy somewhere in this mountain, and after what we have seen, I have reason to think that it might be one of the lost divine dungeons, the original repeatable challenges that the World Dragon set up for the first people to train." Tessa and Lotus looked shocked, while the younger members just looked confused, other than Carl, who knew the history already. "Aren't those a myth?" Rose asked. Corbin shrugged. "Maybe, but I can say for certain that they exist. It's just not clear where they came from. A trial dungeon more intense than what they had found. That last fight yesterday had been intense enough. Or perhaps it just gave better rewards. That would be nice." Carl led the group out of the room this time, and everyone was a bit more relaxed with Thor covering them all in refreshing lightning. Not only for the defensive benefits, but for the fact that it kept their stamina refreshed and their minds relaxed. The hallway wound down through the mountain for some time, with no sign of other rooms, until Carl heard an echo below them. "There is a cavern beneath us. We're nearly underneath where we started. Somewhere between the first and second trial rooms. If we keep following this tunnel down, We should end up in the cavern soon," he quietly informed the others. "All right. Are you certain about the positioning?" Alice asked. "I grew up in the mines. I have an excellent sense of direction underground. With the curve in the tunnel and the slope, I say 200 more meters," Carl replied. The echo and the sound of something banging became audible to everyone over the next 100 meters. Then the faint blue bioluminescence lit up the mouth of the tunnel as it reached the cave. Carl dropped to the ground and crawled to the last corner, with Ray hovering above him. The tunnel opened 15 meters up the wall of a massive cavern, complete with its own biome full of fungi, grasses, and some sort of bipedal creature. Carl focused on them and did his best to get perfect details. They looked like elves, but with ashy black skin, white hair, and glowing violet eyes. They had a whole city down there, made of the black stones of the cavern, and on the far side from where the tunnel ended, there was a massive glowing portal 20 meters tall. Carl went back and relayed the information to the others, who were even more concerned than he was. They sounded like elves, and the species was known to be temperamental at the best of times, but if they were some sort of mutated monster version of the elves, like the red goblins were to regular goblins, they could be in real trouble. Their group certainly wouldn't be able to take on a whole village, and they didn't want to leave that portal behind. "So, what do we do? Is there a chance we can sneak through the less populated areas?" Carl asked. "They're elves, they will know right away if someone touches their plants. I doubt it will be possible to sneak past them," Lotus sighed. "Then what do we do?" Alice sighed, looking toward the end of the tunnel. If that really was a dungeon portal, she wanted to go in. Carl considered the options for a moment. "I think that we might have missed a side tunnel. Do you remember how the other one was hidden? There might have been another like it. The city down there has dozens of tunnels leading out into the mountain, so what are the odds that the one that leads outside doesn't have a single branch?" Alice smiled as she considered the options. "Well, it's worth checking before we try sneaking to another tunnel and hoping that it heads in the direction that we want." The closest tunnel was only 50 meters away, but at ground level, and it had fairly regular traffic through it. That clearly wasn't an optimal choice. But there was one about 70 meters to their left, and that one was halfway up the wall and also looked abandoned. It was also slightly lower, so he could have Ray make them a zip line and everyone could slide over. Prince Corbin looked back down the tunnel. "Let's check all the walls back to the last room. If that doesn't show us any missed branches, we will try for another tunnel. I know Daryl and Muffin don't really understand how valuable that portal is, but we absolutely need to find our way to it." Rose bristled at being called Muffin, but she fell into her position in the middle of the pack as Carl led them back up the tunnel, using his swords to check both walls for anything that wasn't as solid as it looked. But after only a dozen paces, he paused. "The tunnel isn't the same. We're headed down again," he informed the others. It took them a moment to realize what was wrong with that statement. They had been on a steep decline all the way to the chamber, so they should be climbing back up the ramp now, but according to Carl, they weren't. Corbin cast some sort of elementary spell, and a handful of marbles appeared in his hand. He scattered them on the floor, some in front, some behind the group, and they all rolled away. "Both sides are downhill. We're definitely in an illusion, or the tunnel was changed," he agreed. Carl closed his eyes and whistled softly, letting Ray's echolocation tell him what was around them. "This way. Behind us is still the chamber, but the real upward tunnel is on our left. In front of us is solid rock. Everyone hold hands and follow me for a few steps," he instructed. That sounded a bit foolish to the others, but they followed the instruction, and when Carl got 4 steps through what had looked and felt like solid rock, they were in a new tunnel. He took a few more steps, then pulled everyone to them, and called Ray to her space, then brought her back out again. She couldn't close her eyes, so she was unable to get past the illusion on her own, even though she could clearly tell that what she was seeing was not right. Once they were all in the new tunnel, Carl took out a strip of cloth from his bag, intended to be a bandana or dust mask, but it would do as a blindfold. He needed a bit of eyesight to use thermal vision, and the folded over cloth made a hazy, but not completely impenetrable view, though he couldn't see anything in the dark with normal vision. "Alright, illusion-resistant eyewear engaged. I will lead us forward, just warn me if there is anything strange going on with my actions so that we don't get separated," he informed the group. There was a short pause, and Carl turned back to the group, only to find them staring straight ahead. There wasn't anything there by his vision, though. "Ray, what are they looking at?" he asked. "No clue. They all look pretty freaked out, though." Maybe swat at the air with your sword or something, she suggested. Carl did, and everyone started moving again, looking around as if expecting to be ambushed. I'm pretty sure we're still in the illusion. I didn't see what you do, and when I waved my sword around, you all came back to me, Carl explained. If it even got Corbin in its trap, perhaps we should find another alternate way, Larry suggested. It does seem as if they put in significant effort to trap this tunnel, doesn't it? Carl agreed. And there are elves in the tunnel behind us, I can hear them, Ray added. Going back is no longer an option, there is someone in the tunnel we came from. Stay close, and ignore anything that you see. Close your eyes and hold on to someone's clothes if you have to. Just keep following me, Carl ordered. He led the group down through a set of winding corridors until he sensed a door on the left. Then he pulled everyone inside and closed the door behind them. They were in another of the brazier rooms, and everyone was giving him strange looks. Sorry, the elves were catching up to us, and this was the first door I found, he whispered, motioning for silence. But they continued to wait, and nothing happened. There was no magical writing, and the sound of running footsteps and swearing in the corridors faded after a few minutes. Then it returned, as the patrol retraced their steps, but they didn't stop outside the door, and just kept moving back toward the tunnel mouth that Carl's group had stopped near. What do we do now? There's no second exit from this room, and there's a whole city of them out there, Dana asked. Prince Corbin sighed, then smiled. I have either the dumbest or most brilliant idea ever. When the guards passed by the second time, I managed to record them for my disguise spell. I can disguise everyone as the patrol, and we can just walk through to our goal. Alice chuckled. Definitely one of the dumbest. How are we supposed to get back out once they notice we've gone through the portal? You know they will have it under security, and the disguise spell doesn't last long, so we won't be able to spend time scouting, even if we spoke their language. How about we use the disguise spell to look for a way out? At the least, they wouldn't attack on sight if they mistook us for guards, Larry offered. Corbin raised his hand, and suddenly, everyone looked like the dark-skinned elven guards. They were all the same height, with the same hairstyles as they had before, but it was at least enough to get them through a cursory examination. Alright, let's go see if we can find a way to the portal, the royal ranked mage instructed. Carl sent Ray back to her space to help with the disguise, and opened the door, only to find that they were no longer in a hallway, but a large courtyard in the middle of a fantastic city. His first instinct was to close his eyes, and let echolocation tell him the truth, but when he did, it still seemed to be real. He turned back to the group. What do you think the chances are that we stepped into a trial and didn't notice? We didn't get a notification in here, but what if that was because I was leading us blind through the illusions when we entered? Prince Corbin stepped up beside him and looked out at the city, which was made up of twisted black spires, with a bright blue sky overhead, and alien-looking plants growing everywhere. Well, we aren't in the underground city, that's for certain. Let me check with a locating spell, he whispered, in case something nearby could hear them. He cast the spell and shook his head. We're definitely inside a trial. Either that or we're more than 1,000 kilometers from where we were yesterday. I can't locate any of our other clansmen, and there is nothing coming in over the radio. Alice took a device out of her pack and nodded. We're not in contact with any government signals. I would say that we're almost certainly inside a trial of some sort. What does the outside of the building we're in look like? Carl stuck his head out, and found that the door was black oak on the outside, and they were in one of the many black spires. The same as the ones you can see across the road. We're on the main floor of a spire, Carl explained. Alice nodded. Which means if we leave, this entry point will probably vanish, and we will have to complete whatever sort of trial we're in before we can exit. This sort of situation matches with the reports that we got from other elites, but they reported losing huge amounts of time while they were in strange trials, or simply didn't remember anything. Great. So is there any way to see what sort of mission we're on? Larry asked. There was one sure way to tell. Quest status, quest status. One ongoing quest. Find and enter the dungeon portal. Conditions, survival. Carl looked at the simple listing from the system and frowned. Find and enter the portal without dying. Yeah, that was basically what they were trying to do anyhow. There wasn't much of a reason to issue them a quest for it. Unless they had been in one all along, and misunderstood, thinking that they had exited. If they had entered a trial when they left the last room, or worse, hadn't left the first one that they had entered at all, and were simply moving around areas of it, their entire experience could be an illusion. Carl looked outside, using every form of vision that he could, but found that the only people around were a scattering of the dark-skinned elves. "I can still sense the portal, even if the city changed," Ray informed him from her space. "Ray says the portal is still nearby. Should we get a move on and see if we can make it there? I don't know what happened to the city, but I believe we're in a trial, and it's still the goal," Carl whispered. There were some shared looks of concern, but after a moment, both Alice and Corbin motioned for him to lead the way out of the room and through the city toward where he thought that the portal should be. Their disguises weren't perfect, but they blended in well with the locals, who had a very eclectic fashion sense, with the only rule seeming to be that it must be black clothing with white hair. They didn't speak as they moved through the city streets, headed for the center of town, where everyone could soon see the glow of the immense portal. There were more people moving their way by the minute, as if there were some type of big event going on, and Lotus was getting excited. "I speak Elvish, and while their accent is archaic and harsh, I can hear them saying that the portal is open. That must mean they're going to let people through," she whispered. Alice laughed softly. "If we can just walk through the portal, I am throwing a party when we get back. How well do you think you can emulate the accent?" "Well enough to get us in. Trust me," Lotus replied as she came to walk beside Carl at the front of the group. They just followed the flow of people to the portal, hoping that the disguise spell held and wasn't seen through. Everyone in town was going the same way, toward the man in the black and white patterned robe that was shouting something in ancient Elvish. "He says they're an outreach program, and they are looking for volunteers who are willing to risk their lives to prove that they have what it takes to be the champion of the dungeon. I don't know what that means, but I'm going with it." Before anyone could speak, Lotus threw her hands in the air and waved at the man in the black and white robes. He smiled and pointed at her, while the elves all looked stunned that someone was volunteering without asking for any more details. Lotus made a gesture that they were all together in a group, and the man motioned them up onto the platform where the dungeon portal was. "Only 9 you? The options are 5 or 10. The man asked Lotus in Elven. "This will be good enough for the 10-person challenge. Have faith," she replied. The man in the odd cleric robes, black on the left, white on the right, smiled and patted her on the head, then gestured to the portal for them to enter. "The first volunteers for the new dungeon are now entering. May the blessings of the ancients be upon them," the man announced as they walked inside, and Lotus almost stopped to ask him questions, but didn't want to give herself away with her foreign accent. Lotus and Carl led the group through, and they stepped into a strange swamp with crystalline trees, and groups of snake monsters with vaguely humanoid torsos. "Naga," Lotus announced in awe. "Are they powerful?" Carl asked. "They can be. They're semi-intelligent, brutal, and they use magic." Hawk looked out over the surroundings from his space and gave a squawk of pure hatred in Carl's mind. "Evil, they're pure evil. Nothing but swamps and water magic. This place should not be allowed to exist." After his close call with the Yeti clans, Hawk's hatred for water magic seemed to have gotten more intense, but as Carl looked out over the swamps, he saw potential. There were leaders at the commander and high commander ranks, countless awakened drones and ascended warriors, as well as lesser subspecies that Carl believed were common grade and may or may not pose a threat. Lotus was the only one of them that knew much about the species, and she hadn't mentioned the others, so Carl assumed that they were most likely common grade creatures, though he could see them using simple water magic, so they weren't completely harmless. The scaled, almost human, shaped upper bodies of the Naga were throwing Carl's sense of scale off. Most of them only had 2 arms, but some had 4, and they all had fully reptilian heads, like a cobra's, with the widened hood. Only, theirs didn't only flare as a threat, it was held wide all the time, either on purpose or by evolution. They came in a huge variety of sizes, from torsos the size of a child to as large as that of an ogre. The Naga also wore some clothing and jewelry, while carrying weapons as needed, which convinced everyone in the group that they were indeed an advanced species. Carl didn't want to send Hawk up and draw the entire area toward them, but from the entrance, they could see quite a bit of the village. Carl focused on the quest status again, now that they were inside, and found that it had updated. Clear the Naga dungeon and eliminate the Naga king. That would definitely have to be done in order. But there was something strange about this place, other than the fact that it was full of Naga, or that it shouldn't exist in the location where they found it, or the weather in the swamp. Dana was the first to put it together. "They can clearly see us standing here. Why haven't they attacked?" she asked. Corbin smiled at her. "It's a unique feature of the dungeons. I've been in a few before, and as long as none of your group leave the starting platform, Nothing will attack. Once we move forward, they will engage as usual, and we will have to remain out of sight of patrols and other groups, while preventing them from calling for assistance. See, this place is evil. Hawk reminded Carl. Actually, I have a great idea. Why don't you stay on the shoulder of one of the mages, which will keep you away from the fighting, and then you can throw fireballs at all the water magic users without attracting too many, Carl suggested. Oh, that's good. I will stay with the Dana mage. If I stand on her head, I will be the same height as everyone else. Maybe just on her shoulder. Your claws are sharp, and she's not wearing a helmet. Hawk agreed to compromise and went to stand on her backpack to look over her head. Carl called Ray and Thor out, and the group prepared to move forward, to where the first group of Naga were waiting for them. As Corbin had said, the moment that they stepped off the platform, the Naga took action, shifting into an attack formation and preparing to engage the group. The creatures didn't seem to know what they should do with the presence of a lightning Sarrow. If snake faces could look confused, that was the vibe that Carl was getting from them as Thor charged. Then horror as they realized that he didn't have to spear them with his horns to cause damage. The Naga twisted in between the large upper horns on Thor's head, but the Sarrow just violently shook his head back and forth, whipping the unfortunate warrior from side to side and leaving it unconscious on the ground. The others tried to restrain Thor to rescue their teammate, but they were only awakened rank fighters, and a pair of fireballs from Hawk took them out before they could even get close. Corbin nodded in satisfaction. Everyone stay close, and try not to make any noise. We will grab the groups one at a time. There are no non-combatants in a dungeon trial, they're all here to fight, and the normal standard is to eliminate them all and see what sort of rewards you get. It can be quite extensive, but these instances are rare. Carl touched the first body, intending to roll the creature over to check if it had anything decent, but as soon as he touched it, the body vanished, and a small stack of coins was left on the ground. What the hell was that? He whispered. Oh, it's one of those dungeons. This will be spectacular. Touch every monster that we kill, and try not to kill any of them out of reach. It will give us loot as we go, and we can split it how we want. The reward could be money, items, clothing, nearly anything. I've even heard of them turning into food. So don't miss any, the item is usually based on the power of the monster. Corbin informed them. Dana whistled softly as she followed the prince's instructions, and held up a blue coral ring. Hawk grumbled in discontent, and Carl was almost certain that it was a water elemental buff. Does anyone know how to identify these? Dana asked. Tessa held out her hand, and a golden glow surrounded the ring for a moment before the cleric looked startled. It's a common grade ring of pure water. Like the spell that we use to make water with meals, but anyone wearing it can use it if they have the mana. She explained, then handed it back to Dana. It wasn't like the cleric needed it. Dana took off her glove and slid it on her finger, then replaced the glove as the spell swords gave her envious looks. It's just the first fight, and a common grade item. Just wait, we're bound to get all sorts of good things out of here with the variety of classes in our group, Prince Corbin promised. He threw a spell at a nearby group of Naga, killing one instantly, and making the others run toward them. It was brilliant, and almost as if some of the intelligence of the monsters had been removed to make them respond in a predictably aggressive manner, even when they should have been smart enough to just run when someone was instantly decapitated. The spell blades in Carl were on the group the next second, cutting them down, then tapping the corpses to see what happened. More coins, and a pair of black leather gloves that certainly weren't anything the Naga had been wearing were the results, leaving everyone impressed by the level of magic that it must have taken to create something like this. I believe that these dungeons are a creation of the world dragon, a form of divine magic. The risks might be immense, as the enemy groups will contain opponents that can challenge Corbin because he's with us, but the rewards should be similarly great, as the world dragon took care of the people. Tessa informed the group in a serious tone that reminded them she was a cleric first, and knew all the essentials of church doctrine. Step back into the long grass. Lotus warned quietly, sending everyone scurrying for cover. Fortunately, there were no bodies left to give them away because there was a patrol of larger, four-armed Naga coming, and by Carl's guess there were 4 commanders and either a high commander or prince-ranked leader. Corbin gestured that he would take the leader with Alice's golem as his guard, which left Carl and Thor to hold off the others while the ambush worked its magic. Of course, Larry and Alice were going to have to help with the leader, but with Ray and her golems on the team, they weren't completely outmatched by the other 4 guards. The Naga were scaly, but not hard scaly like Thor. They were supple and flexible, meaning hard to hit as they avoided Karl's strikes. These guards also had a water barrier around them that had enraged Hawk, who was furiously hurling fireballs at them as his flaming body surrounded both him and Dana. Karl didn't think that Hawk had even realized he could do that. He was too focused on eliminating the water magic from existence, working through his trauma one charred corpse at a time. At this point, even Rey felt bad for the angry bird, and did her best to let him get the last hit on a failing shield, before having her golems ambush from behind to take out the targets. The golems were also subtly different than he remembered, Karl noticed. They had plates of black metal armor on their torsos, and encasing their already dangerous forelimbs like blades. That had to be Dana's golem armor type ability. Durable constructs, he believed it was called. Combined with the lightning, it was incredibly effective, and the Naga were being decimated by the two golems. The agile warriors that Karl had such a hard time hitting were no match for the eight-legged golems, and Karl wondered if he should invest in haste when he had enough skill points. For commander rank Rey, that would be 40% more speed, and that should nearly eliminate the chance that the Naga would be able to dodge them. It might not be the optimal choice, but it probably wouldn't be the wrong choice either. He would get more points as he adventured, and now that he had a taste of it, Karl fully intended to keep going. Bob Mackenzie had the right idea. It was better to be free out here than under someone's supervision. But unlike Bob, Karl was happy to have a reliable group with him. Karl kept the warriors occupied while the spider golems went for their backs, and the two awakened rank spell swords hesitated. They couldn't take one of those hits like Karl could. Though Karl was parrying the majority of the flurry of attacks while the beasts took care of business, and Dana's golems did their best every time they were resummoned after taking enough damage to have their combat ability reduced, the two boys didn't dare approach and risk a misstep that would mean instant death. Tessa couldn't even hold out against the Naga patrol, and had been forced to retreat from Thor's back. The Spellblades had a commander rank barrier over them, courtesy of Alice, but that wouldn't last long against opponents with blades in all four hands and magic on their side. The mages did throw some spells, but awakened rank magic against commander rank beasts didn't do much. The leader of the patrol fell just before the last of the patrol team, and Karl took a moment to tap the commander rank corpses. "Oh, there are more leather gloves. Tessa, what are those good for?" he asked, tossing them to the cleric. "Awakened rank gloves of watery death. Enhanced water magic damage," she replied, then carefully patted Hawk's flaming head as he glared at the item. "They're just gloves, they don't make their own water magic. Relax," she consoled him. Hawk was feeling better after killing a bunch of water magic users, but Tessa was pretty good at preening his head, so he kept up the act just a little longer. Karl suspected that he was learning bad habits from the others. "This is pretty good stuff," Dana noted as they prepared to move forward. Corbin shook his head. "That's the dungeon equivalent of trash. It's 2 full ranks below the monsters that dropped them. When these were originally made, the system users who fought in them would have had full sets of gear at their own rank, and they would be looking for rare items and specific benefits. Times were different then, and everyone was so much more powerful." After clearing 3 more groups without gaining anything but a water orb, which was a basic magical crafting resource, and some coins, the path led them to a large open area where a massive 4-armed Naga was standing. It was wearing strings of bones and shells, and it carried a staff with a glowing blue crystal in one hand, with trinkets in the others. Some sort of shaman, Karl decided. It was also at the commander rank, and the lower-ranked members of the team's side. They would be basically sidelined again, and the best rewards would predictably go to the strongest among them. "All right, we know how to fight together. Dana, keep your golems back to protect the others, just in case," Prince Corbin announced as he activated a spell that let him leap into battle with a single stride. Karl and the beasts were a step behind him. Hawk had moved to stand on Thor's back so he was closer to the action, and so he didn't draw attention to Dana. Rey was blended into the lichen-covered crystalline plants around the platform, and circling behind the shaman when the first strike landed, and the enormous Naga leader activated a spell that called out a dozen ethereal Naga spirits. Karl swiped at one, and it dissipated when it was cleaved in half. "Dana, you guys are on the spirits, they're awakened rank," he called as he sent a shred toward the shaman. The Naga shaman was hopelessly outmatched, Karl thought as he moved to surround the creature, letting Corbin take the front, while he and Thor took opposite sides. It was 6 commander rank attackers, including the golems, and 1 royal rank mage against a single commander rank shaman. But the creature didn't seem as concerned as Carl thought it should. Instead, it surrounded itself with a vortex of water, forcing Carl and the beasts back, then created water tornadoes that moved erratically around the platform. Hawk saw that the attacks were only about 6 meters tall, so he took off from Thor's back and began to bombard the shaman inside, while the others hurled spells at its protective barrier while dodging the swirling water attacks. The entire battle was chaos, with everyone running around, attacking the spirits when they got in the way, as the 3 awakened rank members couldn't control them all, and doing their best to land a hit on the shaman. The spell would fluctuate with every attack from Corbin, but it wasn't falling, and Carl was unable to tell how effective Hawk's fireball attacks were. Daryl failed to notice an attack and was hurled most of the way across the platform before catching himself on one of Thor's horns to prevent being thrown down the cliff on the far side. He wasn't seriously injured, but he was now surrounded by a water barrier that was slowing his actions, and threatened to leave him in the path of more vortexes. Then one of Carl's strikes managed to cut a notch in the protective spell, leaving the Naga momentarily visible. The next attacks by Corbin and Alice did the same, and they were back in the fight as the barrier fell. The spider golems were on the back of the shaman the second the barrier fell, and Carl noticed that there was still a faint water barrier over the Naga, which had been whittled away by Hawk's dedicated efforts. Having to go through those 2 barriers, one after another, would have sucked, and Hawk had saved them a lot of headache, with the shaman now hurling offensive spells at them, both water and ice magic types. It was definitely commander rank in maximum power, but it didn't seem to run out of mana, and it just wouldn't die. Over the course of the next minute, the shaman was hit dozens of times while its barrier was down, and while it was bleeding heavily, it was still fighting. They were doing damage, that was clear, and it wasn't healing unnaturally quickly, but it just wouldn't die. It was beginning to slow down, and the spells were coming more infrequently, but Carl got the feeling that this was not the end, but the build-up to a larger attack. So, when the creature's mana surged, his first instinct was to order everyone back. "Big attack coming," he called, unsure what it would look like. The mana build-up turned into a surge of water, first spiking out, then rotating around the room in curved waves. Carl began to move, avoiding the waves, which were pulling away from the Naga shaman as they traveled. He could see everyone going in, but Hawk and Ray were both thinking the same thing. "Trap. Get clear of the waves, then back away. It's a trap," Carl called as the Naga sent out a shotgun blast of ice pellets around itself. Carl tanked it with flame body, while Alice and the other commanders absorbed it with their shields. The awakened rank fighters hit the ground to get under the attack, while Ray used her golems as a shield and Thor turned his head down so it didn't hit his eyes. Then the spider golems were on the shaman's back again, and Carl drove his blade deep into the creature's belly as Corbin leapt over him to go for the creature's throat. The Naga shaman fell into a slumped pile of coiled body, with its arms toward Corbin in one last desperate attempt to grab and strangle him. "Well, that went as well as expected. Are there any injuries?" Carl asked as he realized the monster was truly dead, and wasn't reacting to the golems continuing to stab it. Ray eventually called them off, and Corbin tapped the body, making it vanish, and a small pile of items appear on the floor. Tessa stepped up to cast her identification magic, but there was one item that caught Carl's attention. Core of ice, it was a small crystal, unassuming among the dozens of other small gems, but it was one of the items Ray needed to make a concoction with the moss and crystals she had gotten earlier in the goblin cave. There were multiple piles of cloth, a staff with a blue orb that looked like the one that the shaman had been using, and an assortment of coins and gems. Alice picked up the staff and frowned at it. "That's odd, I can't use it. I can use water magic, though," she muttered. Then she handed it to Dana, who also frowned and shook her head. She passed it to Lotus, whose eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, this is pretty good. I like this stick," she announced. Once she realized that everyone was waiting for a description, she continued. "It lets me use the shaman's signature water vortex spell, the wandering tornado things." The other items were all ascended rank cloth armor, but the fashion wasn't bad, and the enchantments on them were strong, so they were split between Dana and Rose, who were the only ones who suited the fashion. It seemed that either because it was a female shaman, or the Naga didn't have legs, the armor was created with a long skirt. When they put the armor, which was a significant status improvement over what they were wearing, which was mostly common and awakened grade cloth, which was all that the mage class could wear, Carl couldn't help but do a double take. The Naga style was somewhat modest and elegant, with full flared sleeves, but covered in gold and jewels for decoration, and the robes gave them both a regal look that made them seem more like fashionable debutantes and less like students on a mission. Rose's was shorter and slid up one side for mobility with matching cloth pants, while Dana's hung well past her knees, but was folded in the front of the skirt like a kimono, so it would expand as her legs moved. "Wait, there's more." Corbin laughed as he held up one last piece of cloth. Dana laughed as she saw it, but Carl didn't realize right away what it was. An ancient-style cloth chest binding, the precursor to the modern sports bra, and it was enchanted. Corbin was holding it out to Rose, so it must be good for her stats, but Tessa was snickering. The spell sword put it on, hanging the cloth over her neck to let the item equip if it was able, and her chest went as flat as a board. The chest binding of smooth movement. Now, isn't that better than having to wear an uncomfortable binding and having your chest in the way of your swing? Corbin teased. Daryl has bigger breasts than I do in this thing. Do you have any idea what that will do to my fragile pride? If it didn't add melee range attack damage, I would trade with you. You're getting a bit spare in your old age, you could use it as much as I can, Rose retorted. Carl walked over and picked up the ice core for Ray, and quickly assembled the ingredients needed into a bowl, being careful not to mess up her art exhibit on the floor when he stole the moss and crystals. It could be used by her, Hawk and Carl, with the chance to grant them a new skill of paralytic strikes, which Carl was eager to find out about. As the three ingredients settled into the bowl, they quickly turned to a paste, dissolving the moss and the crystals on contact. So, Carl split it into 3 portions. Each was a large vial, so it should be enough, he hoped. We will take a break here and regain some stamina and mana. I suggest eating some trail mix and getting a drink while we have time, Alice announced once everything from the last fight had been distributed. They were going to need the rest after that strangely durable shaman. Once everyone sat down to rest, the 3 beasts returned to their spaces, where they would recover the fastest, and Carl began to meditate, recovering his energy and mental focus, though his stamina had been recovered by the refreshing lightning. Hawk and Ray both immediately downed their potions, before Hawk began to splutter and curse in Carl's mind as the cold liquid reached his stomach. "You fed me ice element," he complained. "It has a chance to teach you paralyzing strikes," Carl explained, hoping to mollify the angry bird. The mixture did seem to have some effect on him, and Hawk's claws became a bit more crystalline and his body a bit more powerful, but it seemed he didn't gain any skills from it. Ray didn't complain about the potion. It had the comforting feeling of natural darkness, but she also didn't gain the skill. Carl considered giving her the last dose, but it did say that it was good for him as well, and there was a chance they could get more of the ice cores now that they knew what it looked like. They might even get another in this dungeon, as it was an ascended rank ingredient. So, he downed the potion, and felt the cold flow through his veins, and then merge with the refreshing lightning that he had gained from Thor. New skill gained. Stun. That wasn't what the identification skill said, but he would take it. A stunning strike was something that the group lacked, and as he was the one who knew it, he could use Skillbook to record it and earn himself some brownie points later, when he had gotten himself in trouble and needed a way out. It would also change his combat tactics. Stun was a melee range skill, which wasn't a big deal, but if he led with it, then switched targets, the spider golems could ambush the helpless target. He didn't know how long it would last, or how well creatures would resist it, but even a few seconds under their not-so-gentle ministrations was enough for the spider golems to take out most targets. After a few minutes' rest, Alice and Corbin prepared to move out again. They would be leading the group, to attract the groups of Naga with their longer-ranged attacks, but Alice had an extra instruction this time. "Let Thor rest for a bit. We're going to need to sneak through a few areas, and it's not going to be easy for him. It's swampland, and while a lightning Sarrow has no problem moving through that, it's far from a silent process," she explained. "Alright, he can take an extended rest. I will leave Ray in there as well, but she will call her golems out when we need them. If we're going for stealth, the smaller the group, the better," Carl agreed. After that, all the golems were dismissed until the next fight, and the group began to make their way through the dense foliage of the swamp, following the Naga patrol route, but staying out of sight among the taller plants that grew between the crystalline trees. The next group was standing in a clearing beside the road, and Carl checked in with Ray to be sure that she knew what the plan was. She was safely hid in her space, away from the swamp water, but Hawk came out to use Dana as a mobile fire platform. She would be well away from the actual combat, and her backpack put him at just the right height to see over her head. Corbin nodded, and the fighters spread out to ambush the enemies, 1 commander-rank spellcaster and 4 awakened warriors. On his signal, Carl charged into combat, leaping silently out of the water and hitting the spellcaster with stun before it could even react. There was no visible effect, but it wasn't moving at all, even as Alice's wind blades and Corbin's enchanted sword sliced it apart. The spider golems went straight for the warriors when Ray summoned them out, and the entire group was eliminated without a sound. That was how the next hour worth of fights went. A quick ambush from the swamp, and then loot the bodies and retreat out of sight before the patrols noticed and raised an alarm. Then they found themselves at a crossroads. There were 2 patrols, both coming their way, and another platform with another oversized Naga. "We will split. The patrol on the right is all awakened with an ascended leader, so Daryl, Rose and Dana, you're on that with Thor. The other is a commander with ascended members, so the rest of us will focus on that until Thor returns. Once those are done, we will deal with the oversized Naga. I don't see any other Naga in the area, so this might be the end of the dungeon. Some of the dungeons are massive, others are small like this," Corbin explained. Carl nodded. "Make the call, and I will charge one group with the spider golems while Thor goes for the others. Wait just a little, we want them all to be within range of the clerics. It will be 2 fights, but I don't want to split the group completely," he replied. Prince Corbin was a careful strategist, and Carl could tell that his caution was beginning to annoy Alice at some points, but she agreed on this one. Sending the lower ranks too far away could put them in danger if there was some ambush that they had missed. Corbin counted down from 5 on his fingers, and Carl called Thor out in front of the second group as he launched his attack. The commander in the patrol didn't seem too surprised to see him coming, but when the spider golems suddenly appeared at his shoulders as Ray left her space, it was certainly caught unaware, and reeled back, coiling its long body underneath itself for balance. Not far enough, as Carl didn't care if his first strike was to a vital area. Stun hit the lower body of the commander, and it went lethargic for a moment, just long enough for the spider golems and Ray to swarm it. The commander had 4 arms, but the upper 2 were quickly immobilized as the golems stabbed at them and used their multiple limbs to pull them back at an awkward angle. Ray was more practical and went for the long tail, slicing it as many times as she could with lacerate to make the creature bleed profusely. It was still trying to parry Carl's blade with its lower arms, and Carl mentally calculated that stun was only of limited effect on creatures above his rank, slowing them, but not completely immobilizing them unless he got a solid hit. He had expected the other patrol members to be coming for him by now, but they were occupied with Alice's golem and Prince Corbin's blade. Carl briefly wondered where Hawk was in all this, and then recalled that he was perched on Dana's backpack and not given explicit orders, so he was probably still there. That should be more than enough damage to deal with the second patrol. Carl didn't push for more attacks, he only kept the commander busy as Ray and her golems tore it to shreds, letting it collapse into Carl's arms and vanish into a pile of gems and a chainmail armor piece. The awakened team had no problems with their group, and they were only seconds behind on the kills. That probably meant that Hawk was slacking, as there was only 1 ascended member with the patrol, but there were no injuries, so all was well that ended well. Everyone turned to where the oversized Naga was standing on the platform. There were tents around the perimeter, which suggested it might not be alone, but their fight hadn't attracted any of them, and only the one was out in the open. "Do we have a plan? Those tents are making me nervous," Tessa noted as they checked the loot. She had just identified the armor from the commander, and she was looking at the chainmail coat in appreciation. "It reduces casting cost by 15% while wielding a shield, it's perfect," she noted. "Very nice. I don't think that any of us will begrudge you," Carl replied. "Even when it's a commander-rank armor piece?" Tessa asked, looking around the group. Prince Corbin chuckled. "You're the only one of us that even owns a shield." She had gotten it yesterday, but he had a point. None of the others had a shield or any intention to use one. "All right. Up armored cleric it is." Carl smiled at her enthusiasm. "That's probably for the best if you're going to keep riding Thor into combat." Prince Corbin moved forward to scout the area around the final oversized Naga in the dungeon. This was likely to be the hardest fight of all, and it was almost certainly designed for 10 fighters of equal power, but none of them really knew what quality of fighters the black and white robed man at the dungeon entrance meant. The fact that they didn't recognize those robes or the god that they belonged to concerned Tessa, as they looked like a cleric's robes, but in the middle of a city full of potential enemies, they weren't going to start asking questions. Corbin returned to the group and made a quick diagram in the dirt. There is a Naga of some sort, oversized like the last one, and at a similar power level. The tents around the Naga boss are empty, but I suspect that won't be the case once we attack. Either there will be Naga summoned into them, or portals will open to bring in assistance. The outfits make the oversized Naga look like a royal, and this one seems to have male anatomy, a more muscular upper body, wide pecs instead of rounded breast analogs. So, I would call it a Naga cane. I don't know what it will do once we're in combat, but there are weapons all over the platform. Carl nodded along as he took in the information. So, it sounds like it's a melee combat type of opponent. Avoidance will be key in taking it down. With 4 arms, it will be able to fight like multiple opponents, and the tail is likely to be dangerous as well. That shouldn't be anything that we can't deal with if it's near the same level as the last one. But the issue will be when more Nagas show up. We should try turning it around so that the mages and less armored combatants can stand near the stairs, away from the tents. Alice drew a mark on the diagram. If we're here, it should be good, provided that the Naga King can be turned around. We just need to worry about the reinforcements coming down the road instead of from the tents. But will the 2 of you be alright at the far side? 3 of us. I will take Thor with me and Corbin. That should be enough to keep it facing us, I hope. If the reinforcements come from behind you, withdraw your golems to hold them off, Carl suggested. Corbin smiled. Good planning skills. I hope that your skills match up to your confidence. Carl chuckled as he looked at his skill points. He had enough for another upgrade, so if things got really bad, he would grant himself another skill to make up for what he was lacking. Alice looked toward the sky. We should send Hawk up to scout the area and make certain that we didn't miss anything. Now that we're almost out of enemies, it should be safe enough. Carl motioned for him to comply, and Hawk took off, circling the swamps searching for opponents. Nothing, just that big one. He confirmed. Stay up high, and you can join the fight after we get him turned, Carl replied. Hawk says we're good. Carl and Corbin rushed past the king, like they were going to attack its back, and Carl summoned Thor from his space once they were in place, getting the fight started with the king facing away from the ramp. The others joined from the steps, with raised golems moving forward to engage from the sides, far enough forward that the king wouldn't have to turn around to look at them. That made it look like a 5-on-1 from its point of view until the mages and lower-ranked spellswords began their ranged bombardment. The wounds stacked up at an insane rate as Corbin focused all his energy on parrying all 4 swords and keeping the king from landing a single strike. It was becoming a lopsided battle, and Hawk's fireballs were searing away scales all over the creature's body. As they had expected, the king eventually cast a barrier over itself and let out a battle cry that made dozens of Naga appear on the path toward the platform and from the tents. The spider golems turned to face the ones from the nearest tents, while Carl dealt with the few that were behind them. The mages would be engaged for a while, but between Ray and the spider golems, the Naga warriors who were summoned weren't a major threat. It was the steady stream of enemies coming up the ramps that was the real issue. At the moment, Corbin was stuck on defense, so the only ones landing any hits on the boss was Ray, while Thor and Carl dealt with the additional fighters. Lacerate was doing its job, and the floor was covered in Naga blood, but the boss wasn't showing many signs of weakening as it threw down its small swords and grabbed 2 larger ones from the ground, holding each in 2 hands from the same side of its body. Even Corbin couldn't properly parry those with the brute strength of the much larger Naga King, and Carl was forced to roll out of the way of a downward slash. The moment that the last of the warriors from the tents fell, the tents were blown back by a wave of water magic as a spectral version of the shaman boss joined the fight. "Take this, evil water snakes," Hawk called happily as he dive-bombed the platform. It took Carl a second to realize what he meant. There were what appeared to be Naga eggs in one of the tent sites, and Hawk was going for them. "No," Carl called out an instant too late, as Hawk tossed his prized snack into the mental space. It landed in the 4th beast space, which immediately filled with the strange swamps and long grasses of the dungeon, while the eggs sunk into the mud and waters. "My snack," Hawk wailed as he realized what had happened. "Get your brain back in the fight. We're not done yet," Carl reminded him. He would remove the egg later, and the space should reset. Or at least he hoped that would work. He managed to take Thor and Ray's eggs back out after putting them in the space. But now the ghostly shaman was building up to their wave attack as the spectral form entwined itself in a defensive formation with the king. Carl launched himself forward, narrowly avoiding an incoming strike from the king, and hit the shaman with a stun attack. The building attack stopped, and the mages unleashed a wave of attacks on it, accompanied by Hawk's frustrated fireballs. With its major attack interrupted, the specter needed time to recover, and this form was far weaker than its original body had been. It was already beginning to become incorporeal under the weight of attacks that the spider golems were sending its way. The king slammed the ground with its blades, sending an earthquake in all directions as the specter was eliminated by the concerted efforts of the group. Carl jumped, and Thor counterattacked with his own earthquake to keep himself stable, but the others were thrown to the ground as the king was surrounded by a red barrier. It was going berserk, and its attacks were increasing in speed, shattering the barriers over Corbin, who was on one knee. Carl attacked from the other side to draw its attention while the spellblade recovered, but even his magically enhanced strength and large blade were no match for the enraged boss, and he was tossed to the ground on the third strike. He threw himself to the side to dodge and continued his defense, keeping the king facing away from the mages, who were slower to recover, and who had taken a fair bit of damage from the earthquake. The bleeding was taking its toll on the boss, and the red barrier was fading, along with the king's attack power, by the time that it turned back to Corbin. Carl had bought enough time for the spellblade to find an opening, and he drove his blade deep into the creature's chest, where a human's heart would be. Blood flew everywhere, coating Corbin and the platform around him as the boss collapsed, and then the corpse vanished, leaving behind a large golden chest. Dungeon complete. A haunting voice spoke through the area, leaving everyone relieved and panting for breath as they stared at the chest. "Who do we choose to open it?" Tessa asked as she cast a refresh spell on the group. "I say we let Prince Corbin. If it's going to go by who opens it, he's the best choice. He's the highest ranked, plus he's both a melee fighter and a mage," Carl suggested. Corbin shook his head. "They're based on luck. Who here has the most luck or favor of the world dragon?" The others pointed at Carl. There was no doubt that it was him. The spell that the high priests had cast had proven it. The high priests had him tested. Lotus explained to the confused spell swords. Carl reached out and touched the chest, which swung open. "Rewards are being granted," the same voice announced. "Most damage dealt. Ray. Bonus award granted. Most healing done. Lotus. Bonus award granted. Under level completion. Dana, Daryl, Rose, Remy. Bonus granted." Everyone looked around at each other. "Whose real name is Remy?" Lotus finally asked, confused. Nobody seemed to know, but in Carl's mind, the egg that Hawk had thrown into the fourth space began to tremble and crack. "You've got to be kidding me," Carl muttered as the mottled blue egg began to hatch. "Send it out. Stupid water snake," Hawk demanded. "It's too late, the bonding is complete, and they've gotten an award from the dungeon," Carl informed him. Now, he just had to find out exactly what sort of Naga creature he had gained as his fourth companion. "Remy is a hatchling in my fourth mental space. Hawk threw an egg from the boss platform in, intending to eat it," Carl explained. Lotus burst into laughter, which only grew in intensity until she was holding her middle and rolling on the ground, tears of mirth running down her face. "Hawk picked a Naga as your fourth partner? Oh, that is priceless," she gasped. Hawk hurled a fireball at the laughing cleric, but the refreshing lightning barrier around her stopped it without damage. "Sorry Hawk. But that really is too funny," Lotus finally managed to apologize. They were so distracted by the addition of a team member and Lotus' response that everyone nearly missed when the spider golems began firing spears of wood into the grass. "I got a new skill. Spear. Look, I can do it with my silk as well," Ray informed them, then sent out a burst of silk shaped like an arrow that impaled a tree just away from the platform. "Well, Ray got a new skill as a bonus. What did Lotus get?" Alice asked. The nature cleric did her best to stop laughing before Hawk came down to attack her in person. She cast a spell, and her body was surrounded in water, brushing away all the dirt and wounds from the battle. "I got a new healing spell. Revitalizing waters," she explained. Then everyone turned their attention to the other three that the voice had named as getting bonuses. They were still in shock, and hadn't examined themselves, but to the others it was obvious that they were all freshly ascended rank mages, or spell swords. A gentle, slightly terrified voice entered Carl's mind. "Evil bird can't get to me here, can he?" Remy whispered. "No, he can't get to you. That's your space," Carl assured her. Remy, as the dungeon had called her, was a small blue snake with shimmering crystalline scales, a black swirling pattern on her back, and golden belly scales. Her head was hooded like a cobra, similar to the naga, but she was definitely all snake. "Yes, safe," she exclaimed, then cast a minor spell that created 4 tiny water tentacles, which she swung wide in the same motion that a baseball umpire used, and Carl wondered where she had learned that. A baby spirit snake, as Remy appeared to be, wasn't a humanoid creature. They were a magical water snake that existed in the Golden Dragon Nation. Carl was only vaguely familiar with them from his research, but they were a strong commander rank threat, and could grow to 10 meters long. But what Lotus knew was that they were considered one of the spiritual beasts, as they were known to develop advanced magic of various sorts, and when they matured after they reached adulthood, they would naturally evolve into one of 3 directions. They would either become Naga warriors, Naga workers, or guardian spirit snakes. The third sort never gained the humanoid features or extra intelligence, and instead focused on growing its reptilian body. Carl focused on the new addition, doing his best to see what he could tell about the team's newest addition. Pet added. Remy, shaman princess, rank, ascended. He hadn't been expecting that. She was tiny, but apparently, she was born as an ascended rank shaman. The inspection didn't tell him what skills she had, but they would logically be water-related, as she was somehow related to the Naga. A tiny blue spirit snake with black patterns on her back, a pale golden underside and a wedge-shaped head. Corbin reached into the golden treasure chest and got a confused look on his face. "Member reward granted to Corbin," the voice of the dungeon announced. "I guess we can't pick what we want from the box. Well, we could likely trade afterwards, I suppose," he commented as he looked at the golden bracers in his hands. They were intricately carved with images of Naga on them, and looked like they should have some sort of worthwhile magic imbued into them. The most powerful stuff was always the coolest looking, in Carl's experience. Thor stuck his snout in the box, trying to see what was there, and came back with a necklace on. "Thor gets bling too? That's wild." Lotus laughed as the voice announced that Thor had received his reward. Hawk took his cue from the lightning Saro, and came back out of the chest with a large red gem in his mouth. A gem which he promptly ate, causing himself to flare with magic. "Come on, Commander. You can do it," he cheered himself on as power surged in his body. Just when Carl thought he was going to fail, Flaming Body surged with power, and Hawk's eyes flickered to a bright glowing blue that shimmered like a flame. "That's a commander rank advancement for Hawk," Carl stated the obvious as the others cheered him on. One after another, the others reached in to grab their rewards and came back out with gear. Ray got a shadowy gem that she also ate, though it didn't propel her through an entire rank. Carl was last up, and Remy appeared on his hand as he reached into the chest. Member reward granted to Carl. Member reward granted to Remy. Hawk screeched in annoyance. She didn't even do anything, she wasn't even born when the fight ended. Carl sighed. "Look, you two are going to have to get along. I also know that you ate the other eggs from that nest already, so don't pretend like you lost something precious." He sensed Remy's smug attitude. Hawk had eliminated the competition for her. Now, she just had to eliminate the Hawk, and she won. Won what? Carl wasn't certain, but he mentally chastised the baby monster. "That means you two. Get along with the others." Carl made it an order and felt the 2 beasts' wills bending under his order as they reluctantly came up with ways to do the bare minimum to comply. Remy now had a spear in 2 of her 4 water tentacles, while Carl was looking at a simple golden coin. Skill token. Grants 1 random skill. "What is that? It feels like holy magic," Tessa asked. "It grants a skill when used," Carl explained. "Wow, so like a skill book. What skill?" she replied, eager to see what new power Carl would gain. "It doesn't say. It says it grants a random skill." Corbin whistled in appreciation. "That's quite the find. It could either be the most valuable item you'll ever hold, or the most disappointing bonus you'll ever get. I've seen something like that before, and when it says random, it means random, completely random." "In that case, should I hold off?" Carl asked. "I don't think it matters when you use it," Corbin shrugged. The only problem was that Carl didn't know how to use the coin. He only knew what it did, the magic of the coin told him that much. "Flip it." Tessa suggested. If it was random, a coin flip made sense, Carl supposed. He looked at the coin, which had the World Dragon logo on both sides, so there were no heads or tails. He just flipped it, and caught it, then flipped it onto the back of his hand, the way you always did for a coin toss. Skill gained. Silent movement, the dungeon voice announced. Not a bad ability for a scout. Alice congratulated him. Agreed. Tessa informed him with a satisfied nod. Prince Corbin looked around at the group, who had long since reverted to their natural human forms. I should cast the spell on us all once we get to the entrance, then we will have to find a way out of that city, and the trial that it was in. We did well here, but there will still be challenges ahead of us, he reminded the others. Carl put all the beasts away in preparation to head out, and Corbin prepared their disguises. Lotus, you're up at the front again. If they have questions, you're the only one likely to understand, Corbin instructed. With a nod from the spellblade, the group made their way through the dungeon, retracing their steps. They stopped at the entry platform to check their gear and make certain they hadn't dropped anything, before stepping through the portal in a group, and directly out onto a snow-covered hillside. They were out of the mountains, near the edge of the abnormally cold anomaly zone, nearly 50 kilometers from where they had started. For a moment everyone's expressions went blank, while refreshing lightning surged, as if they were under attack, and then they recovered. Alice looked around them. How did we get here? Carl shrugged. When we left the dungeon, this is where it brought us. For a second, the others looked confused, and then realization came to their faces as refreshing lightning fought off whatever status effect was placed on them, and their memories returned. Nice save, Thor. Carl congratulated his partner. I told you I was the healer now, Thor declared, which made Remy giggle. Prince Corbin snapped his fingers. I get it now. That's what happened to the others. They entered an instance, and when they finally escaped it, their memory was wiped. But we were all under the same protective spell when we left the dungeon, and we managed to remember. Larry patted him on the back. Good work, boss. We couldn't have done without you being mauled by a Naga King for 10 straight minutes. But we've got more to celebrate. There is a new commander in the group. Corbin turned to Carl. So there is.